innocent. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Father is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the lots. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go.
content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livic, and Sandhawk. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. My name is Banks, I'm your stage host, and I guess you could call this segment Backstage with Banks. As you can see, we have a remote setup on my left, which is also used as a B-stream, predominantly in the 5v5 competitions that we have going on here at Gamers8, but also a place to warm up, a place to get the juices flowing for each and every one of our competitors, because this backstage area is essentially for all users. It's to warm up, it's to unwind, and it's just to relax in between matches as well. As you can see, we have consoles set up as we approach this area of the room, and we also have table hockey, we've got table football as well. It's all just quite a nice relaxing scene, and it's nice to see the teams, you know, integrating back here in either psyching each other out to try and enable their strategies for when they go back into their competition, or they might just be relaxing, talking, and, you know, just getting to know each other a little bit better, because as you can see, it's actually quite limiting the amount of LAN events these guys do, so it's a really nice environment for them to kind of integrate, make new friends, and enjoy themselves. But ultimately, they're here to compete. Remember, this is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Anything can happen, and anything can also affect your performance. So these guys are really sitting here, and they're excited to go up against each other. You'll be able to see GK Esports on my left as we go through here, the winners of the MEA Championship, and can they do it once again? I guess we'll only see. My name is Banks. I'll see you on the main stage. The banter's already beginning. It's finally here. 8 of the best teams from Europe and MEA will step into the Gamers8 arena and battle for the lion's share of $100,000. Atik, you're thinking Europe, right?
نايس وان بانكس، لكن برضو عندنا 8 فرق من الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا راح ينافسون في هذا اللقب ضد 8 فرق برضو من أوروبا، فخلونا نشوف منو حامل اللقب لهذه النسخة.
24 maps across 4 days for glory.
24 مباراة راح يلعبونها في 4 أيام. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash.
Europe are going to win.
I don't think so.
Those are some brave words from Banks saying that Europe is going to win, because honestly, I'm not so sure, as this is the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash between MEA versus EU. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and we have an exciting 4 days of action coming your way here until we can crown the best from these two regions. But I can't do this show alone, and we have some different faces joining me on the desk this time, though one of them will be bullied just as much as he normally would be. We got Blank, we got Kalaris. Blank, how you doing, man? It's not often I get to see you and talk to you on the desk.
No, it's not often at all. You're a traitor, though. Like,
Am I a traitor?
yeah.
Okay.
You used to rep Europe, and now you're going to the other side. This is unacceptable. We have another stream to rep MEA.
Well, I thought you were talking about NA, and I'm like, I went to, as Seven would say, the harder region.
Yes, so much harder in terms of the region, 100%.
The legends of PUBG Mobile that we have in North America. But we're obviously going to be talking about MEA and EU here, Claris, and obviously you got to cover the EU region specifically. You know, what teams are you looking forward to have a good performance here?
I mean, of course, you can't go up against what we usually talk about when it comes to the Gladiators. Obviously, they've just come off the back of 6 days worth of looking great across the All-Stars and then into the main tournament of PMWI. And I think they're going to have a lot of they're going to come warm into this tournament, I think. So I think it should be good.
Yeah, and actually I got to talk to Kitsune, and he was actually just so tired. Yeah, funny
Didn't
enough,
we all?
we talked to Kitsune. So tired, though, after 6 days of play. It really takes a toll on you, because not only are you playing, which they obviously would do at home, but you have to maintain that level of focus to obviously be one of the best teams here.
Yeah, 100%. I also talked to Kitsune.
Oh, wow. What a surprise.
Yeah. It was actually a little bit sad because, you know, I caught him and I was like, let's do a quick interview here. We knocked him over towards the couch side. We both sat down. We had a good time. Talked about how, you know, the reason they've stayed together so long is that they actually discuss a lot in the team. They have like different ideas. And I think that's really important, you know, having that back and forth.
Okay, well, you know what? Obviously, with this event, it's much different than we've had for PMWI with the All-Star stage, then the main tournament as well. It's going to be 4 days of play. We'll actually take a look at the format to get you guys all caught up and ready to go here for what's coming your way. And we're going to be doing 16 teams, no more 18. We're going to plan out 6 matches a day in the exact same order we had at PMWI, but also have something else in there, Kalaris. We got 2 TDM matches.
Yes, of course, as they are going to be awesome here with these regions clashing head-to-head and really kind of showing who's going to be able to win out on some of that gun skill. It's really going to test their fundamentals here, Jason. And I, for one, am excited.
Yeah, and the important thing about it does work towards their regional points to see which region is king, because that's what it's all about here. It's not about individual teams going head-to-head. Obviously, in the main tournament, when we get to the prize breakdown, it does. But it's about which region is superior.
That's right, 100%. It's going to be a clash of 2 titans over in that TDM side. And whoever comes out on top will be feeling very good. They'll have huge bragging rights to come out from this. But you do also kind of want to win.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to win, right?
Yeah, it's going to be absolute carnage.
I agree. And not to mention, gives you a little bit of practice. Yeah, just keep throwing in exquisite.
Beautiful.
Great.
Phenomenal.
That's lukewarm. That's lukewarm.
Yeah. I didn't put much effort into that one. I'm sorry.
That doesn't really equate to the caliber of these TDMs.
I was like, it'd be all right.
Yeah, all right.
It'd be right.
Let's take a look at the points, though, and how they actually earn these points in this event. And, of course, it's just like every event we have here. There's 10 points for the chicken dinner, and there's 1 point for elimination, which, again, for teams like GK, for teams like Fireflux, for G Gladiators, I mean, they got to play against some of the best teams in the world just a few days ago. Their elimination should be on point.
It's a big difference. I mean, the thing is as well is that when I compare these two regions, I see stark contrasts in their play style. If I think about MEA, I feel like they're more defensive. They're usually, I don't think that they've adjusted hugely from the previous point system that they had. I think they've kind of stick with what is true, tried and tested for them. EU, I think they've adjusted a little bit more to the elimination heavy style. And yeah, we could see that paying dividends here in this tournament.
100%, 100%. Little tidbit to go off kilter here. I think Team Falcons, though, is one of the exceptions because I think they were taking a lot of fights towards the end of PMWI with some very strong teams. I think they're they're one of the teams that's kind of broken out that mold.
They had a good start to adjust it as well, if you think about their championship, because they started off their championship to eventually qualify to theirs with 2 chicken dinners back-to-back with 9 eliminations each. From that point on, they get a lot of confidence off the back of that in the MEA region, and then they're able to say, okay, well, we've got a nice point cushion here. We can be a bit more aggressive. And going up against EU teams, that might help quite a bit.
100%.
Well, I like how you did mention Kalaris playing defensive for the MEA region, and that actually brings me to what I talked to the Arabic casters about, saying the zone changes that we had happen. Obviously, not able to heal out in the blue as much anymore, especially after Zone 5 on Sandhawk. It changes the way they have to play, but the Arabic region hasn't started to adapt yet, and this is hurting them quite a bit.
Yeah, dude, 100%. I think they were kind of the kings back in the day, specifically Nigma Galaxy. These guys were the kings of the heal strat over on Sandhawk.
Yeah.
And you can do it on other maps as well. It was possible. I think I did see a Miramar where people were healing there. It's not a possibility anymore. And I think a lot of teams are getting into this rotation now, where you've got to rotate between not only the map, but also this playstyle of center and edge. You can't just be an edge team or a center team anymore. You have to be both, and it's a really difficult thing now to catch up to that sort of playstyle we see now in the PMWI.
And I will say for me, Nigma Galaxy is the one team, especially from MEA, that I'm really keeping my eyes on, because I think that as individual components, the players that they have on that roster, excellent. They've been MVPs multiple times in multiple tournaments, almost all of them, apart from Lord. But again, you know, he's still very, very good on the team as a whole. I do look at Nigma Galaxy and I think to myself, they're kind of like D+ Kia that we saw at PMWI, but just a tiny bit more aggressive. And actually that kind of patience that they've been able to exhibit in some of their games has fared them well in some of the tournaments, but again, just that little extra aggressive push might be the thing that they do need here.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at the prize pool so you guys can get an idea of how much money is to be won here by these teams. $100,000 on the line, but it's just $3,000 for first place. Second gets $2,000, and third does get $1,750. But also, more importantly, besides that, they also get a lot of money just for being here at this event as well. So they take that money, really start to hammer in, focus in on some more PUBG Mobile, because PMPLs, they're still coming up here.
For sure, dude. I think it's a great thing to have at the moment. Obviously, 3,000, 2,000, 1,750 is a nice prize pool to get at the end of the day. Obviously, it's great also to see Europe going up against MEA, and I think Europe as a whole, because I am backing the boys over in Europe.
Weird that.
Yeah, I know. It's very strange, very strange. But I think it's great to show their overall strength. I would like to see a really good fight coming out from MEA, and I think that if things go the way I think they are going to, MEA is going to learn a lot of valuable lessons from this tournament.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say as well. The fact that you can actually learn from the other region pretty well. Like, I think that from MEA, they might look at what, on the battlefield, EU's doing and maybe incorporate some of that in some of the splits, for example, that I think that Gladiators could get away with a little bit more better in this tournament than, say, PMWI, for example. And then on the opposite side of things, some compound control from MEA and seeing how that's going to fare out. We'll see. We'll see.
But I don't know if I like that, though, for Gladiators in particular. I don't like seeing teams get away with something in a less competitive tournament. I'm trying to think of like the best.
Translate to big ones.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
like, you should be able to take how you play in like your PMWIs in these big events where there's hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, and kind of make the lobby play to your level, not play down to the lobby's level.
Yeah, I think the Gladiators got massively humbled, though. I will tell you that right now. In which case, they changed a lot of things, Claris. They changed a lot of things there, and so did a few teams. And we were having a discussion between Gladiators and Fireflux, and it's a great time to bring Fireflux out. 188 points over in their championship. They dominated over that side, but I think Fireflux didn't change as quickly as we might have liked in the PMWI.
Sure. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, looking at Fireflux and how things sit, day 1 and 2 of PMWI, day 3, Ketch goes back to then suddenly being the MVP on the massively international stage. So he shows that he's capable of doing it. It just didn't turn on early enough.
Sleeping. Just a little bit.
Well, we're talking a lot about the teams here. I want to get an idea for you guys as well at what teams are participating here in this event, because we have 8 coming in from MEA and we have 8 coming in from EU. However, looking at the MEA side, only 1 team made it from PMPL Africa, and of course, that's Team Falcons.
For sure, dude. I think we have a lot of good teams actually coming through in MEA, and I think that we talked a lot about Nigma Galaxy as well as Team Falcons. I think even Gangsters we can talk about here, having Dadine step in as their coach, a coach with massive international experience. Probably one of the first times we've seen a very well-respected pro player from PUBG Mobile transition over to a coach role, and I think that he's going to do good things for that team.
offers a decent perspective as well. Like, you can have teams come in from other regions, I mean, the fact that, for example, Coops is on Nigma Galaxy.
It feeds back in, right?
Yeah, allows him to, for example, say, oh, everyone's really playing defensively. I'm kind of an aggressive guy, you know, playing on Knights and looking great as he did. So, and it really works out when you kind of be that standout. I mean, hell, he got MVP in his region and most limbs and most damage. So yeah, definitely my eyes are fixated on Nigma Galaxy, but there's a lot of good talent on MEA. And we're kind of focusing on that because we don't actually get that much time to talk about them because we're obviously always talking about EU, I guess.
Yeah, 100%.
As you mentioned, Coops, I actually hope we have an interview with him at some point as well to talk about the transition from NA to MEA to see how different the styles are. But we're going to start to focus on EU here. And to get us hyped up and ready to go for EU, we're going to take a look at our top 3 plays for the European Championship that happened just a few weeks back. And we'll come back and start to dive into what EU's got to bring.
Even though they did end up losing for, excuse me, Swain has dictated strongly to the pressure. PMRC, they took the building from the Mad Bulls, but now they have to defend it themselves, and this time there are 4 players circling in the water. Rip7 might not look like it, but he is alive. His health bar is just about still there. The heals can come through. Rizard goes down. Savian actually falls as well. Coursera starting to light it up. PMRC more successful on the whole than the Mad Bulls were, even though they did end up losing their players. Coursera just sweeps them aside. Really good opening here for Ozorox to try and sweep us, excuse me, aside. Another shot found from up on high. That's next Ruya to take down the back line for, excuse me. Swain has the DPS and Havlik eats it.
Likely to get towards that end game. Right now they're looking at that chicken dinner. So this is a fine play from me.
Ragnar Kaya doing a lot of work against Foot, who so far have not had the impact into this lobby that we've really expected from this roster. Predicted strongly by a lot of the talent. Just aren't quite having that final bit of oomph, but Savian might be able to find the final shots, but no.
Not bad seeing Loxy there at the 1v4 as well, closing things out, keeping Regnum Karya alive. But we're not going to talk about them just yet. We're going to focus on the EU teams, right? And off the bat, 2 of the big titans of EU that we're going to have to discuss, of course, is Gladiators and Fireflux. But we're going to start things off by talking about Gladiators here, gentlemen, because this is probably the team in our eyes that should win this event.
I think that realistically, Gladiators should definitely win. I think we had this talk beforehand, is that, you know, with all that they've learned from PMWI, with how warm they are coming off the back of PMWI, because like you said at the start, it is exhausting playing those 6 days, but you have a little time off, you come into this one, you are just feeling better than everybody else. Everyone's a little bit cold here, and I think they'll come out the gate swinging, and a really good day 1, I think, could change a lot, Claris.
It could be terrifying for all these other teams. If I was on the battlegrounds going up against Gladiators in this lobby after seeing what we saw the last 6 days of gameplay with PMWI, I'd be scared as well. I think that what you were saying, Jason, when you think about kind of how, you know, maybe sometimes they fall back into common tropes of splitting as much as they would. Honestly, at PMWI, we saw Matic taking that off angle. He wasn't hitting his shots. After that day number 1, when he actually regrouped up with the team, it started to materialize a little bit more. They're okay with the performance that they had there. I was talking to Blamaus, their coach and kind of lead analyst, and ultimately, the position that they got was enough for them. I mean, of course, you'd love to win the tournament, right? But considering the power that they exude, I'd be scared of them here.
I disagree about their happy with where they got. Honestly, if you're a caliber of team like this who's been around such a long time, we've seen them at the top of their game. Blaine kind of maybe disagrees here. I expect more of them. I expect them to be winning tournaments. They can't forever be just a top 3 team. They need to get some victories under their belt.
You can disagree, but when I started to Blamaus, how happy are you with the result? And he says, we're pretty happy. I'm going to take that.
Yeah, but happy with the result considering how they're playing, or happy with what their expectations
Anybody would like to win the tournament, yes, Jason. But again, it's it's an extreme tournament with the world's best. So anyway.
That's the best way to put it as well, is extreme, because this tournament was incredibly difficult. Vampires were just coming in so hot, they look so strong, and I think for Gladiators to build up from that day one, which was pretty poor to be honest with you, up to a third place is brilliant. And like Kalara said, for a lot of these teams looking at PMRC, it was like watching Scary Movie 1, Scary Movie 2, and now they're in Scary Movie 3 versus this horrifying monster, which is Gladiators.
It's a long time since I've watched those films, Jace.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it
a
was
real
just
throwback there,
last
Bling.
week.
But it's fine. We don't talk about EU anymore. We can have our own discussions when we're off camera. But in the meantime, we got to start talking about MEA. And to get you guys focused in on MEA region, let's take a look at the top 3 players from their region.
مباريات ففي نقطة استفهام مستحيل. يعني انت تتكلم على نجوم، تتكلم على فريق كبير جدا، تتكلم على فريق اوكي نحو عامل خبرة، نحو عامل البطولات السابقة التي انجزها، ولكن يبقى الفريق الاكثر تتويجا بالشرق الاوسط ببطولاته الرسمية ومشاركاته الاقليمية وايضا تواجده العالمي.
داون الله يا نيوز، الاول نوك داون، زكسي راح ودع الملاعب، فيفو نوك كيك داون يا فيفو جاب الاول والثاني، هل الثالث يا فيفو امسك الدي بي اس وعطى النوك داون، بوم بوم جيب النوك داون يا فيفو، جابه واخذها تريبل نوك داون. كل الابواب مستحيل راح تطلع من هاي جراوند. هذه القصه، هذه الاعاده الثانيه من راب برستيج اللي عانى صراحه معاناه كبيره مع كراش جيمنج، لكن الان لسه ما خلصنا. كراش جيمنج حاولوا يبشون على لاعبين فقط.
Well, they may not be here in person, but at least they made it into the top 3 plays video, as we saw there. Getting things ready to go for MEA and Enigma Galaxy and GK. These are the 2 teams we have pitted to be kind of the top of the region. Obviously, GK with the results they had at PMWI, another team having 6 days. Actually, did have 6 days of play. They had 3 days of play, if I'm not mistaken. And they have, again, experience against the top teams in the world. So they should, in theory, take this into this event and try to run away with it.
Yeah, I think...
In theory.
The problem is that GK had the same problems we keep talking about, and I don't think that they learned anything at all. I think they completely slept on all the studies, because most of the games we saw them, barring one on a wrangle where they took the circle, they were hiding in compounds the entirety of the time. It was just DBS days forever for those guys. Enigma Galaxy...
DBS for days.
DBS for days.
I like that.
Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, they've got Temka coming in from IHC, which is really big for them, revitalizing a team that desperately needs it.
Well, as you can see here on the screen, we got 4 seconds to go until we bring out all the teams on stage and finally get things underway, so let's head on down.
As calm settles across the Gamers8 arena, a storm is brewing. 2 regions will collide on this very stage in a 4-day all-out battle for dominance.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، جمعنا لكم فرق جودة من كل أنحاء العالم راح ينافسون خلال 4 أيام راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه المرحلة.
8 of the best teams from Europe and MEA will wander into uncharted territory in an attempt to claim the lion's share of $100,000. And Atik thinks it's going to be Europe.
Nice try, Banks. لكن برضو عندنا 8 فرق من الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، وعندنا برضو 8 فرق من أوروبا، كلهم راح يتنافسون في 24 مباراة، وبعدها راح نعرف منهم أبطال هذه النسخة، ومجموع الجوائز $100,000.
Well, it was worth a shot. So, if you are here in Riyadh or if you're watching from home, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، بعد ما عرفنا نظام البطولة، نقدر نقول لكم حياكم الله أعزائنا مشاهدينا وحضورنا في بطولة PMRC اللي راح نشوف فيها أبطال هذه النسخة. معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية Banks.
So it's about time that we invite our teams to the main stage.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين، خلونا عشان نبدأ مبارياتنا نرحب بالفرق معنا على المسرح.
So
So kicking things off in the region of Europe and coming into this with a point to prove, it is De Muerte.
ونبدأ نرحب معنا بالفريق الأول من الريجن الأوروبي مع فريق دي مورتي.
A strong spring season this year so far. Can they keep things up? Welcome to the stage, Regnum Carrier Esports.
والحين مع أبطال أوروبا خلونا نرحب بفريق ريجنوم كاريا إي سبورتس.
With OG members of their roster from the PUBG Mobile Esports scene, please welcome to the stage, Excuse Me.
والحين برضو معنا بالفريق التالي جاينا برضو من منطقة أوروبا، أعطونا تحية لفريق Excuse Me.
With a long and successful history in PUBG Mobile Esports, can they bring it back? It's next Riyadh.
والحين برضو معنا أبطالنا من تركيا، أعطونا تحية لفريق نيكست رويا.
A team that have come together at the start of this year. Gamers8, make some noise for Mad Bulls.
والحين معنا بالفريق التالي أبطال PMPL غرب أوروبا لخريف 2022، أعطونا تحية لماد بولز.
One of the most consistent teams out there, and placing in third place last week in fact in the PMWI, G Gladiators.
والحين مع الفريق اللي مو غريب علينا، شفنا منهم أداء أسطوري في PMWI وكانوا في المركز الثالث، أعطونا تحية لفريق G Gladiators.
With the MVP of the European Championship on their side, welcome to the stage, Nexus Gaming.
والحين مع الفريق اللي عنده أفضل لاعب في أوروبا، أعطونا تحية لفريق Nexus Gaming.
Claiming first in the EU Championships to make it here to the PMRC and placing sixth in the PMWI last week, it's Fireflux Esports.
والحين مع الفريق المتصدر في مجموعة أوروبا، أعطونا تحية لفريق Fireflux Esports.
Lutz, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. You've proven yourself in your region, you as a team up to this point, but now you've got the teams from MEA joining you in the lobby. How do you feel about that?
We just finished the PMWI. That's the reason we feel so confident and we are so ready for this lobby.
Well, speaking... Actually, Atik, I'll let you... Sorry, mate, I dived in.
سألنا اللاعب إن كيف ثقتكم في هذه البطولة بعد ما شاركتوا قبل معنا في البطولة الماضية في PMWI، كيف ثقتكم في مشاركتكم لهذه المرة؟ وقام قال ثقتنا عالية جدا بإذن الله راح تكون أفضل من المرة الماضية.
Well, speaking of the teams from MEA, let's look into the future a little bit. You have a TDM match happening on Sunday against the first seed from MEA, GK Esports. How are you feeling about that? How confident are you that you'll be able to catch the dub?
Actually, we are so good in TDM and we will see how they are good.
سألنا اللاعب أن راح يلعبون مباراة ضد فريق جي كي اي سبورتس في مباراة تي دي ام في آخر يوم راح يكون معنا، فكيف ثقتكم راح تكون في هذه المباراة وكيف شايفين برضو فريق جي كي؟ قال راح نشوفها بإذن الله وقت المباراة وراح نشوف كيف مستوى جي كي وقتها.
I'll call that answer quietly confident, but okay, time will tell. Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Please go and take your seats, and good luck for the remainder of day one as we continue our walkouts, Atik.
صحيح. الحين بعد ما رحبنا بالمجموعات الأولى باقي معنا المجموعة الثانية اللي جانا من الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، خلونا نبدأ نرحب بالثمان فرق الباقي معنا.
Kicking things off in the MEA region, looking to make a splash at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Roads to Glory Esports.
خلونا نبدأ نرحب معنا بالفريق الأول مع ملوك غابات سان هوك. عندنا فريق رود تو جلوري اي سبورتس.
Another team with OG members on their roster from the PUBG Mobile esports scene. Give it up for Team GQ.
والحين مع الفريق اللي ما يهاب شيء واكثر اندفاعا، اعطونا تحيه للتيم جي كيو.
A highly experienced MEA team coming into this competition, qualifying 6th. It's Vision Esports.
والحين مع الفريق مع اصحاب الخبره، اعطونا تحيه لفريق فيجن ايسبورتس.
An impressive performance in the all-star stage from PMWI. You know them, you love them. It's Team Falcons.
والحين مع الفريق اللي كلكم تعرفونه، فريق اللي دائما يكون ظهوره جدا قوي، اعطونا تحيه لتيم فالكونز.
Coming into this competition, known as the self-proclaimed Kings of the Desert, it's Brute Force.
والحين مع فريق التالي معنا ملوك الصحراء، اعطونا تحيه لبروت فورس.
Almost no need for introduction here as an established team within an established organization. Welcome to the stage, Nigma Galaxy.
الفريق الغني عن التعريف، اعطونا تحيه لاسود الرافدين، معنا فريق نيجما جالاكسي.
Coming into this competition, qualifying in 2nd place in the MEA Championships, Gamers8, make some noise for Gangsters Esports.
أول مشاركة له، لكن أداءه كان جدا أسطوري وكان وصيف المجموعة، أعطونا تحية لجانجسترز Esports.
And our top spot from the MEA Championships and 7th in PMWI last week, it is GK Esports.
والحين مع الفريق الغني عن التعريف متصدر المجموعة في الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، وكان برضو المركز السابع معنا، أعطونا تحية لفريق جي كي Esports.
Hello, Satan. How are you doing? You good?
I'm good.
Nice. Okay, so welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Just a very quick question. First and foremost, how are you feeling coming into this tournament? Are you nervous, confident, excited?
هلا اول شيء انا بشعر بالفخر كونه مو بس البي ام دبليو اي او البي ام ار سي، موسم الجيمرز بشكل عام ببلد عربي بالرياض تحديدا السعوديه. نشكر السعوديه على كل شيء تقدمه اللاعبين الاي سبورتس.
So the player said he is so proud that he's participating here in the region, surrounded by his people, and he's gonna pull up and play so well just to show it.
So you are going to be facing off against Fireflux in a TDM match later on this Sunday. I want to get your thoughts. They said that they know they're good going into this, and they're just going to have to wait and see if you think you're good. What do you think?
هلا بصراحة نحن لعبنا ضدهم من قبل فزنا عليهم 40-15 أتمنى المرة هاي يكونوا أقوى شوي.
So the players said that they actually played against him before, and they won 40-15. So this time, it's not going to be different.
Oh, I love that. A little bit of banter, back and forth. That's exactly what we're looking for here at the PMRC. Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Please go take your seats as we begin day one, Atik. Okay. I know that you said that you're going to be supporting Europe throughout this, and that's okay, Atik. That's okay. So, once again, 24 maps, 4 days, and we're going to have $100,000 on the line, 16 teams, 2 regions, 1 winner, and 2 completely unbiased stage hosts, I promise. So, with that being said, let's head over to the desk where they can break everything down before our first TDM match of the day.
Thanks. You see the line here, and you know on my side. لكن الحين برضو عندنا المباريات اللي راح تبدا معنا الان، وعندنا زي ما شفنا 16 فريق جاهزين يبدون فيها اول مباريات معنا، فخلونا ننتقل على طول مع المعلقين ونبدا فيها مباراتنا الاولى.
There's no way. Could it be?
It's him.
It's Jason Kaplan.
It's me.
Oh my God.
You know, I don't think it's fair. Players get walk-ins, and we never get a walk-in. I wanted my own for once.
It was good.
I want entrance music. Oh my, I would make an entrance. Just putting it out there, I want entrance music, yes.
I could think of some pretty fun stuff we could do with that. But also, I could think of some fun stuff coming up right now. As you did here, we're going to be having 2 TDM matches with our 8th ranked teams from each respective region, and then our 7th place teams from respective regions until we hit every single team throughout the next 4 days. So it'll only be 2 a day, so 8 and 7 today, tomorrow 6 and 5. And as long as you're not Maxman, you can do the math to see which teams will be playing out the rest of these days. But this is going to be exciting, man. I mean, GK, you heard saying he was extremely ready for this. You heard from Ketch as well. He's ready to go. He feels confident about this. And why wouldn't you? Because I think we can all agree the caliber of teams versus PMWI, it's definitely going to take a step down. However, I feel like the teams from the respective regions will know the top dogs a lot better and actually give them more trouble than maybe PMWI teams would have.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Maybe.
I think it's definitely going to happen. I think GK is underestimating the power of Fireflux at this point in time because PMWI, Ketch, I sleep. But PMRC, he's fully awake now. It's time to go.
You'd think so. You'd think so. I mean, especially considering what he was able to do on day number 3. When we were watching PMWI, he was the MVP. To stand out amongst that is quite impressive.
It's impressive indeed, but you know what? We obviously have to wait a little bit before we can get into Fireflux, do any matches as well as GK. That'll be on the last day, and that's going to be our header between our #1 teams from each region. But going into this, right? A nice little cheeky warm-up for teams like RTG Esports and Demorte going head-to-head with our initial match. Then match 2 will be GQ team up against Regnum Karya. I'm actually excited to see Regnum Karya as well. I've always had a soft spot for them as a team, and they're one of our 3 Turkish representatives here. And we're in. So let's head over to our commentators. Actually going to change things up. It's going to be Maxman and John Allen to bring you underway.
Extreme!
Oh boy, do we have a treat for you. It's the first of many TDMs, Max. We are getting straight on into it. Road to Glory. It's going to be trying to open up the bidding. In fact, finding that first frag.
Yeah, hyped my comeback casting here in some good old TDMs.
It's good to have you.
It's good to have me. Yeah, it's good to have me. Thank you very much. But yeah, of course, in TDM, my favorite map is Ruins every single day of the week because you have some elevation compared to your typical warehouse maps. And of course, corners are going to be still extremely strong because of that third-person perspective. But right now, off to a pretty decent start between the 2 teams, 3 to 4. We're going to have Demuerte. Still some really talented fraggers on that side, I'd say. John Tapok and Elementrix in particular. And talking about Elementrix, that's 1 looking potentially for the double.
Getting the lineup 7-3 now, and you're talking about how it was fairly even at the start, Max, but that story has changed. A little bit of an equalizer there, but Groza bites the stairs. Not ideal, but coming into this one, I was favouring Demuerte. We spoke about this. I'm not just saying that, but I was favouring Demuerte. We were talking before, and as you said, Elementrix Tapok, that duo, is going to have a lot of power. Already 5 on the cards for Elementrix, and he's not going to let up.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of the players of RTG rushing the middle side of the map, so they're being a little bit predictable. There you go, predictable. Elementrix, nice little shot right in the face of Kalaga. They're trying to enter onto the left side, which is Normally we try and get those long-range shots a little bit more, so right now it's a bit hard to push, which is why RTG are going to be losing most of their players. But RTG, actually, John, my team, I'm expecting to win this one with players like Groza and Kalaga in particular. I feel like they have the fragging power to pop off here.
And that's what TDM is all about, that fragging power, the prowess behind the trigger. And it looks like Demuerte currently standing tall, 14-8. They're almost halfway there. Of course, it is first to 40 on the score on the top there. You can track that. Or whoever has the highest score at the end of 10 minutes. But at the pace we're going, we're going to be at that 40 mark fairly soon if Demuerte keep it up.
Yeah, this is not Warehouse. So Warehouse, typically, you have a lot more camping. This is not the case on this map. You have to push pretty much every single angle on this map if you want to get some control in the middle, which is where you're going to get most presence and most eliminations, potentially. As Aces, nice little shot onto Groza, some assistance from Elementrix along the side. And 18-10, we're starting to see a significant lead being created here, John, and Demuerte looking to potentially snatch this first game away.
Very even on the elimination points across the board for RTG, but you can see the disparity there. It's Elementrix and, in fact, Aces who are leading the charge here, 8 and 6 respectively. As Taplock moves forward, wants to cut down a few of his own, and the trees start to fall. 21 and a halfway point is met. Groza around the corner does put that 11th up on the board, but a 10-point difference, it's very unlikely that this is comebackable, as they say.
Corsair has just been loving this angle. He's been camping this the entire match, pretty much. I mean, he's been getting some great shots, punished a little bit there. You're going to have to heal up, my friend, as Tapot is going to be trying to get engaged. He is pushing this one solo against 2 players of RTG, so a little bit spicy, a little bit risky. He's going to go for the engage. Needs 1 bullet, but Groza gets the better of him. Well, you're going to be keeping RTG in the back end. Rio not willing to push it.
Elementrix was on a flank there, but got handled down those corridors. Not ideal. Around the doors now, trying to stutter forwards. Kalaga, really the only one to face on this angle, and just gets overwhelmed. Doesn't go down, however, and gives ground to allow Rio to come in for the refrag. The healing can start to come through as well on a close-range position, but okay, you can't just step in front of bullets. That's kind of like rule number 1, Max.
Yeah, he had assistance from Rio too. I'm not sure it was not really necessary, but you know what? At least it's going to be a one-on-one trade, but the lead has been reduced slightly, but comebackable, and still don't think that's going to be the case here, John.
That is the word of the day. Is it comebackable or no? Groza met on the stairs, turned away. Not very welcoming hosts, Demuerte, but certainly still solid on that scorecard, 29. And they are 11 to go now.
RTG love just pushing together. Now they're dispatching, as I say it. Thank you very much. But Corsair is a player normally we don't usually see play for Demuerte. I believe he's been a sub in previous events. So far, not the most successful kind of showcase from Corsair. A little bit of a slow start. Ace is taking his fight, but unfortunately shut down right around those doors.
Normally we see Becca, I believe, who is not on the roster in this TDM, but still, Corsair, 4 eliminations, playing that backstop, playing high ground. That'd be useful. Not saying that Becca would do any better either. I mean, you've also got Elementrix fragging out his mind. Tapok starting to turn up that speed, but Aces is also performing at that high level, keeping them firmly in the lead. 32 points now. Corsair needs to hold off against 3. Will be good for 1. Tuck's back in. No backup just yet. Will get taken 1 for 1.
Makes sense to try and push this location. It is the best position in Ruins because you have the high ground position. Very easy to abuse with that third-person perspective. So makes sense that RTG pushed it as a 3-man squad. The spawns are going to be swapped, though. So Demuerte going to have to go for their very own push. Tapok, the one to initiate, gets 1, but shut down instantly by Kalaga. And Rio will secure the other entrance, but Ace is pushing solo. Seems like Demuerte are having a tough time pushing as a team, but they're still getting the elims in.
Kind of doesn't matter. They can trade 2 for 1 at this stage. They only need 3 more points. They're facing off into 11, and it's just kind of insurmountable at this stage. 2 eliminations needed. Elementrix is close by. They do have the angle on his legs, but he's going to return fire, get that reload off, and 3 players from Demuerte roll on up the stairs, looking for the shots down. They are getting shot away, but will not be enough. 40-30 is that final scoreline, and that's the first 40 points put onto the EU total.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly, John, at one point. We saw a lot of the times Demuerte doing 2 for 1 trades, and because of that, in a TDM game mode, it is going to be adding up slowly but surely over time. So yeah, there you go. The 8th place seed is going to be going the way of Europe, our good old region, taking the dub.
Yeah, and as I said as well, putting 40 points onto the board for the regional totals as well. Going to be a good start for the EU region. Looks like they're figuring out. Hang on a minute, we just won. What's going on?
What a massive W. I mean, okay, but my prediction, big L, unfortunately, but I'm known as not being the prediction guy, right? So I'm kind of living up to my name, unfortunately. Even
what would
on
you
the
say you are
caster
known
side. Being French.
That's okay.
That's something.
That's a fact.
Yeah, and yeah.
and your
That's my whole
stellar analysis,
personality.
I think, is the backup to that.
Yeah, that's why I'm back on the caster side of lane.
Hey, I'm very happy to have you by my side. I've got a powerhouse, a brain box to back me up.
A brain box.
None of that usual blank guff.
You know what? The meme references will still remain. Unfortunately, you can't escape from that one, John. That's not going to be happening. But
no, I do love. I just want to clarify. I do love having blank as well.
I don't think anyone thought you were being serious.
I can sense him backstage.
Just gone aura from the green room.
He was so enjoying that TDM, and now I've ruined his mood. That's what happens sometimes.
Poor blank.
Well.
I want to talk about our next match here.
What do you want to talk
interesting.
about?
It's going to be GQ versus Regnum Karya, and my prediction for this one is going to be Regnum Karya Esports.
You like them, don't you?
I really, really do. You know what? I could talk about this team so much.
Well,
especially
let's do that.
We got time to
Yeah.
we got time to fill. Let's do it. Let's talk about Regnum Karya. No, a team that I feel like has always been so successful when it comes to their home region of Turkey and PMPL Turkey in particular. Always struggled to play outside their region though. When it comes to playing in championships and now PMRC, I feel like this is somewhere that they always struggle to make that transition because they need to adapt to the playstyles, and their home region playstyle of just being hyper aggressive is not going to be potentially cutting it here, even though they are a team that I feel like is really strong on the macro side of things compared to a lot of the Turkish teams. I want to see them do well in the actual tournament. When it comes to TDM, I do expect them to win versus GQ because, I mean, Wild and Loxy in particular are an absolute powerhouse of a team in this event. So I'm hyped to see if Wild and Loxy can take themselves the win and bring the second win in TDM for Europe.
Regnum Karya. You like them, but as you said, it was a lot of their rotational play that saw them solid. For the TDM, it's mechanical skill that's going to be potentially a little bit of maybe an issue, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see, depending on how their opponents perform.
Exactly. I mean, GQ team, nothing to be also snuffed at either. They do have some really strong powerhouse on their squad. You're looking mainly at, you have AC and Toffiz, but mainly Evo Station and Korka. Evo Station was part of a team that, back in the day, if you used to watch PUBG Mobile Esports back then, you would remember as part of 1218. And a really strong team back in the day in the CIS region when CIS was a PMPL region. And Korka, of course, a player that was part of the side of Virtus Pro. Not the most successful year for Virtus Pro, fair to say, but definitely some individual prowess performances that can be pulled off by those two players. So yeah, I feel like it's going to be a close one, but I do expect the Turkish team of Regnum Karya to eventually take home this win in TDM. Which, no, I gotta say, Ruins is the first time we actually see it played. We got some nice little strategies, team pushes, etc., compared to Warehouse, where it might be a bit more messy.
That's what I was going to say. We watched a lot of those TDMs back in the European regions and in a couple of other regions as well, and it didn't feel as maybe tactical as you say, Ruins. So I think bringing that up, pretty solid. Hang on a minute, we're seeing a bit of a weapon change here, a bit of a shift coming on through. Saw a couple of XM1014s, I think that was, in the arsenal. Coming on through. It looks like Regnum Karya have got some close range ideas.
Yeah, I mean, we had a ton of M4s in the previous match for RTG versus De Muerte, and here's just Rosas. You've seen so many different weapons. I'm loving it. A little bit of variety to try and approach this Ruins map. A nice nade connects right onto Wild. He's going to be sent right back to his spawn point. And already 6-2, so decent start for the opposing side of GQ. Yeah,
that's unfortunate for your prediction. I feel like maybe the shotgun decision hasn't been playing out the best for them at the start. They have managed to equalize a little bit, 8-5, but they have to take a little bit more momentum than that. You can see a couple of Grozers in back pocket.
I'm not going to lie, I thought the shotguns were banned going into this, so I'm a bit surprised because that really does change the dynamic of how you play your corners more specifically.
Okay, hang on a minute. He's starting to light it up. Wild is starting to pop. As he goes for more around the corner, Korka sits him down though, and Toffiz is close by with the... Hang on a minute, that's a pistol. He's got the Glock out. Swaps for the shotgun. Now he's playing for two.
Yeah, I'd recommend in these TDM modes to try and play with the Scorpion as your third weapon. Always going to be good, a little bit of a nice fire rate coming through. The Korka trying to go for the engage also. Yes, these shotguns are really changing the dynamic, but so far it is working great for GQ.
Here's the
Trying to
good
go
thing,
for
though,
push
and it is what we're seeing, is that Team GQ are just picking up the shotguns, right?
Yeah.
They're just going to have them available as that secondary weapon. Whereas Regnum Kai, if they're spawning in with them, going to have a little bit worse of a time. Wild. Trying to wrangle the player around the edge, but he's a little bit wily. Unfortunately, Evo Station does finally fall.
Yeah. So far, 18-14. GQ still maintaining a slight lead. This corner is so hard to push if you're being held at gunpoint, which is pretty much the whole point of TDM. But Wild, with a shotgun, still trying to get himself that angle. Right behind, nice corner here is going to be GQ trying to backstab them, trying to sandwich that position. One is going to be falling. It's goodbye to Wild. The nades are going to be cooked up also. Things are starting to slow down for both sides. The thing is, Yasi and GQ, the reason why they're being so successful right now, they're going for the backstabs. They're sending two players behind the positions of interest of Regnum Karya, and that allows them to get so many extra elims.
24 now. The mark has been set. Definitely on the back foot now for Regnum Karya, needing to push a little bit faster. These M114s not really given the juice. They need more beans in them. It's just not happening. You can see those Grozers are working out, and if they can get in range, they do get that flurry of eliminations coming through, Max, but it's getting to that range. With the tactical positioning being established by Team GQ, it's just pretty tricky to get through these crossfires.
Yeah. You saw Ezel have a little bit of PTSD there. He got scared that he was going to get backstabbed again. He's like, oh, I've got to check that corner, but no, no one was going to be there just yet for GQ. 27-24. Things are slowing down once again. The spawns need to come on through. This could be a game. They just get peppered with shotguns every single time. But yeah, as you said, they're just picking up the weapons of the other side to adapt, because clearly these shotguns are being a little bit troublesome for them to deal with. And Nate doesn't get the knock, surprisingly. Hazy just stands strong, just tanks it up like an absolute mad lad.
Who needs to avoid nades when you just don't take damage from them?
Just
It's so much easier.
Just get good.
That's right. The best way to not take damage is be better at the game. It actually damage scales off how good you are.
Oh, is that how it works?
That's why I died to one shot
that's
from
why
a
I get
nade
one shot
3
too.
meters, like 30 meters away.
That makes sense. You know what?
For sure.
I wish I knew that before.
It's actually gotten back to pretty even here. 27-26 for Regnum Karya on the back foot still, but they have been closing that gap. You can see the Grozers definitely being favoured a little bit more. So maybe that's the change we've seen.
Yeah, and you see in GQ actually all the players bringing in some decent stats compared to Regnum Karya's team. Unfortunately, it seems like Wild is not doing as initially planned entering into this. Nice angle from Loxy.
Really
big pre-fire. Almost out of ammo, actually.
They really have just slowed down. The tallies did not rise for quite a while there, but finally Team GQ were able to find 2 more and a third on top, Max, bringing them up to 3-0. 10 points remain for their goal.
Oh, Toffee's got himself a good angle on the rooftop there. But does get taken down, unfortunately, right after by Tron. 9 more eliminations, that's all GQ need to secure, but the gap could be closed very quickly if they're not careful about it, especially against those shotguns. Could be a bit dangerous.
Step too close.
It's actually surprising here. The middle of the map is not being used as much as we saw in the first game, which I feel like is the best position to hold. You can really deny a lot of rotations, but here, not really the case. Tofiz, yeah, he's going to get that. There's no way you escape that angle. It is just too good over on the ruins.
Wild, close to the corner, 3 points behind and a 4th added. 6 points now remain. A full white +2 is what they're looking for. Well, they do need to be careful. 5 eliminations remain now, Max.
And as you said, it's really slowed down.
It really has.
Nothing is happening. Oh, what a nade from Wild.
Okay.
One to Evo Station, gets 1, gets 2. He's speeding up the game. He wants to finish it right now.
36, and it's just a full white now needed for Team GQ, but they are falling, and they are allowing Team Regnum Karya to get a little bit back, clawing their way into the fold, but 3 points stand between them. Corker needs to go down if Regnum Karya want to stay alive, and Wild stays up as well. It's 3 points either way.
Yeah, it's tied up right now between these two teams. Anyone can really take themselves the dub on this match.
Oh, Regnum Karya
gets it right from the back. Evo Station just respawned over there.
38-38, it's 2 points and everybody's going to be nervous now. Each peak could be your last. And it's Toffees to go down, Regnum Karya with a chance now to sneak it back. It could be Europe taking a second of the TDMs so far. A nade from Evo Station to try and find Tron, but it's a little bit too long. Is he going to reposition into it? No. He gets that healing started, and still the crucial point remains.
Oh, you can see no one wants to move. It's just so risky. Down to an elim or two to wrap up this game and get himself the win. It's Loxy around the corner. Tron really just can't reposition in this angle. He needs to hold this position right now. Otherwise, if he crosses over, I think he's just going to get absolutely beamed down by GQ. Now he's still got 2 minutes where potentially for these next 2 minutes, nothing is going to happen. No one wants to go for the push because you know you're just going to get lasered down with shotguns, brosers, etc.
Everybody's slowed it completely. Oh my god. Regnum Kai, I mean, you can't even go for these pushes because if two of you go into an angle trying to get a trade, you just get cut down, you lose instantly, right? That's what they're looking to avoid here. Either way, though, this means that Europe will be ahead on the TDM points at the end of the first day because they've got 39 already. So even if they do go down here, it is still an advantage to Europe.
That's why I'm happy to be casting with you, John. You can do the math, and I'm just like nodding in agreement. Like, yeah, that's right. That's a really good point.
I was born in the numbers.
Molded by it. But GQ at least are controlling currently 2 lanes on Ruins, so they can just have a little bit more information on where the players of Regnum currently stand, while Corker's holding this position solo.
Oh, they've seen him. The third-person peek. Kale's rooting for him from the sidelines.
Oh, he's got the flashbang. Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, they're strategizing.
Flash him! Do it!
Crucial push for GQ on the TDM. The focus on these players' faces. They're communicating.
I don't think he's going to flash him.
They're not misstepping. We've now been in this stalemate for the last 1.5 minutes, Max.
Oh, thanks for the reminder. I really needed that. I'm really happy on this information. One nade. I mean, one nade in the middle. I'm surprised that hasn't happened already. Oh, he's there. Get it.
Oh, he's too fast.
Get the nade in hand. Gets nothing done. How unfortunate.
Nearly. So close. Oh no, just the one shot, actually.
The thing is, you know, the moment you start to get towards like 20 seconds left, GQ are going to send it because they need an extra 2 eliminations compared to Regnum Kara. They need only 1. So Regnum Kara hoping they're just going to get pushed and can get easy elims.
Oh no.
All the utility, the flashbang, doesn't flash them.
Yeah, they didn't get it through the door. GQ are going to push, though. You're right. 36 seconds on the clock in the... Oh, no. Run away. Run away. Evo Station finally turns the corner. And there it is. The final elimination. And Regnum Kaya clutch it back.
What an absolute game, John. Absolutely loved every second of that. Good old times on the TDM, but of course Europe is going to be taking himself the 2nd win over here in the TDM format. And good presence at the end from Tron there. And the shotgun coming in play, which once again I thought was banned, but it was not and really was impactful at the end.
It absolutely was. They managed to sneak it around the corner, get those shots through. The nades towards the end, far from ideal. The shots were pretty good, but we are done with TDM. We are going to be heading over to the desk at 6'5", weighing in at 125 pounds. It is the Jason Kaplan. There he is.
Give him the shot. Oh, there he is.
Coming in at 6'2", weighing in at, I don't know how much he weighs, but he's a heavyweight in the analyst world. It is Xander Blank. And coming in at 4'3.5" on a good day, it's Itty Bitty Kale. Oh no! Watch out! Watch out! Oh, he's got the shoe, not the shoe. No!
He's down. Ah.
Back to your box.
Did you guys rehearse this? What happened?
Fashionable as always. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Appreciate that one as we did get to see, like you saw, Blanket beat with a shoe. If y'all woke up this morning and said, Jason, you're going to see Blanket hit with a shoe, I would have said, you're crazy. But we actually got to see it happen.
I came flying in like Rey Mysterio. It was wild. It didn't...
Well, you know, you laid the boot on me like
I did.
Europe did to MEA during those TDMs. Oh, that's got adrenaline pumping through my veins. I went into fight or flight mode. Obviously, I chose flight. Yeah, I chose freeze, actually. I chose flight. That was unscripted and very fun.
What can I say? What can I say? I'm a man of many talents, I guess.
And apparently being 4'3" as well. That's impressive.
Yeah, he did say I was 4'3". Hey!
See, this is the thing.
I think he confused you with 7.
Good point.
It's why it's totally okay, because I was essentially assaulted by a hobbit.
Anyway.
That's not cool. You can't do that.
I wasn't wearing shoes.
That's true.
Just saying.
That's true. I was wondering what that smell was. So as we move into our first match of the day, it's going to be on Sandhawk here. And we obviously have all 16 teams playing in this one. And hopefully not as quite of a stalemate as we saw there.
Let me just consult the notes.
Do you want me to be serious?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Demuerte actually in the first game, they got hold of the high ground on ruins, and actually that's really good to be able to kind of spot when people are coming along on the two staircases and the little hole as well. And then the second game happened, and the M1014 is pretty good. M1014. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. So, like, look, we're just coming out
I was
with the
serious.
jingles.
Come on.
Yes. Obviously, I think Europe was just extremely strong there. Overall, please put the shoe away. Put the I'm trying my best. look. Everyone's pointing their shoes at me. I don't like it. Even the casters are doing it.
I think I actually saw him have a bit of PTSD, where there's a flashback of his mom chasing around the room with the shoe.
No.
For me, it was a belt.
My parents were lovely compared to you guys. Yeah, no, honestly, I think Sandhawk's going to be an interesting map. Overall, I think we do have a lot of interesting things coming into this one. I think for Europe, though, put that shoe down. This is going to be a bit easier for them because I think that they do move quite quickly. Gladiators are going to have a great time on this map. I don't think there's going to be many teams holding them out. I think in other tournaments, I am really struggling. In other tournaments, they have had difficulties, Kalaris particularly, with teams cutting off that trifecta rotation we see a fair few times. I think what we've seen from scrims, though, as Max has helped us all out with, is that there's not many teams in boot camp right now. I think that's pretty barren.
No. I mean, what you're talking about trifecta area, Gladiators did a good job of being able to push other teams away from it when they were kind of showing the potential to flex into it in PMWI. You don't have to move over from it, it's fine. That being said, though, there were some hot drop scenarios and Sandhawk that could have materialized and could have come to the forefront here. The one I might be paying attention to is the potential of Painan, because we've seen a particular team who usually dropped over on the West Coast move over there in a scrim, and I don't know whether or not they're going to continue on with that. That's a big question mark. But if they do, it's a great drop spot, and technically you can coexist one side of the river each, but it can get a little bit dicey.
I think GK might be a little bit happy that D plus Kia is not here because of the amount of hot drops we had in that PMWI.
Paradise.
Yep. Well, the thing is, obviously, I don't really know how much you can trust on scrims and where teams are actually going to be dropping here. I'm expecting some battles to happen early, but only today. And then I'm hoping, knock on wood, that the teams will adapt to it going forward.
Yeah, I think that the hot drops obviously are a bit of a problem, especially in a sprint tournament, right? Yeah. In a sprint tournament like this, if you hot drop on Sandhawk, I think we saw so many times over in the All-Stars, as well as, you know, we were looking at the main tournament, that Sandhawk for some teams was just a null point overall because they were just dying over and over again at the first minute of the game. You lose so many potential points. Some teams predicated their entirety of points off of Sandhawk alone. Stalwart.
They did have a lot of points from it.
So I looked over at Max just to see his reaction. Of course, he looked defeated.
No, it's true, though. I mean, in the first 2 days, 54 points. Two games on Sandhawk was half of those points, basically, which is a bit ridiculous. I do think that there's a potential that MEA has the opportunity to have a little bit of a leg up with Sandhawk.
You think so?
Really?
Yes. And the reason I say it is because the way in which I've been kind of talking about them being a little bit more defensive compared to EU, Sandhawk actually helps that quite a lot. If you can get yourself a good compound and then you have the circle come your way, actually that really does favor kind of that style on Sandhawk. It's very difficult to breach those compounds compared to some of the other maps like Erangel and Miramar. So there could be an opportunity for MEA to start with a little bit of a push here against a region that I consider to be their superior at the moment. We'll see.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at the schedule to get you guys up to date on exactly which battlegrounds will be played when. If you tuned into PMWI at all, it's going to be the exact same order here. So we're going to have one Sandhawk a day. We'll be going into triple Erangel and double Miramar. And we've obviously seen some very exciting matches, but also something we haven't really touched on here, gentlemen, is the fact that this is the first LAN event for quite a few teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at when COVID hit, you had Nexus Gaming, previously known as Eastern Stars in some kind of form. They've, if I'm not mistaken, haven't even met until this event in person.
No, I think that for Nexus, they are, as my notes say here, Nexus.
Good team?
Dark horse? Question mark?
Wow.
100%. That's
extensive notes.
It's real hard hitting stuff here on the desk. Obviously, I genuinely do believe that. But I think for Nexus in particular, they did really, really good, considering everything that they went through. You know, second place over in their championship was really, really strong for them. Couldn't beat out versus Fireflux, but they have changed the game. And Doran is a monster now on that team. Albeit in size, not so much, but he certainly in the game is a giant.
Look, not everybody can be tall, all right?
Yeah,
but
well, you know, I have to keep ripping on you for a little bit now.
It's going to happen. It happens every day. Yeah, I think that not only Doran as well, but if you look at EXO and kind of his performances, bear in mind 2 seasons ago, he came in as a sub. And then... He came in his first day as a sub and then casually got MVP that day. So they've kind of realized, oh, maybe this guy has been working really hard and maybe he is really good. Maybe he should be on the starting roster, and he is and still looks great. So Nexus, I know what you're saying about Dark Horse, because we always look to the Gladiators, the Fireflux, the Nigma Galaxies here to try and win this tournament. But if Nexus does it on their first LAN outing, that would be extremely impressive. It is not the same environment as playing at home, but they are still great.
100%. You know, I do kind of wonder, though, there's a LAN buff for some teams, and there's a LAN debuff for some others. Like, there's a lot more pressure on your shoulders this time. You're not playing in your home environment. You're not playing with whatever or wherever you are in your own place. You have an audience there to watch you. You have the other teams next to you. Like, this is a lot harder on your mental game when it comes into this, and it requires a completely different skill or set of skills to actually be able to perform in these kind of situations.
And again, we come back to the day one jitters, right? That day one is extremely important, but if you are nervous on that day one, you don't start performing until like that 4th game. You're already past most of the Erangels, which are our fairest map, I would say. Miramar is very fun, but a lot can go wrong on that map. Whereas Erangel, you know, you can make some really smart rotations and it still go well. But if those 4 games you used it as a warm up, it's not going to go well for you. I really do hope Nexus is able to pull things up and do really well in this tournament, because, you know, the story you're talking about Exo Machina made me laugh so much. And if he on one day can come in as a sub and then they field him for the rest of the tournament, pretty good. Yeah, you know, I think potentially they can get past that speed bump.
Okay, well, we'll see what speed bumps some of these teams will run over here as we get into our matches just shortly. But to get you guys in the mood and ready to go, we're going to take a quick little group look. I'm just too excited to get my words out. A recap of what all happened in the EU Championship, then we'll come back with the first match of the day.
The PMPL European Championship exploded into action as the best teams from 2 regions clashed in a showdown for the ages. Let's take a quick look at how things went down. In the opening match, Fireflux locked horns with the Gaming Gladiators in the endgame. Rapid trades, peeking around corners, and explosive grenades filled the air. The Turkish side, with more cover to play with, managed to secure crucial revives, sealing their victory.
It looked a bit hairy, but Kitsune has the DBS. Let him play close, and he's going to be giving you one hell of a run for your money, but fortunately, out comes the drop. And that is Gladiators done for. Second place for them and Fireflux.
However, this defeat only fueled the fire within the Gaming Gladiators. They turned the following Miramar match into an all-out brawl, dominating their way to a triumphant chicken dinner.
Behind the crate. Really aware of the threat he's under right now. The last player to fall, and the Gladiators take it home.
For Esports, the Turkish champions did not want to be left behind and announced their intentions with a Sanhok showdown that left spectators in awe. Their fearless gunners eliminated opponents left and right, amassing a mind-blowing 16 elimination chicken dinner. However, it was the veteran squad of Gaming Gladiators who once again fought their way back to the top in the following match. But it was the final match of the day where we would see the 3rd contender rise to the challenge. Nexus Gaming, showcasing an unprecedented amount of control on Miramar, orchestrated a masterpiece, executing an impressive 18 elimination chicken dinner, setting a brand new record for the highest number of eliminations in a single match.
And what a roll over these hillsides this roster has had. You said you wanted to see it from Nexus. We said we wanted more placements. And now against Fireflux, they find the final blow and the chicken dinner.
Day 2 dawned, and the atmosphere crackled with tension and anticipation. It was Sly Europe who set the stage ablaze, securing back-to-back chicken dinners in an awe-inspiring display of skill and determination.
With the drop down, 2 players are there, goes out wide and Reflect falls first, but Pieces traded off. Sun HP now last standing to jump on out, but it's Sly Europe in the end.
Ozrox 2 impressed with 2 wins of their own, with SBG and ARR claiming 1 win each. But the rankings witnessed only subtle changes, teasing the possibility of explosive shifts in the days to come. On day 3, Nexus, fueled by their previous successes, took the first game by storm. they strategically maneuvered through the rough terrain, capitalizing on the chaos unleashed by other teams. Ascending to the top of the table, Nexus sent a very clear message: the fight for supremacy had only just begun. But Fireflux refused to be overshadowed. Rallying their forces and executing a masterclass on Miramar, with tenacious gameplay and a 10-elimination chicken dinner, the point table trembled as a series of shuffles commenced.
And Solke needs to get to cover. Lux has been taken down, and it's 2v2 now. Solke close. Can he win out the challenge with the UMP? His teammate tacks a bullet, but it's traded back and forth, and Fireflux just about.
As the day drew to a close, Fireflux refused to relinquish their hard-earned momentum. Fueled by their determination, they blazed through the competition, bagging another 20 points in a draw-dropping display of skill and strategy.
Yeah, it's just going to go down to the blue zone. Now, just the one player. And with that, it's all but done. However, Octavian in a 1v2, don't always bet against him. Maybe just looking for the flush instead. We'll be able to find that, but that's easy pickings for Fireflux.
Sitting on top with a crucial lead of 22 points, Solis and his teammates knew they had to hold their ground and continue their onslaught of eliminations. However, a passive approach overtook them, prioritizing placements over aggressive leaps. Ozorox, despite being plagued by their inconsistency, managed to secure their third chicken dinner of the series. Yet, it was not quite enough to secure them a spot in the top 8. Mad Bulls unleashed their beastly form, emerging victorious twice on this fateful day.
With the front bumper of the buggy, not going to be punished for it, hops out with the DBS, nearly gets a trade, but Arwin falls to his teammates, and the Mad Bulls...
Next, Ria and Excuse Me also triumphed, each claiming a well-deserved chicken dinner. As things came to a halt, these three teams defied the odds and made their way into the top 8. Their turnaround performances during the final leg of the championship were nothing short of remarkable. However, the top 3 teams stood firm amidst a tumultuous last day performance. With this win, Fireflux have consistently shown how lethal they can be on a shorter format tournament like the Championships. 3 podium finishes in the past 3 seasons, including 2 wins, has earned them a legendary status in the European region. The win also grants them entry into the PUBG Mobile World Invitational, where the team will get to face off against the best squads from other regions.
90 kilos. And that is a quick little recap of what all went down in the EU regionals, as you heard Maxman giving his lovely voiceover. I think that it might have been the first time I've ever heard him do a voiceover, and probably the last time.
Yeah, it was as if he was recording it in a train or something. He was very calm, very relaxed, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that Fireflux was lethal, and I think that right now Maxman is lethal on the microphone.
I think so.
Yeah.
We were hearing him in the TDM. Oh, spitting rhymes.
Legend
Fire.
of commentary.
A lyrical
right there.
wordsmith.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, so moving into, obviously, the matches at hand here today, we're going to start to talk about some of these teams, because we're not quite sure exactly when we'll be hopping into our first match. And at some point, the longer we have to do this, there's going to be some bets made, where eyebrows might be waxed, heads might be shaved.
Okay.
Maxes, right?
Yeah.
Maxes.
No, we're not you guys. No, we're all just using Max.
We've got like betting tickets on Max's probability of keeping any of his hair.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
He had a haircut just a few days
Even when
ago,
you're not on
actually.
the desk, Max, you're still going to get...
You know, that chest.
He was just knocked over.
That
like,
needs waxing.
Hey, can we do that?
No.
This is why you guys aren't allowed on the desk together. I've realized this now.
What do you mean?
Stop. All right.
Stop
No,
it.
stop
Okay, so
it.
let's start talking about some
Stop it,
teams,
Max.
right? I want to talk about 2 teams who have had probably the best increase in performance from the respective PMPLs into the regionals. We got Gangsters, who were previously known as Crash Gaming. They were in 6th place in their PMPL, moved up to 2nd in the regionals. And then you have Nexus Gaming, which we touched on already, go from 6th to 2nd as well. But talk just a little bit about Gangsters first, as we go into the MEA region a little bit more, Blink.
You know what, Gangsters, they look pretty decent. As we said before, you know, Dadine being in the pickup for the coach is really, really important. Again, for MEA, I think it's very essential they start getting in that outside of region help, right? Because they really do need it. I think as a closed unit, this region just isn't learning too much from other players. And I think Dadine, with all the experience he has behind him, is going to perform extremely well. I think overall, though, Gangsters could have a good performance in this tournament, but I'm not expecting miracles out of them.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult considering the kind of level that they're going up against, especially when it comes to the EU teams as a whole. I have seen, when I was watching their game, sometimes there were moments where they weren't going into late game with as much utility as you may want, and then it kind of leads to a slow demise in some of these situations, like on Erangel, for example, where you're having some of these very important dips. We saw kind of even finishes near chopsticks where you just don't have enough smokes to be able to make those transitions out. So I'm hoping that, you know, under the learning tree, we've been able to
100%.
kind of keep some of that into some of those late game scenarios and keep them going.
But, right, I do think it's very important to understand that, you brought this up, and I think it's a great point about the utility, and I think a lot of teams do overlook how its importance. But I think it's way easier to teach a team to go for that loot in the early game than it is to get a team to start be a bit more aggressive on their rotations. Too many teams are a bit scared to go for those rotations in the early game and leave looting areas earlier on. So I think for Gangsters that might loop back into how well they do here. But again, it's a bit scary for them.
It's especially prominent in a region that's maybe playing a little bit more defensive because you're not getting as many eliminations, which means you're not able to get as many boxes off of the people you've eliminated, and then you're not able to constantly expend utility to pick up utility, to expend utility to pick up utility, and have those checkpoints along the way to eventually getting yourself to a decent late game scenario. So sometimes I think they fall to that in that regard, but that could be fixed. I don't know what they've done between then and now coming into what would be an important tournament for them.
Yeah, and that's why I find it hard to ever really analyze teams, because you can know what they do in their respective regions. But what they do when they get to international events like this, playing against other regions who have different styles they're not used to, it's kind of, you don't know what's going to happen in this one. And one team I wanted to talk about in particular that when I was last working on EU, which was, I think, fall season, and the prior season before that, there's a certain player from next Riyadh, Frozen, that was like this golden child. He came in at 16 years of age. He was just old enough to start to compete. We saw him have an MVP on his breakout season in his PMPL. And then when we got to the regionals, when we got to the next stages of the events, he couldn't keep up. And I wonder, has he been able to finally adapt and finally grow as a player to be that carry like we got to see Kitsune do in the past, like we got to see Koryo do in the past? I haven't seen it out of him just yet, and I want to see that old Frozen.
Still doing well overall, Mad Bulls, 100%. Sorry.
Different Frozen.
Different Frozen, it's fine. Still doing well on next route, yeah? I do remember him playing as well, and honestly, he was very, very good. Unfortunately, I think there's just been loads of players coming up through the woodworks right now, and the overall caliber of players in general is just much higher. I think Frozen had come in at a time where we still had quite a mediocre lot of players over on that side, and Europe has just strengthened since then, in my opinion. So I do think that he is performing well on the team, and maybe you could have that stand-up, but is it here yet? I don't really know.
So you're saying Europe got stronger, which I completely agree with. I mean, looking at the teams that got us here, we have 3 Turkish teams. And we have 5 EU. So to me, that's kind of surprising, considering back when I was obviously doing the European region, it was about Turkey being one of the strongest regions, if not the strongest. But then again, having a lot of these G Gladiators come in, Mad Bulls come in as well, having these Eastern European teams, it definitely has made the region a lot stronger where certain other teams can't compete.
Yeah, they revitalized the region a little bit. I did think before that actually occurred, our region was stagnating a little. I'm going to be real in terms of actual performance.
They gave us 2 teams.
They're pretty good, all right? And that actually leveled things up quite considerably. If you look at Mad Bulls, for example, that on paper is a great roster. Actually really good ever since, of course, there was the divide of Major Pride guys and then Mad Bulls guys. Yes, exactly. So, but on paper, they're great. But they've not been able to string it together to get to them like a proper podium finish that we would say is very, very confident, right? So I think that that is another team that I do have some question marks around, Mad Bulls, because I do think that technically speaking, they could actually challenge for the championship here if they've gone away, worked on some of those things that kind of were speed bumps in the Europe region, and see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely a strong team, but obviously MEA has a lot of strong teams to offer as well. Now, obviously, we got to do a little quick recap of what happened in the EU regionals, but it's time to get a quick recap of what happened over in MEA. So we'll be back in just a few.
Are you ready to relive the epic moments of the exhilarating PMPL Middle East and Africa Championship 2023? Then buckle up for a breathtaking recap. The top performers separated themselves from the very start. Team Arab Golden Galaxy, the African contender, made it very clear what they have come to accomplish from the very start, triumphing over GK Esports in back-to-back end circles. Coops, the one-man army of Nigma Galaxy, took his team to the finish line in the following Erangel. The only thing between him and the entire Brute Force army was just a rock. And while he did the best a player could do in that situation, Brute Force had already seized the game. The 4th match of the day led to a squad showdown on Sandhawk with the zone in their favor. Crash Gaming Esports crushed the party of Ruch Esports for a seamless win.
Crash looking pretty tough, but that is the hit though. Come on, hey buddy, gets it. That is winner, chicken dinner.
However, GK Esports was too determined to let the day slip away, even after such a consistent start. But this did not bring much difference to the table, as Crash Gaming and Arab Golden Esports led the rest as the points table after day 1 emerged. Day 2 went down in a different manner than anyone would have predicted. Underdogs stepped up to display their mettle against the very best. Vision Esports took home 2 wins, along with Quest and Riyadh, who each secured 1 victory each. It was not until match number 11 till we saw a favorite take the stage. It was none other than MEA Galaxy, who exacted a perfect revenge on a brute force who found themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Groups freak. Everyone's getting ready to find that next opportunity, that next angle, and that is going to be Ado getting run down, and with that, the blue zone lends a helping hand.
Nigma's old rival, R8, stole the limelight in the last match of the day as they washed Ruh Esports' squad with some outstandingly precise nading. Although the day saw huge shakeups on the table, Crash Gaming, Arab Golden Galaxy, and GK Esports were successful to weather the storm and cling on to their respective spots on the table. Crash Gaming kicked off day 3 with a bang, determined to build an intimidating lead, descending like a wild tempest upon the last surviving squad. They secured a whopping 10 eliminations and started the day on a high note.
Now it is time to take it. Only 2 more players stand in their way.
Oh man, this is an absolutely insane push coming through from the side here of Crash Gaming. Absolutely just demolishing.
Although high elimination games were scarce, Brute Force mesmerized us all with a jaw-dropping 15 elimination chicken dinner in the following match. The teams at the top didn't seem too concerned about 1 win going to Vista Gaming and the World of Battle. However, tensions began to fill the air as MEA Galaxy joined the race, claiming a dominating win, while top contenders like GK Esports fell in the final circle. GK, however, showed incredible resilience.
Regions will be going into the first map here. Who will be able to take the first chicken dinner for their region? MEA and EU. Riding on the north side of Sandhawk, my name's John Allen. With me is the wonderful, the exquisite, the delightful, the ever-French Maxman.
I feel like with the irony we just saw on desk earlier, I don't know how to feel about this, but...
I was serious.
Oh, you've been serious? Oh, thank you very much, John. Having a great time being here for some Sandhawk action, and of course we're going to have potentially, we saw in the scrims, in also MEA Championship and European Championship, a few hot drops that could be happening here. Mainly one I'm looking at is going to be Brute Force versus Nexus Gaming in Cal in the Northern Edge, which did happen earlier. In the scrim, Brute Force did win it. Well, I'm really wondering if that's going to be happening once more right here.
Just taking a scan over the map, it looks like that might be the only hot drop we have. MEA Galaxy on the south side have got GQ to worry about. Oh yes, you just pointed out to me, Max, the Painan hot drop as well.
Yeah, RTG versus Regnum Karya, not going to lie. After the TDM, you know, that we saw between them, could be going Regnum Karya's way. They've gotten themselves a nice win at the start over there. But yeah, Painan fight is going to be interesting. And the circle, northeast, no Gladiator circle, John. We're not going to see it. I'm
Very
glad.
sad. Well, actually, yeah, you're right. It isn't actually sad. It's quite gladdening for you. Gladiators will have to rotate off that northwest island. Hard northeast shift. Nexus surrounded in Cal by Brute Force, seemingly, but the couple of vectors on board, it looks like Octavian has got something on the back there. Regnum Karya not willing to go for an immediate engage on RTG over the river. Boot camp, Scott, excuse me, close by, but GK going to hold the majority of it.
If you really want to drop boot camp, I think this is the best way to do it here, John, is just have players in the warehouses north, and that should be the best approach. You don't have to take that fight anymore, so I feel like this is the smartest approach. So here's some teams, mainly players of Brute Force, a little bit underlooted for some of them, especially the 2 players north of the wall, lacking in especially helmet and armor, you can see, so they're not going to have the vest or the helmet. So one bullet's going to do a significant amount of damage. So Brute Force, maybe if they could, I'd say avoid taking the fight, but from their position, it seems like they want to keep an absolute hold down onto Nexus.
Ooh.
And just like in the scrims, maybe get a 4-player swipe.
Tixie's going aggressive onto Demuerte's position. Demuerte split 4 ways at the moment on the north near Hatin as well. One player was further south, and it looks like it was a knock and a flush as well for Gladiators. That's big news for their rotation if they want to go over the north side.
Yeah, he punched him to death, literally. He got himself that first elimination, good for Gladiators, but Demuerte are kind of... That is a massive split, I think it's fair to say. They have players in Hatin, players towards where Gladiators like to drop. Then you have Kose, which is just actually northeast of that bridge location. And you have even another player that's just north of Excuse Me, which is initially in boot camp. So I'm really hoping we're not going to see this split happen too often because I think it's a bit overkill for this squad. As back to Nexus though, things a little bit slow, but you can see that now the hold actually has tightened so much for Brute Force. They got even closer, and now Nexus Gaming really can't escape. They have to take this fight head on, because I don't think Brute Force are going to allow them to leave for free.
The question is, how long does this fight have, right? Because you're going to have teams like Demuerte moving in, most likely along this north side. You're going to lose that presence in Lumberyard to the south. Moving down towards Tapmock is going to be a lot harder the longer this fight rages on. But with Exo Machina going down first, it could go a little bit better for Brute Force, but there's that lack of armor coming back to bite it. Like you said, Max, the Vector down the wall line for Kapahala, keeping his teammates safe for the time being.
Oh! With the Uzi at that range. Okay, good execution from AYDO. And trying to go a little bit further here. Octavian with the M16, not the best weapon to get the hot drop here, unfortunately, John. But Dorian going to be completely singled out and taken down. Brute Force to get themselves the squad wipe and the res on their teammate, just like in the scrims. It keeps on happening. Nexus might want to give it up.
I mean, the Dark Horse, as Blank put it, looking blacked out right now. It's not going to be the easiest of starts for Nexus running into this tournament, but Brute Force will be chuffed to bits. The Gladiators, they've regrouped meanwhile on the northwestern side. Tixie actually still an outpost towards Trifecta. Fireflux, they have taken up residence in Paradise Resort. Excuse Me, who were encircling boot camp earlier, have moved into the foothills here.
Yeah, decent positions to actually hold in the middle of this phase 1 circle here, John. I'm looking east of Painan. Now looking at this compound here, surrounded by roads, really strong, a little above elevation. I would see teams like maybe Vision Esports, Falcons, Nextria maybe can transpeed into that position. So definitely a lot of free spots to aim for. And especially we know that typically on Sanhok, the eastern coast is relatively free. Not many teams drop over there, so there's definitely a lot of decent entry points for some of these squads. As Nextria also got themselves a little bit of a hilltop under control. They spot Falcons, but I don't expect that to result in an all-out war happening between the two squads.
Not just yet. The circle is big enough for the both of them currently. Time will change that, however. And we'll have to fight for every inch of land in the time to come. RTG still playing down south by Quarry. A lot of teams yet to leave their original drop spots. Gladiators still over by Camp Alpha. Mad Bulls in Ruins. Enigma Galaxy in Sami. And GQ over in Camp Charlie.
Yeah, I think at this point, Enigma Galaxy and Sami is like tradition. That even though the hill strat is just not possible anymore.
You've got to do it.
Just got to do it. Okay, Ralph, I swear to God, if I see Ralph with like 25 first aids, I'm going to lose it. Ralph, stop it. Okay, it's 2023.
Stop it, Ralph.
Stop it, Ralph. You don't need it. Oh my God. Oh, no.
Mad Bulls have finally mounted up. They're going to go for a rotation. Normally, they either go for the bridge south of Painan and take a compound there as a launch point. But with the circle as far as it is, they might just have to go a little bit further than that. You can see they are currently breaking down south of Painan and heading for that compound. And the Gladiators are looking across as well from that northwest island finally.
Though, I'm looking at GK in particular here. They are not moving towards the circle, which you would normally expect. I think they might be predicting a move from Gladiators in Trifecta. So they're going for Bootcamp Hill in the south, maybe trying to, take a very minimal risk here, just waiting there. If Gladiators come, maybe get an elimination or two, just wound the team, and then start moving into the circle later on. But it seemed like Gladiators were aware of that position being under control of GK, so they're going to go towards Hatin position, use that bridge, get into circle. As of right now, only a few teams are currently not in the safe area, like Enigma Galaxy, Gangsters, and also Mad Bulls that are slowly but surely making their way down south towards Lakawi to get in the circle, but going to get some shots taken at them by the Gangsters.
Gangsters didn't move far north far enough north, I should say, to cut off that Mad Bull's rotation, which, if they'd have done their research, they should have known that was going there. Maybe they just didn't want to take that fight. But, as you say, over in Lakawi, Mad Bulls now have that spot. The circles shrink, not really too dramatic here, Max. It's not really going to have that much of a crunch impact. The teams on the south side will have to move up, sure, but a lot of these teams are going to be happy.
I want to see Falcons go for that central compound surrounded by roads right to the east of Lutz. Currently, that position is free, no one is there. De Muerte are somewhat close, but they're on the other side of the road, so it shouldn't be really an issue to get that entry point in the compound. So I would recommend Falcons to go there. Though one thing, John, I think we've witnessed from Falcons in PMWI in particular, is sometimes they get a bit too much in their own head, I feel like. They see a really good opportunity, but they just second-guess themselves and at the end don't go for what could be a game-winning play, which is a little bit unfortunate, though. Regnum Karya going to be losing one of their players instantly to the hands of then Dock and Machine, actually.
Yeah, next, Ruya finding Tron. It's an unfortunate. Next, Ruya pushing in from that south side. Next, they had Regnum Karya were playing a little bit further west and playing probably a little bit too split there, really, for next Ruya to be able to have taken them down. Losing Tron, not ideal as teams start to crunch in. That compound on the junction that you were talking about, Max, is starting to get surrounded, but with no residents.
It's going to get hard to actually get access to it because it's going to be protected by, what, like 4 teams right now? Which is going to be that making that entry point so much tougher for some of the squads. GQ Corker going to be spotted out by Acer. Few shots taken, but nothing of value secured. And Fireflux, I'm actually really liking what Fireflux are doing here. They're just kind of spreading out their position, getting information south of Paradise Resort over to the eastern side too, with Lutz in particular. And if the circle goes their way, they can just regroup in Paradise. And because the terrain around Paradise Resort is just so rough, they have a natural line of defense set up for them. So that could be a really good position to play for them in the later stage if the circle goes their way. Though, Enigma Galaxy actually going far south looking for Gangsters. There's a fight happening out in the blue. Gangsters versus Enigma Galaxy. Okay.
Is that all of Enigma Galaxy going?
I think so. I can't see any of them in the circle. Otherwise, Ralph is an absolute madman.
Maybe they're going for a boat. Maybe they're not going for a fight, and because they have gone towards the coast side, so it could be that they're trying to rotate over towards Mong Nai, even?
Could possibly be. I'm not sure what's happening here because Gangsters are just remaining towards docks and not willing to move at all. This is, once again, these circles do a lot more damage than what we initially had in 2022. Strats like this do not work anymore in this current season, so not sure what the game plan is, but we'll see, because now, the thing is, John, even if they rotate now, you don't have really a lot of compounds remaining in circles, so it might still be too late, even if they start moving at this very moment into the safe zone.
Nobody expects the stage 4 boat. That's
Inquisition.
That's what happens sometimes, I guess. I mean, maybe, but you're over-investing a lot into that. You need a lot of meds to be able to sustain that, and then your resources are very, very dry. You need to catch a team by surprise if you want to pull off a play like that, because otherwise you just don't have the resources at your disposal.
Exactly, though Regnum Karya and Next Ria are going to be playing this road trifecta, which are renowned on Sanhok for being really, really strong if you're able to zone teams away and just stop them from breaching. So far, it's going to be like a symbiotic relationship between those two teams, working together, shutting teams down as they try and approach their position. And if they are staying in this circle later on, they might have to fight one another. But as of right now, they're friends. They're having a good old time in that trifecta compound. As Nigma then, I mean, not quite the botation, but close enough. It is on the coast, so they do make it in, John. And the circle actually is great for them. They could go right into Camp Bravo and call it home.
Do they want to go into Camp Bravo? Likely it's already picked through, and it's pretty difficult to get out towards those hills when you can just maintain that line on the east, though. I mean, you have got that ridge side that you've just pointed out to me, Max.
Yeah, could be a decent entry point. Actually, north of Camp Bravo, you have also 2 compounds which currently are free. The thing is, Enigma Galaxy just arrived, so scouting is something they haven't been able to do this match. So they have very little information, but seems like indeed they're going to go into Camp Bravo. It's just a safe option. It's a big position. Even if a team was in that compound, it's just, you can at least get inside of it and avoid third parties, which is a decent option. Though the circle, as we did see then, a little bit further southeast, which means that now Paradise Resort is going to be taken out of the equation. Lutz has been scouting this eastern edge the entire time, so I feel like Fireflux could have actually a decent transition into that compound we mentioned earlier in the game.
Have to find that opening for them to leave Paradise Resort. Nox are starting to go back and forth. RGG have taken some damage. You can see Rio there forwards and down. Very, very isolated. And Caliga trying to make these crosses, but Tulika has other ideas. Mad Bulls want to make sure that this one does not get away from them. Evo Station also with the off angle for Team GQ. We're going to put more punishment downrange towards RTG as Tulika sprays the ground around their feet. The crawl, is it going to bleed out? It's super low, and it goes.
This is massive. Flicker, that angle is so good. Just nice little ridgeline to play from. And because of these buildings in particular, the warehouses are so open, one off angle could ruin your entire position. So Flicker, if he does not get knocked, this could be the position to give them this fight and get so many eliminations on RTG. The thing is here, John, the blue zone's coming in, so he can't hold that position for the long term. He's got maybe a minute tops, and then he needs to start to reposition, regroup, and start thinking of what the next move is going to be.
GQ going to have to hold off against GK. At the moment, no knocks going either way. In the meantime as well, before this fight has started, Gangsters have moved up that east coast on vehicles there, so they are playing on that east side. They have left the south. Evo Station opens up towards GK for a good knock to start against Marth.
Actually, GK not having Hope playing, which was a core starting player on the team back in Arabia and, of course, also in the championship. And Hope not having the best season in spring 2023, so potentially Marth is going to bring that little bit of breath of fresh air that the team needed, because otherwise the whole squad is looking strong, but I feel like Hope was definitely not bringing the heat, so that roster swap could be massive as we're waiting for the circle to come up once again. And Falcons actually, staying in their position from the start of the game, John, has worked out great because they're currently center. This next circle could go right their direction, and if it does, they could be in a game-winning position.
Well, you heard it here first. GK hopeless is what Max said. I heard him say it. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Literally.
Definitely. That's a correct characterization of what he said. Corker is down, though, on the defense for GQ. It looked like the starts of the trade were going their way, but Satan and Marth both having picked up an elimination. Evo Station getting zoned away. That Molotov not quite going to catch him here, but GQ starting to get melted in the face of GK from atop the hill. Circle popped up towards the north. A lot of roads in this one, Max, man, and only one major compound on that west side with the wall surrounding.
The one we talked about on phase 1, pretty much, is still available, and Fireflux have yet to go there, which I'm generally surprised that has not been overtaken at this point. GK looking for the push. Toff is though going to have himself the DBS to Kachonk in play. Gets one right onto Marth, gets instantly taken down.
Up close into the wall, though, there is still that threat through the window, and you can see that damage start to pouring through. Satan picks up the slack. In he goes. The vault is good. The knock is there, and no teammates means that is one dead GQ. A nice flush found from GK, but they're right on the south side. They're going to have to move quick.
It is proven. You don't need hope. You just need guns. And that's going to cut it here. But Mad Bulls were able to try and regroup. Their Flaker's angle, unfortunately, was not as successful as we really wanted because, as we said, that blue zone was indeed coming in, so that time factor was not going their way. But now they got himself nice little ridge, nice little slope.
Marth just went down. He got fully flushed.
Oh, wait, what? Oh.
The blue zone, I guess.
Yikers. Okay.
Bad news.
Yeah. The south is going to be defended by Falcons too, so you're going to have to fight your way into the circle right now. There's not, unless you go for the compound, but it's still free. Regnum Carrier, Next Furia, Fireflux, De Muerte, no one's going for it right now. I think if you go for it, a third party might be unfolding, as the blue zone is going to be engulfing the entirety of RTG.
The Mad Bulls with the Caltrops behind them. Unfortunately, not going to be able to burst the tires just now. Caliga not finding the knock. Groza in turn is spotted. And the Mad Bulls hold the line. Frozen dips back behind the headland, stays safe as Caliga continues to pressure them. But they are withstanding this test on the southeast side. A nade over the top keeps them even safer as Zerich nails the first. But hang on a minute, he's been knocked. Is that blue zone or is that from over the way? Maybe it's, that's going to come through from the blue zone. Regnum Kaya in the meantime have Next Ruya to deal with.
I feel bad for RTG. That blue zone is doing way too much damage. You really need to get into the circle right here, right now. Mad Bull's crashing right onto excuse me, but unfortunately it's just not meant to be here, John. Completely wrecked. And losing all of their players, except for Talika, that's on the other side of the road, might be able to just snake his way and get a few extra placement points, but that win is pretty much out of the question for Mad Bulls, as waiting for another shift. And it might just end on the roads, and it does indeed, right north on the roads. Brute Force currently the only team with Vision Esport that have a position they can actually play and defend.
The Gladiators had a little bit of a scuffle over on the north side. They've managed to pick up 2 eliminations, but they have lost, I believe, Tixie on that northern edge. They do have a pretty solid position. No teams can really go for that full wrap around. Nigma Galaxy have obstacles in their way. That's probably the team that's closest to being able to do that. And Brute Force not going to leave their compound.
Yeah, I understand though, for Nigma Galaxy, Gangsters, not really Tulika, he's not really part of the equation here, but Falcons also, you want to breach onto Excuse Me potentially, but the first team to breach it, you're going to get third-partied. If Nigma Galaxy send it onto Excuse Me, Falcons are going to get engaged. If it goes the other way around, Nigma Galaxy will third-party, so it's kind of complicated, and Excuse Me are kind of getting the better deal in the south. There's a bit of cheering going on, of course, because Falcons still on, trying to initiate potentially their push. Vision. Oh, some fight is breaking out on the east.
Team fire from Gladiators, but Gangsters have moved north. They do swing around, maybe trying to push into the compound, but there are more threats from these hills than they were maybe initially banking on, but either way, they'll pick up the points if they can find them. 2 knocks over towards the Gladiators. They're going very low, but Gangsters do go down, and Vision not quite going to have the angles to get the flush, but Gladiators lose 1 more player. So now just Meku and Kitsune remain for them, and the Mad Bulls eliminated in the meantime.
It really sucks that Vision lost 2 players, unfortunately. In a position like that, you'd expect them to be able to retain 4 players, but Nigma Galaxy going for the wide swipe over to the east, while keeping Coops behind, potentially looking for that strong off angle. Could work out that Hogige versus Falcons. Falcons going to be losing 1, but Satan unfortunately falls down instantly right after. It will be a 1-on-1 trade so far.
But that flush over to the Falcons as well will hit them pretty hard. Last player standing now, Teak. Wants to move forwards, close to Excuse Me's position. And with the blue zone at the back, you're just going to have to go across this open field. Nigma Galaxy losing players in the meantime as well. Lord now seemingly the last standing for Nigma Galaxy. They try to swing out. I think they've still got Coops, actually, across the way as the circle shifts south.
Excuse Me's compound is still in the circle, John, again. The odds of that happening are actually really slim, but they're able to just have a little bit of extra position in circle here. They can take some nice shots towards the teams that are going to have to leave their position. Vision Esport can't really hold their compound anymore. Brute Force going to have to start thinking of crossing the roads. Fireflux going to have to leave their own compound going downhill. Are going to be prone to taking shots from a lot of teams. They're going to be looking their way as Vision Esport spotted out as they leave the compound, eliminated. 7 teams still on board as De Muerte, unfortunately, going to be encountering Fireflux, and they're going to be losing that fight pretty much instantly.
Nigma Galaxy trying to go for that eastern swipe, leaving just Coops, MVP of MEA, a brutal and aggressive player in his own right. But as a solo, can he convert into some more points for the roster? At the moment, they have 5 eliminations. Getting up towards top 5, top 4 even, would be great news. And they're pretty close by. Could just try and fend off Brute Force, Gladiators and De Muerte to the north.
If it was any player, I'd be like, no, this one solo play of Nigma Galaxy is not going to do much. But it is Coops. No, not only MVP of MEA, but also Arabia. After his pickup away from the North American region. A Fireflux in the compound that we mentioned multiple times this match, starting to initiate their departure. Looking to gain terrain, and really right now, because all the teams, they waited it out, John, so well. All the teams are busy on the outer skirts of the circle. They can start gaining more space in the circle itself, getting multiple angles. And really, I think this might be a completely uncontested Fireflux win.
Coops just survived an engagement with the remaining duo of Gladiators across the way on a sliver of HP, and Brute Force were able to chime in with a vehicle explosion towards them as well. Fireflux now start to open the cannons. They've been marching from Paradise Resort, slowly pushing pressure in from the west side, and now they have to spread over the hills for the next circle. Max, it's looking good for Fireflux, the Turkish team, to take home this first one. They have the advantage.
Clearly do. I mean, the angles they have are absolutely deadly. One thing that could work out, though, for the side of Excuse Me is if they have smokes, which they haven't used any this game, I believe. Okay, maybe they don't have any because they're just trying to run it through the roads, and that's 3 instantly shut down.
It's really difficult to leave this position. Coops also has to move forwards. That airdrop is crucial for him as well. It allows him to step just that little bit closer to the road and maybe save a smoke or 2.
Very strong with that third-person perspective. The smokes of Brute Force are going to be coming out. And unfortunately, not able to go far enough. Coops spotted out, and that's it. Havlikainer will be the one to put the nail in the coffin for this squad. Nigma Galaxy out, Geek also secured, and Fireflux up to 5, and they're going to rack up even more limbs here, John.
They're just trying to close this one out, and it's looking good for now. Fireflux, the champions from the EU region, looking to put their name on the map, set down the standard for the regional clash here in Riyadh. Max, Fireflux take it down with a 19-point chicken dinner.
Another day in the office for Fireflux here. Just an easy game transition from the western side, and teams that really, if you go for that compound, we mentioned minute 1, John, you could have an easy transition into that late game position, spread out in the late game in a similar fashion to Fireflux, and you win it, but no one did it. So Fireflux like, well, it's free. We'll just take it. free chicken dinner for them and good execution, but we know that Fireflux, when they reach those late game moments and they have 4 players alive, it is pretty much uncontested that it is going to be their win.
That's something that we have seen from Fireflux over in PMWI, was that sometimes they were just going for these weird rotations and not really getting the positions that they needed. We just saw the exact opposite, as you've just highlighted. Really, really solid stuff coming through, and Turkey will be happy to see that one go through. Sure, the PMGC champions aren't here, but they've definitely got their representatives out to play.
Yeah, S2G who? Fireflux is my team. I'm looking out from Turkey, I'll tell you that much. I mean, they have been packing heat in these events outside of Turkey, and it's so far working out great in the regional clash.
Fantastic stuff to kick things off for match number 1. We've got plenty more to come. We're going to head back over to the desk.
Well, it came down to MEA versus EU at the end, with Brute Force up against Fireflux, but Fireflux proving to be the stronger team, at least in this situation, as things do end up on Sandhawk going Fireflux's way. And Blank, I got to bring it right to you off the bat, man. You talked about, oh my God, I just forgot his name. Help me out.
Catch?
Catch, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to say Clutch. That's kind of what he was, I guess. He slept during PMWI and he's awake now.
He's awake now. The alarm clock has rung, and you know he snoozed it a couple of times over the past week, but now he's fully up and at him because he is such a good player. And you know, me and Claris are actually discussing this, and you know he was extremely good. Even a few years ago, he was looking at one of the most promising players from the region. And realistically, you said it was between MEA as well as Europe. It really wasn't at the end. It was just the
Technically it was.
Technically it was, but Brute Force kind of just came out from their dwelling, and Fireflux just absolutely obliterated them, Claris.
Yeah, Ketch, I'm going to be surprised. I'm going to say it right now. I'll be surprised if he's not the MVP of this tournament at the end. Looking at how he's able to put himself at the forefront, and I said it during the EU Championships as well, I think Fireflux right now, yeah, S2G might be the PMGC champions, but I think Fireflux right now is by far the best team in Turkey in terms of what they're able to show performance-wise and kind of how they gel together. So it doesn't surprise me that they're able to win this out. On that west side, they abide by the golden rule of Sandhawk, which is never be the first one to start an engagement in the most part when you're on the edge, especially when it's 3 teams competing. You want to allow other teams to fight, and then you clean up the scraps. And that's exactly what they did on that west side, and it worked well.
So let me throw a curveball your way really quickly then. If Ketch can do that here, why couldn't he do it at PMWI that well?
He did it in the last day.
Yeah, but last day, that's not going to win you an event.
He has to warm up.
Has to warm up. That's right. You know, he's got to get those reps
What
in.
I'm getting at, right, is you can do this against teams of like this kind of caliber or these regions, but when you're playing against these big dogs from other regions, the best teams from other regions, you want to see that same performance.
I think you've explained it quite well there, is that versus worse teams, he does quite well, and versus better teams, he struggles.
That's some hard-hitting stuff. Thank you, Jason.
That's the kind of analysis that I do here
nice try, Jason.
PMRC. Let's take a look at the match rankings, get an idea of how many points the teams got here in this last match. As Fireflux closed things out at 19. But Brute Force, they had a decent start, right? They took down Nexus right off the bat.
Yeah, that did sadden us, honestly, because I thought Nexus was going to do quite well.
So for both teams, that it's kind of
warm
their
up.
first LAN foray.
Reps in.
I don't think it will sit Nexus in good stead in terms of kind of any LAN jitters that may exist for them if it does so. But again, it's Sandhawk. It's just one battleground per day, so it's not exactly the most hugely impactful thing. But I do question, to a degree, Nexus kind of going back to where that battle ensued, because we already saw it in the scrims, and Brute Force did win it out there as well. So there are some decent trash drops that you can go for on Sandhawk that doesn't mess around too much with your rotation paths. So I'm hoping Nexus kind of moves back from that in the upcoming Sandhawks through the days.
Yeah, there's even a position underneath Paradise Resort. There's a trash loot spot, where you go for the big split of 4, but that can actually hold 2 teams on either side of that road. So there's definitely a possibility for other places on the map where you don't really have to interact with any other teams, and you're still in a decent position at the center, which is perfect for Sandhawk.
Well, it works well as well, because we were watching this game unfold, and as kind of I predicted, it was slow. These teams were finding center spots and playing it slow. It's only really the teams that are coming from the extremities, like your Gladiators, who are very good at playing edge play on Sandhawk anyway, that are trying to go for those edge plays. So, yeah, very, very steady start here, Jason, to the tournament.
Actually, I did want to touch on Gladiators really quickly, because we did see the rotation through the North Bridge, right? They went up towards the northeast side. And then they did their typical Gladiators kind of spread, though it seemed like a 1-1-1-1 spread, but eventually became like a 2-2. But then they obviously got caught. I think it was Coops from Enigma Galaxy that actually caught them on the rotate back out. But I'm just curious, what was your thoughts about the way they transitioned and then obviously the send in towards the center at the very end?
I think it was really standard, honestly, right? And I think
I think they were as surprised as we were. There really wasn't any competition on that side of the map. They had such a free run-in for quite some time, and I think in the majority of the regions they've played, the majority of the tournaments they've played recently, it's always a case of getting through those paddy fields and finding a team waiting for you on that edge. So for Gladiators, it's really easy, and to tie this into another point, I think the EU teams were just a little bit confused slightly at times, because even Mad Bulls had the freest of rotations that is usually massively cut off. So they get so far in the circle, like, well, you know, what do we do next? We're never usually this far into the circle at this point.
I think they rotated very far wide.
Yeah.
Did Gladiators. I think the 2-2 split that they had, trying to get information, I don't think that they were able to garner enough information to be able to make a further campaign into this game. But again, Sandhawk, there's only one of them per day.
Well, let's take a look actually at Fireflux a little bit more here in their player stats, because you mentioned Ketch. I think he had 4 limbs at one point. I wanted to actually see how many he had for himself. Well, we can see 2,100 damage coming through and 9 eliminations. Obviously, a big step up, and hopefully we can see the player stats, because I want to see how many limbs did he have compared to the rest of his team.
I think the 7 assists as well is quite interesting overall, because they were really quite a big influence on that western side of the map. They held over towards that rocky outcrop just outside Paris Resort, and we were talking about that as well, saying, you know, it's a great position to get an outlook, get some information going. And you know, I completely agree with you, Kale, because they did take it nice and slow, which is really what they wanted to see at the end of the day. And I think 2,100 damage here, yes, it's Sandhawk numbers, but it's still a decent amount to just take you through to that endgame. Very efficient.
It's bigger than Sandhawk numbers, to be honest. And actually, it shows how much impact that they did have on the rest of the lobby, aside from those eliminations. As you say, with those assists coming through here, the campaign stage from this west side, as we zoom into the fight that was going down.
I want to see it. It was so nice. We want to see it twice. That's all that happened there. But obviously, Fireflux off to a strong start. But a couple other teams, you know, obviously had a strong start as well. Brute Force is another one we wanted to go into if we wanted to get into that. But I feel like the general consensus we had is because the zone shifted south away from them, from the compound they had, it just became nearly impossible to get out of that position.
Very difficult, very difficult. They got 2 more limbs off the back of having to make those transitions, so good for them, and they obviously did get a second place, which is great. But honestly, as you say, if that circle shifts north, they probably win the game. That compound that they have, I've spoken about, like, their MEA is very proficient at holding down these compounds, and Sandhawk could be the place where they get a leg up doing that. But yeah, you don't get your north shift. Sorry, boys.
No, they played it correctly, right?
As you should.
It's just a coin flip at that point in time, because the tree line and the rocks only keep you alive for so long, but you are just essentially wandering into the sightlines of Fireflux at that point. So it is super interesting to see. I think I would have been curious if we did see that northern shift and how Fireflux would have dealt with that situation, considering they're playing it quite slow, but they were fairly rapid and they still had vehicles to mess around with at that point.
So we are seeing the Brute Force player stats here in this last match. So actually pretty even across the board here between the 3 players. Neos, you know, sometimes you get 0, sometimes you get 2. It just kind of happens to work out that way, unfortunately. But obviously 4 of those did come from Nexus off the bat. But as we said, zone shifts away. It's just kind of what's going to happen for you.
I mean, the fight that kind of started all this versus Nexus was very clean, to be perfectly honest with you. They were able to take it very, very efficiently and then make those transitions go on. I think that ultimately, the one thing that I was scared about was the potential of running into Gladiators on the rotation. But, you know, after they'd taken that fight, they were a little bit slow to start things off, but then quite proactive towards the later stages on trying to find the right compound for them. So they were able to scout out their location. That this isn't a property market thing.
Location.
Wow. I think it's something Blank said, because you described it perfectly. I think you were both saying, like, wow, we're surprised to see so many teams still left alive and no fighting. And Blank, you said something like, no, just let me take my place, no fight. I can't do how he does it. If you can grace us with that.
I can't grace through that right now. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to record it next time.
You can record it next time. But yeah, just no one wants to get in any engagements. Everyone wants to sit inside their buildings, you know, and just, it was polite. It was polite, right?
Do you imagine that's a Sandhawk only, or do you imagine that's just because it's the first match of the tournament and you don't want to be off to a 0-point start?
I genuinely think that it's such a change of pace from a lot of the tournaments we see, Kale and Jason, that I think this is going to continue unless things change for MEA and they realize, you know what, we need to be a little bit more proactive, because that's the main thing that I was worried about. There's not much taking shots outside the compounds, just letting people through. It's weird. It's very weird.
It could be a little bit for day one, right? It could stay like this. I think we were almost by the 17 or 18 minute mark and there was 7 eliminations, 4 of which was a hot drop. So when you've lost effectively, I'm not going to count the first 4 that happened because they could have dropped somewhere else and still lived, and maybe let's say one person extra loses. So by that point, when you've only lost 3 extra eliminations, yeah, it was a very kind of hands-off game for a lot of teams. They just wanted to kind of feel out the lobby a little bit, get more information about how those teams are moving around them. Are you my hand sign interpreter? What's going on here?
I am, yeah. I'm helping you out,
Thanks,
man.
great.
I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So
good. I mean, one thing it makes me think of, as we did discuss before the match has started, was that MEA just plays a lot more defensive.
Yeah.
But I feel like, obviously, with the zone changes and the way the point system has changed since year and a half ago, if you look at PMWI, like Vampire had more eliminations than like our second place team had in points total. And I think we're seeing the power of eliminations, and maybe that's where MEA needs to make that adjustment, is like elims are insanely powerful, but obviously if you don't have that confidence to play aggressive, you don't have that confidence to have a clean sweep in these fights, like we did see Brute Force up against Nexus, then that's a lot of points you're potentially missing out on in the future.
Sandhawk's not a great metric to take on though, right? If you think about how these fights actually unfold, Sandhawk becomes a portion of like, we're gonna have third party and fourth party fights going down, and then those eliminations get spread very evenly, and then everybody's numbers are naturally down. Erangel and Miramar will tell us how MEA is coming into this tournament and if they're able to go out there and get big chicken dinners. If you go back to the MEA Championship, the highest elim win was 15 elims. Then it was kind of 13, 12, and a lot of 9 elim wins, which is kind of low compared to what we're used to in Europe, right?
Yeah, really, really low. 100%, dude. And I think that you build up these teams.
Thank you for calling me dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, dude. But yeah, they have to slowly build these teams up, because I think in a lot of our regions at the moment, we're starting to see teams incorporating more fraggers into those roles. We're getting much more better backstops that can play that fragger role too. I think you can't fall into the same problem that Stalwart has, which is adding too many fraggers to your team, and you really can't play as efficiently you might like. But you also can't fall into the situation that MEA currently has, which is no strong fraggers. You bring in Coops, and that's a good start. That is a good start.
That was my next talking point, actually. I
got you.
You got me. You're the host now?
No, not at all.
You're gonna pull a max out.
No, but we had Enigma Galaxy import Coops onto the roster, right? And we already talked about how he likes to play aggressive, but in the region, everyone likes to play defensive. We did get to see him have a couple of great plays, which actually brings us into our next point of seeing their player stats here in this last match to see where all the elims did live for the team. What's so funny, Blink?
I'm just wanting to see this.
There you go.
That's all I wanted to see. I already knew it was coming as well.
I mean, so even when I'm watching the map alone, not even just watching...
Coup supremacy!
Yeah, where's Max? No, he's not bothered. So almost 1,000 damage, right? On a Sandhawk, that's kind of actually unheard of for a team that's not really gone out there and got a huge amount done. 7 limbs is great across the team, but looking at the map alone, some of the ways in which Coops is positioning himself, let's take Camp Bravo, for example.
Yeah.
He was positioning himself along transition paths near Camp Bravo. The other guys, they're kind of in the middle of Camp Bravo, holding things down on some of those higher buildings. I understand it, but Coops was looking for opportunities.
You know what
stands out?
It makes me think of, and completely shoot me down if I'm wrong here. I can handle it. He seems like Matic from Gladiators, but doing his job well.
Ooh.
That's mean. That's really mean, yeah.
I mean, you think about it, right? Because what you're referencing is he
not
was by
wrong.
himself. He was by himself, and his other 3 teammates went extremely far away from him. He was using the blue and those transitional points you're mentioning, and he can pull off eliminations like that.
I'm going to say one game's too early to be able to determine that,
that's
Jason.
fair. That's fair, you know. But am I wrong?
Don't look to Blank for reassurance.
That's where I always look for reassurance. Please. I already have my disagreements with you on desk. He just agrees with everyone.
Okay, I will say that definitely, I'll agree with Kale. It's too early to tell. I'll agree with you that, he was doing that role
such a
very
pleaser.
Well. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to hit him with my shoe again.
Do it. I'll take off my shoe.
I'll take off my shoe.
We'll make a Blake sandwich.
Whoa, what?
He tries to make everybody happy and makes no one happy in the process.
It pisses me off, Blink.
I will take off both my shoes.
Please don't.
That was aggressive.
Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, so honestly, I think Sandhawk...
But what about a third time?
Are we watching it again?
Yes. We are. We are. It's so nice we had to see it 3 times. I just couldn't think of a way to rhyme it.
Who do you think wins the fight?
It's so nice we had to see it thrice. I can't believe you missed that one.
See, this is why you're a wordsmith. This is why you're a commentator, not just a desk host.
But I will say that I want to never see this again because it's depressing me. And one thing I never want to see again is the De Muerte wide split. That was terrible.
Oh, yeah. They lost one very early.
Yeah.
And of course, actually, Now that I think about it, we could have even had just 2 elims by the 18-minute mark.
Yes.
If Dumuerte stays together, if Nexus drops somewhere else, there is the huge potential that it's probably one of the least aggressive Sandhawks of all time.
It probably...
The split's crazy.
You know, it probably opened that much space for Brute as well in that early game, with Dumuerte being really massively underpowered at that point, also getting rid of the Nexus from Cow. Brute had so much more space to play with.
It does eliminate one other team from moving north. If you're having that kind of split, generally your transition would be a north-facing one. So they had a lot of room to work with. You're right. Good point, Blank.
Yeah.
This is the first time for everything.
That's the blank notes in action. Wow.
Dumuerte
dead?
Yeah.
Question mark?
It says Dumuerte wide split. Very bad.
Catch sleep well?
I just internalized my notes, but I should be doing this.
You really should.
I'm missing a trick.
those.
Look, it came back to me at the end and it was perfect.
Okay, well, I want to see Glider's player stats, because this is a team I'm going to harsh on a lot, and I feel like it's a team we should harsh on a lot. Obviously, we talked about the rotations, but I want to see their damage done. Like, I want to see how many eliminations they got, because this team, on paper, should be one of the top teams, if not the top team in this event. There's a couple of other ones out there that obviously do have a good chance against them, but I want to see them maybe even use this as like a training ground for like, okay, let's stop doing the 3-1 splits. Let's start playing a little bit closer together, or start coming closer together, as we heard Max talk about a lot during PMWI. Because this team, I feel like if they don't improve, like, I'm never gonna have hopes for them to ever win a PMGC or win a big international event.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when I first started skateboarding, I was trying to do a kickflip instead of starting off with the ollie. I was just making things way too.
You never go with the kickflip first.
You never go with the kick.
That's literally skateboarding 101.
It's skateboarding 101. So I think they're just overcomplicating things for themselves a little bit, Jason, at this point in time. I don't know if you'd agree with this, Kale, because I think that there is a lot of simple solutions for Gladiators that they can go. Don't look at me that way.
Kickflip. It's so dreamy.
He is very dreamy. But at the end of the day, like, I think they could go for something more simple, like taking compounds rather than going for these 2-2 splits that sometimes feel a little bit unnecessary. Matic on the edge side, that feels unnecessary at points too. And we have seen them perform very well. And this is really strange because we hardly ever see Kitsune being the highest damage dealer.
That's not fair, though. I feel like at PMWI in the main tournament, like towards the later stages of it, he actually was starting to be their top damage dealer, their top fragger.
But this is exactly my point, right? Is that Kitsune used to be the guy that would be the brains, he'd be the IGL, he'd be calling for them a lot of times, and now he's starting to be playing an off angle, a fragger, an IGL.
I disagree again.
Once.
Because back on Cloud9, when he played with Beowulf, he was the co-in-game leader, and that actually was more of his role. He was the guy to put up the numbers, to put up the eliminations. So maybe this is Kitsune going back to maybe his roots.
I've got blank notes.
They look very sharp.
I also have death notes.
That's why I don't give you pens here, Blank, at this event.
True. Yeah, exactly. I only have pencils. I'm not allowed a pen yet.
All right, do you want the words of logic or about this? Or?
Please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay.
I tried to give it, then he went on a right.
You tried. It was weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so they
I don't like you two on the desk.
It's fun.
Bring back Max and 7. If they don't bully me on the desk, I bully them.
So they drop Northwest on the island, right?
Okay.
Generally, the only time they're going to play a central style is on that Northwest island. Every other time they're playing on edge, and that obviously is not great for a Sandhawk situation. In PMWI, we had quite a few Northwest islands, and because of that, they were able to convert quite a lot of numbers. But
that was at the All-Star stage. And they lost every time they had that.
Well, they didn't. Well, they got podium finishes, which is important. You don't have to always win your Sandhawks if you're also doing well on the other battlegrounds.
Jason,
you're not wrong,
man. Like
you're
when you get a
I'm never
central
wrong.
spot at the start, there's a lot of eyes on you at that point in time.
So 7, Max, can you guys get back in here? We're actually going to just change things up mid-event. I don't like the hate coming this way. I'm used to being the one dealing the hate. I'm not the one that hit you with a shoot.
You're provocative, and it's great.
You know who's also provocative? The sweet stylings of Maxman and John Allen. We're going to be hopping into our second match of the day, and it's going to be over on Erangel.
And then I said, Jason, that's a silly point. Oh, hi, guys. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the first Erangel of the day. It's good to see it. Obviously, we just had the Sandhawk. A little bit slow, a little bit trepidatious for a lot of these teams, but in the end, Fireflux were able to just cinch that one shut.
Yeah, got himself the win. Of course, really nice securing on the first Sandhawk and the only Sandhawk of the day. But the TLDR of that desk segment was pretty much Blank, you're wrong, and Kalaris being very dreamy. It's just...
Whoa, no. Jason was wrong. That was what I got from that.
I don't want to say. I'm going back to the desk on the last day.
That's true.
I don't want no trouble.
I'm there tomorrow, so
oh,
we'll see
you
how
better
that
be
goes.
careful, yeah.
Also, Blank's made some mess on the desk. You were complaining about that to me. He's made a tiny little speck. It was bothering me.
All over my desk. Get it off. Clean it.
Well, it's going to have to get a little bit cleaner for a lot of these teams, specifically for Nexus. This is a team that at the start, as we saw repeatedly, went down in a little bit of a scrap with Brute Force, who did end up placing second in that match, but not ideal for a team that we were expecting a lot from this tournament.
At least Nexus didn't die for nothing, you know? It got a team to second place. Well, for them, they died for nothing.
Well.
But it allowed the other
I
team to do it, yeah. But the playing path, though, is going to be pretty decent for some of these teams, though. Some positions a little bit far out of reach. Areas like Novo, Northern George Pole might be a little bit tough, but looking at Gladiators, has been mentioned a few times on desk, and Kitsune having a good start to the day. Are they going to go for Northern George and potentially share it with a team up there? I mean, initially they were back in the championships, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case here. And they're going to go for Primorsk because Vampire, not here, not PMWI, so free.
Well spotted. Yes,
thank you.
That is true. They are not here, and I get they just read into the lack of teams that are dropping here. I mean, fantastic stuff. Ferry Pier normally on that split, so good news for them. The far-flung Fireflux over in Kameshki on their split around Stalba on the northeast side as well, diametrically opposed from their main rivals, I would say, in this tournament. We have come into this one thinking that Gladiators are the favorite to win the whole thing, and they were highlighting before their rotations, keep them solid in the overall standing. They were able to get 6 points for their troubles in the last match, maybe looking for a little bit more. Mad Bull's scuffle over on the east side of Rozhok. We haven't really spoken about too many hot drops here, Max, but it looks like this might be the only one that's super close right now.
Yeah, they're sharing it over with GK here, Mad Bulls. Satan is a little bit further away in Garden, actually, to the east. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful if he wants to potentially regroup. I would personally recommend it. Or GK, just don't take the fight, because right now they only got access to a few buildings of Rozhok, John, which means their loot is going to be severely lower than what Mad Bulls might actually have. So I would recommend not going for it. So, I mean, he knows where Tolika is. He took a few shots. Oh, he's not going to go for the nade. That would have been sick, actually, but
that's my favorite. My favorite skin for the DBS. That one with the boxing glove.
I didn't see it.
I mean, we've seen it plenty of times, but it's the green one.
Oh, the green one.
Boxing glove. Yeah.
Oh, the Revo skin. Yeah. Every time Revo was playing, he's just looking at the skin, and you just knew it was him.
It's much more insulting when you get eliminated by that weapon.
Yeah. So we're seeing Zerich actually going for the angle south of Rozhok. He really wants to pin down the entirety of GK and cut off their escape route, which I would say is a very smart play right now if he's doing that. So Zerich currently trying to lock them down so they can't escape from this position of doom.
Ooh. Can't make their way over to Yasnaya, which is notably empty right now, Max.
Which is weird.
No one's over in Yasnaya right now. Given the plane path as well, it went right over there. Did someone drop there and leave early? I don't think so.
No. I mean, the thing is, right, this is the first Erangel. We're going to have 3 in a row, and that's one thing that I really enjoy about this map rotation is that teams might be looking back after this, and teams like maybe even Gladiators will be thinking, well, we went to Primorsk, which is pretty far away. What if we just go for Yasnaya Polyana, because it currently is free and it can typically house 2 teams, maybe 3 if you're really pushing it, but I don't think that's going to happen in the PMRC. But as of right now, it's slowed down.
To be fair, though, for Gladiators, you know, it would be a new rotation set for them. I mean, if they're much more used to Ferry Pier, Primorsk isn't that big of an adjustment to make. North George, you can move, you know, South George, you can go Zaki, you can go for maybe even Hospital as far as that, but those rotational paths can kind of come back into the warehouse. Playing from Yasnaya, it's a completely different setup.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, because Gladiators also, I mean, we saw it during PMWI, they can drop Severny, so they know how to rotate towards there. Northern George / Hospital split, they've done it a few times, especially on the last 2 days of PMWI. And then, as you said, Ferry Pier, so it's smart for them to actually go into Primorsk is actually a decent rotation path for them. They're currently in the circle, I mean, centered up towards Potato Hill / the western side of Farm, so there's some decent compounds, which actually GQ are getting there early, but Marth, again for GK, being a player that's going down once more, and Mad Bull's trying to get himself even more limbs, because once again, Zerich's angle here was so good to just lock them down that GK had no choice but to have to initiate that fight.
It's your favorite weapon as well, Max.
Oh, yeah.
The PPB zone.
I thought you meant DBS. But
oh,
the PPB zone, the Gitoon, that's going to be my favorite moment.
There's 2 of them. There's 2 of them in play. Fleek, though, pulls out that DBS because, I mean, you're playing close angles against multiple players. The DBS, absolutely the weapon you want in your hands.
but...
Before it gets nerfed, that is.
Double PP Bison.
I hadn't thought of that.
In Rozok.
The more this goes on, the more French you get, and that terrifies me, Max. Satan, dropping the flashbang on the inside. The stun grenade is there.
He's on the right.
on the outside.
He's in the smoke.
He's given them the slip here. They're going to be complete. Oh, no. They spotted him. He's
the
dead.
sneaky play didn't work out. Goodbye, Fleeker.
That's unfortunate. Satan drags him back down to their level. 2 players now for the Mad Bulls down, with Frozen already out of the mix. Satan into the buggy, but sprayed down by Serich, who doesn't quite get the knock. Now they can move up and into position. 1 player already flushed on GK's side. They'll want to try and put the pedal down here to accelerate this fight, to get rid of the Mad Bulls and not lose too many more.
Yeah, it seems like the resources are going to be dwindling slowly on Mad Bull's side too. Seems like they're not going to have those resources. Going to be everlasting in this game. Tulika, nice little angle though. Doesn't seem like he has the meds. So 2 bullets and he's pretty much done and dusted. Though actually, I do like what GK did here, John, because once they saw that Zerish was on the off angle, they just forced their way as a 4-man team on like the players that are singled out, like 2-man teams or just solos, that allow them to just overwhelm them with numbers and get himself that position. But as you point out here, John, brute force sneaking their way in here into Rozok. Zakaria is going to get himself the angle, and seeing, is this a third-party opportunity? It might just be.
Zerich on the inside, holding down for 1, but there is a trade-off for GK. Now the threat mainly comes from brute force on their rotation from the north side.
Stop moving!
You can't get away from that one, Zerich. Satan chefs himself up 1 Mad Bull. That is going to be the res opportunity as well. 3 players alive. They have got the sightlines under control. They will be able to res and get healed, but brute force have control over the north side of this circle.
Oh, this is horrendous for GK and Mad Bulls. The setup, they got so good angles too. Prepod gets the knock onto Satan. He had a great angle. Losing that is going to be massive. Now they have to go for the res, so you know they can close that gap even more, while AOD is going to be checking the angles on the windows. They get close enough to throw those nades in. GK down to only Ragnar.
2 players down, and Ragnar on the inside. Is there anything he can't do with this also shotgun? We've seen it from him before, but the nade displaces him. The shots are good through, and the DP serves him up for dinner. GK finally eliminated. The Mad Bull's still going, by the way.
Yeah, he's running away. Tulika, just don't go back, please. He's going back, actually, was he? No, please don't. I would recommend to not do that, as Octavian's going to be spotted around prison, a position that we don't see too many fights happen recently, but okay, it's going to be Nexus Gaming taking a fight to Vision Esports.
So close to getting that knock. There it is. Needs to retrain the scope on that one, but we'll be able to find it nonetheless. The off angle not going to be active for Vision. They do not have the position they needed. Octavian repositioned away from the buggy there. They can't drop down. Not just yet. We'll need to move forwards. Next circle just about to pop, and Vision looked like they want to disengage.
I would say that would be the best course of action for them, just try and leave it. I mean, Nexus have been having a tough time in their first game, eliminated by the side of brute force. Northeastern shift here, so a lot of open areas are going to be available here, down south of Yasnaya Polyana Fields. And I'm loving where Fireflux are going here. They're going to go for that 1 compound south of the fields, which is going to be so strong to defend if it does keep centering in that way. A few little replays coming out, and Satan really wanted to just put the disrespect on that knock.
Yeah, there's the flush. You love to see it. The pan in action. One of the highlights of every PUBG Mobile game, I'm sure. Vision still scrapping it back and forth on your screens with Exo Machina already down, but it is going to be traded. Exo Machina very isolated from the rest of the roster, but they are making that dash for them. Volt and Lath, 2 players active for Vision. Lath spotted on the cross. They can't get forwards for the flush, and Exo Machina, though, is going to be seen by Volt and will be charged for his forward position.
Yeah, not the great position. Octavian being able to get access to this rock is actually massive. A lot of extra information can just peek out, but he's out of ammo. 29 bullets, that's all he has, and unfortunately no crates nearby, so you can't loot up. So maybe want to call this one a day, and seem like Vision have no interest to continue this fight any further.
They spotted that disengage, then they can grab that box from Exo Machina. Teams are starting to rotate on through Eastern Bridge, being crossed now by the gangsters. You can see on the southwest side, Gladiators have gotten past the south edge of De Muerte's hold, and they're all pushing in on that southwest edge, Max.
Oh, Capahala secured away. Falcons want a piece of that one. They do get it. Fireflux, though, send it straight center. I'm loving it, John. Nice little 2-on-1 split. A lot of control currently in the center of the circle, and with the cars they currently have under their control, they can easily regroup if the need comes up later on in the match. And Octavian coming up, he's trying to get the res. I mean, they've been having a tough time on the start of this game. Unfortunately, taking a fight in prison, not the best position. The terrain can be a bit treacherous from time to time. That's 6. Any 14 in hand, just taking a few shots, and that's Kapahala out already. They're down to just a duo, John Nexus. What's going on?
You've heard of first Prison Hills fight. But what about second Prison Hills fight here from Falcons, re-engaging on the third party? Heads-up play to push out, cover their flank, and get a potentially strong position on the eastern side of this circle. A lot of open ground around this area with the prison position under control. It is a major route of threat that you can isolate.
Gladiators, I thought they were going to take a fight with Demuerte early on to the western side, but it didn't quite happen. They're getting right into a wall, and that wall is called Next Rhea here. Himself multiple angles, not really ready to defend this spot. But Gladiators now just, as they reach Next Rhea, start splitting. They're all over the place. Kitsune South pulling actually a Matic special, which is a bit surprising. They need to regroup because they're being sandwiched between Demuerte and Next Rhea. The Gladiators need to be careful. They could lose a player for free if they're not careful of their next few moves.
Do have a little bit of space to play with. The circle does move out to the southwest side. This is great news for GK's position. GQ's position, sorry.
Yeah, instant regroup too.
Yeah, that's smart. That's heads up. We've seen a lot of overextensions on splits, Max, over the last couple of days.
It's definitely been happening quite a bit, but here you cannot afford to overstay your welcome when you're split. Otherwise, teams are going to be punishing those players relatively quickly. Demuerte also split away, Aces and Elementrix. Elementrix in particular, really far away from the rest of his squad. Don't want to be caught out. Nice spray down. Into the buggy he goes. And the knock comes through. Gladiators maybe securing their first elimination. No way that res is coming out.
Smoke needs to go in fast, but with Meku on the high ground, this angle is devastating. Matic has been knocked in response, but Demuerte do not have a foothold to push forwards here. There is no way they are making the point on this. Meku can just, sorry, Matic definitely resable. Aces folded in the face of them.
Losing Elementrix too. That's definitely the player I would say for Demuerte. You don't want to lose such an incredible, gifted player back in the European region. Also, back in the Championship of Europe. So here they're just going to buckle up, get himself in their compound, and potentially reduce the amount of movements they're going to do this game, John, to a bare minimum, though. Yekta peeking on the roof, and that Gitoon was not the play.
Meku shuts the door on that one, says no thank you. We don't want any of that messing. Tapok, though, might be able to have an impact here. No one to set up a team fire with just yet. Waits for him to hop in the buggy, but Meku turns it down the hill. Maybe into the fire lines of Next Ruya. Not safe by any stretch, but alive for the time being.
Seeing Gangsters actually north in Yasnai Fields currently, like very slow on the rotate like we saw in Sanhok. It kind of did hurt them, but this is a decent entry point. Not many teams came in from the north. So I feel like Gangsters could have a decent spot. Tixi, once again, trying to turn up the heat.
They're pushing.
Needs to reposition, try and close the gap because you got the knock. Meku's already over there, so this nade is going to be huge, and here you go. They just crash. Oh, rolls him over.
Oh, Meku knocked in the back and taken pretty low there. Matic just going to go for the rundown. That was the DBS. That was the DBS from Tixi out the window. It wasn't even the vehicle to get the knock. Matic goes down, and these nades are good in response, though. So Gladiator's not out of the woods just yet. Dokkan Machine laying down cover. Zebwolf isolated away from this engagement. Dokkan Machine probably going to want to get away from this, but he's got more nades to play with, and they are just pouring through time and time again. The res is from Gladiators, and there's another one. Tixi goes down. Oh my goodness, the Gladiators, they've got a good start to this. They've got an opening, but they are not getting left alone here. And Tapok's in to the shot onto Matic.
How many nades did Dokkan Machine have? He had an absolutely insane amount.
Okay,
he does get naded away
fair.
eventually. Kitsune does get that opening knock and is down to one. Potentially not going to work out, but he does get the knock actually. Z-Wolf gets it done right behind that rock. Meku trying to wrap it up. Only 3 bullets, swap over. Oh my god, he scared me. Gladiators get themselves their 6th elimination, but way too close for comfort.
Right to the edge, and they're losing players. Meku now the last standing, with Tixi knocked in a very difficult position. These third-party pinches coming through from Excuse Me, from GQ as well. So impactful.
Regnum Kari actually great position on this phase 4 circle, surrounded by pretty much just flat terrain, a few roads north, and they had a 2-2 split super early in the game, John. So they just saw the circle, we're in a great spot, let's regroup, which of course opened up a spot for Nexus, so they got himself a decent compound also in these open terrains. But right now, Regnum Kari are completely uncontested, and you're going to require a huge breach if you want to take that spot away, and that could open up the gates for a third party later on down the line. Actually, I'm looking at this. Tulika from Mad Balls just sneaked his way in, so he could get a few placement points.
Close to Fireflux, though, so not an easy place to hide.
That's true.
Although, actually, saying that, if you're close to Fireflux, nobody else is going to get close to Fireflux. Why on earth would you?
You know what? Sometimes you just got to get close to them and just hide in the bush, and sometimes they're just going to protect you.
It's like one of those little fish that sticks to the underside of sharks, just to stay safe.
I don't know how Talika would feel about being compared to that, but you know what? It is a valid comparison. Though here, Vision going to try and close the gap with Nexus, and it's going to be the end of the road here for Nexus Gaming. Great shot with the DBS. Doran is out, and 3 elimination for Vision, but 2 players. It's going to be a tough late game for them.
Falcon are going to swing on the east side for them with the outpost, not going for that full commit towards Vision. Regnum Karya still just playing in that central area. We're up on the north side with Gangsters and Brute Force. Brute Force placing second in that previous match, Max over on Sanok. Now they want to move a little bit further south. They're playing with 3 into the 4 active of the Gangsters. Not really going for this full engagement. You can see the further south position being operated on right now by Prepod.
The thing is, Brute Force and Gangsters have a really good position to play north. They have a ridge across that road. If they can outlive the other teams north, they could actually have a great amount of info that would be so valuable to play in the late game. As of right now, you might have to take the fight, and currently Gangsters, with their angles, seeming like they're the team currently in the best spot to win it. As Meku, last surviving player of Gladiators, John, and he's just trying to wing it, trying to get in circle, just get somewhere. Sees a shed in the distance, will try and aim for it, but that win is not going to happen.
See, there it is. There's the knock. There's the knock onto... Oh, no, hang on. Oh, it was the finish. It was the finish. Yeah. Okay. I take that back. That was a... Man, this game is so unfortunate for Gladiators. Like, they had such a good spot, and then Doka Machine was just like, but what about 8 nades? Like, how does that feel? And then there was third parties, and they just slowed down. They didn't fully push into the fight. And do you know what? I kind of don't think that they needed to. But Doka Machine was just on point with those nades.
It just sucked because it was also smart from Gladiators. They tried to split to not be prone to nade damage, but as you said, he had like 2 bajillion nades.
And they all hit.
Yeah, exactly. They all hit. They all hit. He got himself the res, instantly knocked again, so he couldn't do much. So Doka Machine definitely doing a good amount of work in that fight.
Did go down to a nade, so you live by the...
True.
I was going to say sword, die by the sword, but
it
was the nade. Yeah. So that metaphor kind of falls flat. Either way, we're going to take a look at this next circle. The western edge starting to heat up a little bit, Max.
Yeah, excuse me, next, and Enigma Galaxy actually going to be trying to take the fight. Don't really have to take it. I would say they could split away from one another, but Regnum Karya's position still in play currently. There's going to be the western buildings that are going to be available, so maybe a team goes for the breach, but excuse me here, getting information that Enigma Galaxy are around, and they're going to go for the engage.
Furia swinging around, trying to create that difference in sightlines, draw that attention through. Enigma Galaxy facing off, excuse me, have been problematic across this whole lobby on the western side. They've been harrying and hampering wherever they can. The inlets find themselves seemingly. Furia goes down, but Freak fell first to the fire. Now trying to crawl back, but very, very low. Unlikely to get this one back. Furia, a lot more resable for excuse me. Black White's on the outside, and it's Beck over the top for the nade to flush Freak and find Lord as well. Coops at the back line, still healthy, a star player. But does he have the star power here around the back line on the tree? He lines up for Beck. Now attention turned over towards Black White around the tree a second time. And Team GQ, hang on a minute, where do they come from? On the south side, they're going to roll in with 2. AZ leaning out the window with the spray downs. Coops trying to stay alive, taking the opponents very, very low, but Ralph is out of the mix. Get him! Instead has to hop out, get down on the deck, because he's getting pretty low himself. And once more, it's just Coops, but unfortunately this time he goes down, and it's the nade from Havlik to do the deed.
I mean, we know it, excuse me, right, John, back in the European Championship, their speciality is utility, nades in particular. You don't want to take a fight like that against them, otherwise you will be on the losing side GQ. Most of the time. But yeah, GQ weren't even invited. They just wanted 3 eliminations, and they got it with the drive-by. Coops couldn't do anything against it, and now they just instantly put their focus back on the position of the circle. They need to get in there, because compound, strong spots are all taken. They need to get what's left. And so far, the southern western edge is where they're going to call home. Fireflux still on the dip on the side of the road. It's good for now, but the moment they start leaving, Fireflux are going to be so predictable. It's going to be tough to hold.
Toffee's dropping out immediately. Okay. The vehicle just goes away. It's like, you're good there, man. I'm off.
We're done.
I'll see you later. I don't like bullets. They suck, man. I hate those guys. Meku finding a shot, actually. Seeming to still have an impact as the lone soldier for Gladiators. Did also manage to find a spot, but unfortunately there goes the nade. And it seems like that's the bane of Gladiators this time around. Fitting for it to be excuse me. There have been problems on that western side for the entire match so far. Stage 5 zone just about to close. Falcons trying to move in on the east.
Excuse me are going to be taking that fight eventually versus Gangsters as the elimination, well, the knock so far is going to be picked up by onto Kalaga by 6. And the circle's going to be moving very soon, so you want to try and wrap this one up as soon as possible. Teak, though, going to be taking this one solo, John. Maybe a bit risky,
you see
but that
these
nade
knocks.
could be huge.
You see these knocks, and you immediately follow up. Teak has to hit the deck, but has got backup now. The rest of the team moving in. Don't need a car. Get that out the way. We're just going to roll over the top of the hill. Lickety split. Take care of business. Road to glory. Take the knee.
That car went flying for a sec. Okay.
Well, they got a new one. It's fine.
It's got, yeah, exactly. Just
to trade it
for free. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's a good trade-off. The Regnum car is positioned still in circle. John, uncontested, no one breached it, and you're getting to the point where cars are going to get damaged. You're going to have less resources to initiate that breach, less utility, less nades, mollies, and smokes to make those transitions. I feel like this might just be a free Regnum Kara game unless Falcons go for the wide rotate east and breach it, maybe opening the floodgates for third parties.
But even then, it's a difficult push to make for Falcons. Like, it's not easy. It's not as simple as just making that choice. We'll see if that hold on the eastern side. You said you wanted to see more from Regnum Kaya this tournament, Max. Hopefully, they're going to have their shot to prove you right this time.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to go for a strong position early on. They went there. And from what we've seen in Turkey, very good at zoning these positions, especially wild. MVP multiple times throughout the phases. Can't stand strong, but GQ in the open. I don't think this is the play they're hoping for. Gets one, gets two, that's it. Fireflux actually the ones to get those knocks. Solus popping off.
The Mini 14, devastating in the hands of Solus. The knock sent back his way by, excuse me, but the damage has already been done to GQ.
Or Thompson, okay. I mean, if you can get the confirmed, that'll be great, but... I mean, we knew that was a death send, right, John? There's no way you're going to make it through that open land in one car. Like, that was just hopeful at best, but not really the play you're hoping for. Fireflux now, as they eliminate GQ, that makes that transition a little bit easier, but the fact that, excuse me, are right behind them, leaving that dip is so damn risky.
For Fireflux, it is really, really tricky, right? This is such an iconic position that Fireflux are in. It's very, very easy to hold off the south and the west, but when you have shots actually coming from Regnum Kai's direction, it's still tricky, but they are holding, and holding effectively.
The thing is, right now, because of the madness unfolding over to the west, Falcons, nice little 2-2 split, slowly but surely closing that gap with Regnum Kari, but now they're nade range. And you know that Regnum Kari have a ton of utility they haven't used yet. What an angle from 6! Opens up the floodgates here, gets the first knock. That Mini 14 absolutely deadly here.
They're looking for more. They want to roll up on this. Loxy down close by. 9 eliminations already this match for Falcons, but they've lost a player, so the momentum a little bit tempered as Axa has to get this heal off first. Teak, the nade was on target, but they'd already repositioned away from the knock spot, and they need to get rid of these vehicles now. Falcons, they only have one choice. It's go for it against Regnum Kaya.
It really sucks they couldn't fully close the gap and get into the compound after that opening knock, but right now, the fact that the cars have been completely destroyed, melted down to nothing. Falcons cannot close that gap anymore. They can't get to those walls. And I feel they're going to be like easy pickings, and the blue zone is going to engulf them very soon. Gangster's going to try and send players into the circle. Jafar, first to fall. 6, also first to fall for the side of Falcons as they try and split extremely, extremely wide. Falcons, I don't feel like the breach is going to work out. There's no way. You have no transition point anymore. As Jafar finally confirmed away by Loxy. 3 limbs, and you know it's going to rack up even further.
There's no way the Teak can step up for this one either. Some of those have to have hit. There we go, finally. Loxy able to get that flush. Teak repositioned fully away from the vehicle. They're not going to take any chances, though. Ordnance sent out to where they knew Teak was before, who's still in the dirt, gives the position away now, and immediately the nades immediately popping through. Tulika's a little bit further away, you can see there on the other side of the compound, but yeah, the nades, they do exactly what they need to.
That's massive for Regnum Kara. They're able to clear all of the eastern edge. That means they can put 400% of their focus onto the circle, onto Mad Balls, Fireflux, excuse me, and Gangsters. But Solus has been deadly. What is going on with this man? 3 eliminations, looking for his 4th.
We're looking at Ketch, but man, don't forget about Solis, John, because he is an insane fragger in his own right.
The fact that, excuse me, haven't had an impact onto Fireflux's position from the ridgeline that they hold is so important for this lobby. Tulika's still alive in the center as well. He's still going for Mad Bulls. They are surviving.
Thank you, Fireflux. You said it. They've been protecting their boy Tulika. He's been having a good time on a bush or somewhere.
Oh yeah, we know you. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine, mate. Just stay there. We'll get you later.
Well, right now they're going to have to move, and they might just complete... Do they even know... Like, does anyone know Tulika is there?
They should do. Fireflux have been there long enough to have seen Tulika arrive, and I think there was a smoke on the shack as well.
I think they might be one of the only teams to really know and have that information, though. Fireflux, here you go. They're getting the cars because they were protected in that dip. They have 4 cars currently available, ready to go for the transition, though. It's going to be, excuse me, taking a fight versus Gangsters. Ooh. Gangsters down to 1. And excuse me, taken away.
Regnum Kai has taken that third-party shot. Excuse me down first. Gangsters on the northwest side have to make a push, but Fireflux are doing so at the same time. Regnum Kaya with an opportunity here to try and curtail both of them. But into the top 4, Fireflux find a second game in a row where they have massive amounts of power.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey showing up strong. You get himself the Fireflux chicken dinner. Tulika, unfortunately not going far enough, but does get himself a little bit of presence shown at the end.
Gangsters finally eliminated. On the north side, 2 teams remain now, and it's Regnum Kaya to test their mettle against Fireflux. A Turkish derby.
Ezel, that's huge. That's a great angle, actually, on that little hilltop. Lutz instantly responds. He knows he cannot stay idle. He needs to try and reposition, get maybe in nade range, or get some smokes thrown the way of Ezel to deny visibility. But right now, that angle, if he can actually play it out fully, would be huge. Solkay knocked down once again. They just cannot get the resist through. They're struggling, but that knock is massive.
The
Regnum Kaya on the back foot.
How do you find these shots for Solus?
Solus.
He has been devastating from the divot, now up to the shack. Fireflux looking for these reses, and they will get them. Solus in the smoke has to reposition and push forwards. They have their backs to the blue, but they're fighting strong. Ooh. The cross is good, and Solkay stays alive. Look for that heal, and nade back over towards Wild. Loxy on the off angle, tries to find it, but there's the flush to bring them down to 3. Regnum Kaya lose 1.
They still have a functioning buggy here, John. They could fully send it, maybe potentially south. I would say of this position, try and avoid. You want to try and drive perpendicular to the shots are going to be taken your way by Regnum Kaya, so you hopefully make it in the circle. And I feel like that's what Lutz is going to try and achieve. Try and gain a little bit of elevation into the buggy on the back seat. Currently a 4v3, while Loxy still bringing support from the building. Loxy in particular is really locking down this game. But if he gets knocked, this could be a Fireflux win.
He also had very limited ammo on that AUG that he was holding. I think it was only 7 bullets behind the magazine he had, and the DBS was the secondary. So might be a little bit dry on the ammo reserves here. Doesn't really have a weapon swap available. So could be very, very tricky. Needs to have impact, but Wild just trying to take the shots over towards Lutz. But he's just drawing that ammo out of their backpacks at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, the shotgun was really just desperate, like a little bit scared from that position. Ketch keeping him on that side of the road. I actually really enjoy it. There's still a portion of that road that is in circle, and that might be something Regnum Kaya aren't quite fully equipped to deal with. As now the smokes dissipate, I don't think they have any more, John. You just have to play it out in the grass and hope to not be spotted by Loxy. That's been the absolute sniper of this game with that AUG, but 3 bullets, Tron. What?
I mean, they are so run dry because they were holding in the compound for so long.
Exactly. I mean, after that fight with Falcons and just shutting down all of the teams on the west, what do you have to play with? Pretty much nothing. Do Fireflux know this? I don't think so, but that is something that is going to come to play at the end.
Similarly, though, Fireflux have been holding in that divot for a long time. I was surprised that they had as many smokes as they did. Ketch spotted very low. He whiffs the shot to the side. That was all 3 of his bullets. He needed to find that knock, but Solkay goes down instead. Another knock for Regnum Kaya as well. Solus falls next. Ketch still active, still low. 2 players are there, but they will not be able to stand up. Regnum Kaya able to convert. Fireflux denied the back-to-back, but Turkey win either way.
I love how the last player of Fireflux was just waiting, hoping to not be spotted out, but they knew they were there, and they do get himself that final elimination. Back-to-back Turkish chicken dinner here to kick off the first regional clash in the West. And, I mean, Turkey, Fireflux in particular, a chicken dinner followed up by a 2nd place and a game that was so tough to play because of the position. Regnum Kaya occupied all of this match is truly incredible. But as we already mentioned, John, the lack of resources after taking so many fights to defend that compound at the end almost did cause the demise of Regnum Kaya, but they were able to put it through right at the end.
They were able just about to close it down, despite Soulless doing his best to find those openings.
With that mini 14.
And find them he did. He was also very low on ammo. I was, as I highlighted a couple of times during that game, surprised that Fireflux remained as untouched as they did in the position that they held. That western side was a battleground all of its own.
That mainly is because of that dip around the roads, right? That position is so good, teams are going to fight over you, so they were able to keep the cars alive and then transition.
Very well played to find that second place, but to top the tables in our first angle of the regional clash, it's Regnum Kaya.
Well, like they said on the caster desk here, Turkey starting off strong here, back-to-back winning matches for EU. The question is, which teams will rise up from MEA to stop them? And well, so far, we haven't seen too many here, as Regnum Kaya do end things off with a dub. But Kalaris.
That's me.
That's you. I feel like you weren't too happy with them winning that game.
Regnum Kaya?
Yes.
I mean, they had the compound, right? And technically, the way in which they pushed out against OP Dip is very, very important. You need to hold off Fireflux where they were. I think that Fireflux missed the opportunity of a lifetime in terms of not pushing forwards when they had the smoke still there, available, good to go. Once those dissipate, I feel like Fireflux has kind of missed their opportunity to try and punish Regnum Kaya, who've just kind of been in that compound for a while. So yeah, Fireflux probably could have won this had they taken some extreme initiative, but yeah, Regnum Kaya comes on top.
And Blank, I mean, one word does come to mind when I think of Fireflux in this last match, and it's Aristotle, and I want you to actually explain why.
I think you've misread me notes here.
Oh no, who was it?
It's
No.
Team Falcons, actually.
I fluffed it.
Yeah, so look, the notes aren't for everyone, but yeah, 100%.
I can't read your scribble, to be fair.
You've got the old fist on the chin here for the Aristotle boys of Team Falcons, because they were thinking about whether to fight Regnum Kaya for a long, long time. Probably too long, I would say. There was a point where, same with OP Dip, you have to move out, you have to do something. And on that side, it was only going to get worse as the blue moved further towards you for your Team Falcons. And, you know, we were talking about you just have to pull the trigger on that crash, right?
Yeah, I mean, they got 9 limbs, right? So
it was still a good game.
It's a good conversion.
Yeah.
It's a good conversion. But you're right. I mean, unless you're actually going to try something against Regnum Kaya there, I mean, we saw 6 moving all the way down to the south with the buggy that they had and really didn't do anything, and it was kind of like a wishy-washy play. Really nothing able to come of it. Just try for the crash. You're probably going to go out soon, considering your edge position that you're in, and just try for it and see if you can dislodge them.
Well, Teak did have a couple of nice shots, though. We did see a couple that actually made us flabbergasted, really confused at how he hit some of them, to be completely fair there. But yeah, Falcons able to put up some good eliminations, but we'll actually take a look at Regnum Kaya's player stats in this last match. I think actually them, or is it Fireflux? I don't remember. We'll look at actually quite a bit here.
Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know what's Aristotle?
Big thinkers.
I'm going to let production go with it. But I think one thing we've seen, though, in this is that Falcons, at the moment, seem to be the MEA team for now.
Yeah, and we were talking about it right at the start, Kel. You know, this is a team that actually has tested themselves against some of the better squads over in PMWI, and that is something I really do respect. I think we had seen, at least in that match, some teams that just didn't want to fight at all. I mean, one team that springs to mind is Gangsters, who have right now a very interesting play style, which is, you know, the loop play style, which is where you just kind of make a big weird diagram with your rotation on the map and then just hope you can find a way in.
I think they're actually trying to draw like a word on the map while they're doing it.
Did they do a G on the first map and then on a Sarangle they've done an A?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're on track for Gangsters.
I'm not going to count how many letters
that would be a pretty G thing to do.
Yeah. Well, let's actually switch the tide here. Let's talk about Fireflux and their player stats, because there's one thing that we're seeing quite a bit here so far in these 2 matches, the Mini.
Yes. Mini 14 meta?
It's pretty good.
Question mark?
Why are you looking at me? It's on your notes.
Mini 14 meta?
It is true. Yeah, it's really interesting because honestly, we saw it over in the PMWI main tournament. Thank you. Hand translator, much required. And I think that it had such massive potential over in that side too. So the fact that it's been used more often here, you know, it seems like Fireflux have taken a leaf out of Vampire's book, which is great to see. Maybe more Tony K's book than anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, some ridiculous shots this game.
But let's focus on kind of the main thing that Fireflux had in this game, which was literally OP Dip. The fact that that is one of the strongest locations on that circle up until the very last circle.
Yeah.
So them able to play that, it doesn't have many vulnerabilities in terms of lines of sight. It's difficult to get to a spot where it's within nade range as well. So Fireflux, great map knowledge. I can hear the thoughts of Sixmo kind of in my head at the moment, kind of telling them from the sidelines here. It's a really good spot to be able to pitch up on and almost guarantee yourself a top 3. So these guys know it. It's great map awareness, and it paid off.
Exactly, man. And I think that this is a problem we have seen Fireflux have before, though, is they're very good at identifying these really good areas of the map, dominating from that position, and then end game they get a little bit scared to make that final movement. And you know, they were like 4 tortilla chips in the dip, but you don't want to leave the tortilla chips in the dip for too long. You want to get out at some point, which is what they did not achieve.
I want more than 4 chips in my dip.
Yeah.
I'm very conservative.
I mean, the chips to dip ratio is just completely messed up here in this now.
Yeah, well, dude, it's nacho cheese dip.
Well, we did see Gladiators up against Next Rua here, I believe, as well as Kitsune got the run over initially. But this fight, it had a good start for Gladiators.
Yeah.
But then I think it was, excuse me, that kind of shot, or was it Demorte from the side that shot them down that actually punished them so heavily?
Yeah, it was kind of like salsa. It was a bit of a disappointing dip compared to the nacho cheese
Dude,
here from Gladiators.
yes, exactly.
I mean, looking at it, it's so well described. Looking at how they took this fight as a whole, I mean, a bit scrappy here and there. And once teams realize that there's going to be teams along this road, because it's guaranteed to happen in a circle like this, you can hear these fights, then go up and clean up the scraps. But I was surprised it was as scrappy as it was for Gladiators. I thought that they were going to win this a bit more handedly, but not to be the case.
Again, Kitsune is really stepping up for the team, and it's a little bit sad to see. I think there is some real powerhouses on this side. Luckily, Meku doesn't fluff the finish here. There's been so many times where Meku's gone for the clutch, not been able to do it. But you're 100% right. On that ridge side, I see it so many times when those fights are scrappy, there's always going to be a third-party team that comes along. And I think it just wasn't as clean as we've seen Gladiators to be able to be in the past. And it's versus Next Rua. I kind of felt like they would win that fight pretty handily.
Okay. Completely agree. We're going to actually move on ahead here, and actually, I think we're getting close to the next match. Now that I noticed, we have about 10 seconds until we head into our next Erangel of the day. We did obviously have some adaptations looking at Gladiators in their drop location. I believe they went Primorsk, where we've seen them in Severny in the past. I can't remember who actually dropped Severny off the top of my head, but I know Seven's back there just yelling at me of who it actually was. Do you remember who it was?
I think it was Brute.
I'm reading some of Blank's notes. He has no clue what's going on. I'm just going to be honest.
What do you mean? This one's a good one. Big Vision in the prison.
Big disrespect. Glad's VPE? What could it mean? Cryptic.
Very cryptic indeed.
Ooh.
I can understand it. It's fine. You know, like
Regnum Karya versus Fireflux player stats here in this last match. We could see the damage really putting down out of Regnum Karya with 1800, but to be fair, Fireflux with 5 less eliminations, able to keep up. Are you the Zodiac Killer?
What? No, I'm pretty sure he's been
Let me
caught.
read his notes, I'll find him.
You'll find the correlation.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Scary stuff.
Let me actually try it. The Gangsters, slow rotate, we've done that. Mad Bull.
It's not a recipe.
Just 2 dashes of bad rotations, 3 little sprinkles of eliminations.
What else have we done?
All right, we're going to head over to our commentators to get it off this desk. We don't want to hear what Blank is baking, as we have John Allen and Max Med to take us underway.
Oh my god, I think Nicolas Cage is going to have to take a look at those notes to try and decipher what's going on there. Oh, but
I just enjoyed Vision in a prison.
Blank is nice. A national treasure, to be sure. That is one thing that's for certain. He's bringing the chips to the party. He's making it happen. He's serving it up fresh and hot. Southside Plain, Max, for our second Erangel of the day. Lipovka down to Primorsk.
A bit more southern than what you would normally expect from these, but that's okay. Teams will be able to adapt on the fly, no problem whatsoever. Our Vision going to go back to prison. I do wonder how that's going to be potentially working out. But yeah, so far nothing really out of the ordinary, but clearly we have witnessed that throughout the start of the day, John, Turkey has brought the heat. All the players has been looking good, and as they mentioned on the desk, right? No, the Mini 14, a weapon that seems to be way more relevant, weirdly, compared to PMWI, which is something that I didn't expect, but we do know that the MEA teams do enjoy their good old Mini 14.
It's also a little hint at maybe things to come as well, Max, because obviously with the DBS nerf being rolled out fairly soon into the next competitive cycle, it's very likely that we're going to see that weapon replaced in a lot of teams' arsenals. The Mini 14, a prime candidate, I believe, in a lot of players' minds. I mean, you've got the SLR in there, the SKS, maybe a little bit less, but yeah, you absolutely are going to be finding a lot of Mini 14s and a lot of DMR play in general, wherever you can. Maybe still taking 1, maybe 2 DBSs into the late game, but even then, likely you'll see more of those DMRs.
That's the thing. We really have to say, despite the fact that DBS is getting a nerf, it is not a nerf that's going to render it useless, right? It's just, it does a little bit less damage at a range, and you also take less damage if you have a vest, and the high level vest you have, or helmet, you'll take less damage. So it's still a one-shot if you're close, so don't get too close to a DBS player. You're still going to get hurt pretty significantly.
Ow.
But it does pack a punch. It does hurt quite a bit, but
A little bit of an adjustment here. Taking a look at the map from GK, they're playing over towards apartments and school as opposed to going straight into Rozhok itself. Circle southeast.
I do enjoy that transition a lot, actually. It's just not worth taking a fight. I mean, that's at least a faster transition from what we saw back in PMWI, fighting D plus Kia, right? They just kept taking a fight, not really willing to make a change. The cool thing about having 3 wrangles in a row, you can quickly make a change, be on your feet, and make an iteration, which they have done. Good for them, as you stated, John. School, apartment, which is a way more valid option. Doesn't change the rotation path. And you're just not dying early, which, good.
Oh.
Good stuff.
That's what I've heard.
Yes.
Maybe I should try and implement that in my games.
I tried, it didn't work out.
No, me neither.
The bots keep getting me. I don't know.
I don't know what's happening. I just don't like hurting the other players, you know. I'm such a nice guy.
He's doing a pacifist run off PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, that's me.
What that look like? Oh, he's putting flowers.
Oh, you're supposed to have 4 wheels on that one. There we go. Sets it down. Excuse me. Going to be moving a little bit further north up towards South George. Come on.
I think I drive better than that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Actually,
either way,
maybe not. Yeah.
Either way, excuse me, going to be heading up to South George, which is interesting as a decision to make, given where the circle is. I mean, you're going to have plenty of time to loot, to be fair, nonetheless. The western side of the circle on that mainland might be a little bit more busy, maybe, shall we say, than it would be otherwise, but yeah, should be okay.
I don't have an issue with that. I mean, you know now as a fact that Gladiators don't go for Northern George. It seems like Primorsk is going to be their drop of preference going into this, especially with the Southern Plain Path. So no teams are going to be between you and Southern George. So yeah, I'm okay with, excuse me, doing this. It's just going to delay their looting phase and phase 1 rotation just a tad. But it shouldn't really hinder them in the long run. Though looking at this circle, we did see it go on the more southern eastern edge of the map. We're not really expecting a Sovnovka finish here, so teams like RTG, Gangsters should be trying to leave that position. But here, Falcons, actually doing relatively good to kick off the tournament compared to PMWI, which I am impressed by. The only team from Africa, actually, from MEA here. And so far, nice split, central position. If they regroup, if the circle's on top of them once again, Falcons could be once more having a strong result 3 games in a row.
Would be good to see. They're not right towards the top on the overalls right now, but they are consistently sort of appearing in these games and making themselves known. Not quite as much as Fireflux, who are sitting pretty clear at the top right now, but still, it's only 2 matches in, right? And they were talking about before how it's too early to say things like, oh, Coops is Matic, but good.
Still can't believe they said that.
Right? It's a little bit out of pocket, I thought. But the second match, Coops was still the last guy standing. He's doing a lot of work, although that wasn't necessarily because of the angle. It's more just his teammates got taken down. You can see the overalls on the right-hand side of your screen right now. 2 Turkish teams sat at the top, with Next Ruya all the way down towards the bottom. So that's the 3rd Turkish entry there. A good start for the region. We claim them as EU, which means that our region's doing best, Max.
We're winning.
That's right.
All that.
Excellent.
We're so good.
We personally are so good.
Exactly, John. We carry the region on our backs.
Oh dear.
Absolute gods of PUBG Mobile. I mean, Mogi is mobile. Okay, whatever.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You had a nightmare there.
Oh. But next we're also going to be trying to be on the move. I mean, so far a circle like this, teams are very slow on the rotate. Teams like De Muerte, Gladiators, Brute Force have yet to initiate their rotations, but I feel like that's fine, especially after that first wrangle, that first feeler game, should I say. Teams are trying to already understand how things are going to go, and it is relatively slow. We see this playstyle in PMWI being so dominant, which is play passive early, start popping off late game. It seems like some teams still want to pop off in the early stage here. It's going to be GQ taking the fight with this Enigma Galaxy. It's actually Lord taking the fight, and Toff is on the roof. Could be in a great overview position.
drops down to that overhang, but Evo goes down to the PPB zone, Max.
The infamous.
That's what you want to see. As a good start for Enigma Galaxy on the roll-up. Evo Station still down and crawling. Toffees with nades on the top floor, spotted. Lord cooking one now in the back pocket, but a reposition from Toffees again keeps him heads up, in through the window. They're forcing the angle. Enigma Galaxy playing this one well. You can see a split not going to plan for Team GQ. They are losing 2 in the middle of their split, and they are cleft in twain.
It was not even that bad from Toffees. He was trying to slow down the fight because he knew his 2 teammates were trying to come in as backup. And if he was able to survive, I'm sure they would have tried to get 2 angles, but AC and Corker were just not quick enough on the swivel. So that's 2 players taken up. GQ going back in another compound in the center. It's unfortunate because I had such a great drop here for this type of circle, John, and I expected them to try and regroup, avoid fights as much as possible, but Enigma Galaxy were already out for blood. So teams already made their move into the center. RTG crossed the bridge. Brignum Karia have left the northern shelter position, and they started to center up. So you got already 4 teams in pretty much key locations of this phase 1, and if the circle keeps heading their way, we already have teams that I feel like could very easily make it to a top 5, if not a podium finish here.
That's a very early call. I like it. I like it. You're being bold today,
Max. You have so
Max.
much water. It should shift north, and you could somewhat read that there's a chance it could end.
Bridge finish.
No.
That's what I want.
I don't want that.
I do. It's okay. I've only said it, and you're so miffed already.
I don't like
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, I don't want it to finish on the bridge. Well, the next circle is going to pop any second now. On the western side, Demuerte very close to the Gladiator's position. The shift goes out quite far east.
I can already hear Kalaris. Oh, give me a mini melter finish. Oh, yeah.
Does he like Mini Melter? Is that his
He
favorite
does.
finish?
He really likes it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm not going to do the laugh because I'm going to completely ruin it. But oh, that's actually decent.
I thought so.
But
I've
it's
been
not.
practicing.
You don't feel the 6 month of work behind it.
There's a lot more acid in his. You know,
kind of like corpse husband, kind, yeah.
No, I was thinking more like
White acid.
brewed in the sewers.
That's where he's born.
That's true. That's where
he comes from.
He is a gremlin, an agent of chaos.
That is Kalaris. That's what he does. That's why my desk is so dirty. They still haven't cleaned it. I can't believe it, Kalaris.
Oh dear,
Get
Corker.
that desk cleaned.
Okay, let's refocus. Corker just went down here on the southeast side. Regnum Kaya, you said they were in a prime position, Max. They are still holding it out with Loxy on a wide split.
They actually instantly regrouped. On the phase pop, they just went from where currently Enigma Galaxy stand, they went to the east of their location because, as we see pretty often from Regnum Kaya, they have splits in the center, and when the circle pops later on down the line, they just regroup in the best POI at that exact moment. So that's the strat that's worked out great in that previous game, clearly in that field finish. And we'll see if it's going to work out once again, because currently Lumberyard is going to be in play. A lot of teams trying to send it up on the hilltops, such as Vision. You're looking at also GK Esports trying to get a piece of that pie. But teams slow on the rotate still, like Gangsters, do make the cross. No gatekeeping, which is great for them. They make it in pretty much for free, but Milta is going to be the next step. And right now you've got Falcons, RTG on the outer skirts, Enigma Galaxy north of farm. So even if you try and dodge it, you might be in danger. So Gangsters, the slow rotates hurt them. And I feel like this is going to be their toughest game yet to make that rotation actually work out.
They talked a lot on the desk about the defensive, more passive play style coming through from the MEA region. And with so many teams already central, that is what we're going to be looking at here, Max. So you're talking about how the Gangsters are behind. There is a brick wall in front of them that they're going to have to try and smash through should they want success here on match number 3. Still early days on the run of this tournament. They spoke how it was a sprint tournament. This is sort of the longest sprint tournament that you can have as a 24-match set. But still, you do need to be getting every single point's worth out of your games.
Because pretty much, at least in the past year, right, in PUBG Mobile Esports, championships or PMRCs used to be 3-day events. And I feel like that extra day is so important for teams to adapt, especially for teams making it in a LAN event, right? I mean, they mentioned it on the desk on the pre-show. The fact that a lot of these teams and players, this is their very first time playing outside of their homes and actually playing with people that they've just met for the first time, such as Nexus, for example. Big hardship though, John, going to the western edge. That road is going to be a nice little split. And then looking at positions like Nextria and GK, those two compounds are golden if the circle still aims their way.
And the Gladiators, they're alive in this, which is good.
You seem surprised.
I mean, they have only managed to find those 6-point games, albeit with some, I would say, unfortunate circumstances. The fight a little bit messy in that last game, but still not entirely unreasonable, I would say. It wasn't off the back of purely poor decision-making. A roll-up for Tulika, though, as he rampages over, excuse me. A follow-up missile from the Mad Bulls backline as Zerich drops down and into the fight, but that is not good news there, as excuse me are just baffled by what just happened.
I want a replay on that. Well, you just became a torpedo. Just send it right into the shelter position, and third party now by Fireflux, which great awareness. This fight, they don't have time to potentially fully heal up, and you can just lock them down in the guts of shelter, and they can't escape. So that would be actually a good play here from Fireflux, but it will be a very long fight. That seems like they're not willing to take, they're not willing to spend that much time taking the fight versus excuse me, because you know that a lot of teams are still trying to get those points of interest. So back on the move they go, entering towards a more central location.
What on earth were Mad Bulls thinking just then? Honestly, pull it together. That was wild. I mean, you're hoping you get like 3 knocks on the entrance, but
I know. They listened to the Teak interview for Falcons, like push, chicken dinner. But unfortunately, push, there's a few extra steps between push, and chicken dinner.
Yeah, no, well, I don't know, man. Because he did just say those things. Like, that's it, by all accounts.
You got to listen to the words of Teak.
It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe if they'd all done it all at once. They were too staggered.
That's true. Actually, not even as a joke. It is legit a thing that they want. They went 1 by 1. So very easy pickups. For excuse me, still like the weirdest breach we've had so far in this PMRC MEA versus EU.
You had a bad time.
I enjoyed it. It wasn't good, but I had fun.
You know what? That's how you really win at PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
Having fun.
I had a good time. It's about the friends we made along the way.
I mean, I say that, but it's a complete lie. It's all about the points.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like points. I can't count them. Next Riyadh. GK still in that central position. Waiting for the circle to pop. Of course, that road is heavily going to come into play. And okay. Just comes up to Lath, and Lath just gets him down instantly. Okay, Kapahala sent right back to the lobby at the start of this match.
Nexus were caught out by Vision by Prison last time around, and it seems like they are
it's a trend.
Going to be changing it up this time around either. I think they had a pretty good fight with Vision over towards Prison. It was fairly even. I think there was a third party involved on that one. But this time around, Nexus lose a player first. Exo Machina trapped behind a tree.
You don't want to fight that. It's too good an angle. Behind that rock, Lyth has got so much information. They do close the gap. He is pretty much split away from the rest of his team. And now they control the rock. The nade in hand. Going to get his own nade. On cheeky throw onto Doran could be huge, but they can't peek too far because
there it is.
Mon and Scythe has great angles to defend him. Lyth is so safe. Now they get an extra knock. They should go on the full-on offensive here, John. They need to get all those limbs.
And back up to the rock as well. Exo Machina crossing open ground, spotted by Safe. To be able to get the suppression is so important for the rest of his team to be able to handle Nexus. Octavian hits the deck on a 1-for-1 trade. And Nexus are coming apart again. Exo Machina now the last to stand in the face of them in elimination.
The thing is, I'm seeing Brute Force further north here of this location, John, and we know they love third parties. It is pretty much their speciality when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports. Are they willing to get involved? Because they're a little bit split. Neos and Prepod are not really in a position to regroup and go for the third party just yet. So I am wondering if that's going to happen. Though, while this fight is happening, Nextria across the road and actually pretty much sharing their position with GK. So they're going to be doing that, once again, symbiotic relationship, helping each other out until the very end of this match.
The fight concludes between Vision and Nexus with 1 casualty sent out to Vision's side. Nexus playing with none as they are out of it. RTG, they lose someone over towards Milter. And they just pop a nade under the vehicle. Bye-bye.
I hope they never fix the car flying to nades.
That's like the opposite of a pneumatic press, that. I don't know what I don't know what that would be, but you just remove the cover. Just get rid of it. I don't know where the vehicle went. We'll see it in the final circle. It will come back down and it will just splat.
The car wins. He gets the chicken dinner.
Oh,
What
dear.
a chat. What a good guy. Though here, more fights going to be, of course, unfolding onto the southern west side. Is going to be Enigma Galaxy, which we're still waiting to see potentially a chicken dinner arise, but... Oh no, the Gangsters having a bit of a rough time. 2 players instantly knocked out, and they have quite a decent amount of angles, but Enigma Galaxy actually need to try and regroup a bit because we're seeing 2 players from Gangsters actually trying to regroup. It could be hard to take it.
They've got all 4 of the players alive, and all of them very, very healthy. Yusuf up and in for these reses. Ralph needs to put more nades down here. The smokes are coming through, fending off the pressure from Falcons as well on the east side to find these reses. Max is exasperated by these events unfolding. The Coops, he's still in action.
I didn't understand why is Lord and Freak not regrouping. They're just staying inside a farm. When they should get involved. They had 2 initial knocks. That would have been massive. They could have potentially ended the fight by now, but it's still working out because you have Coops on your side, which is definitely a strong player to have on your team. But the fight has yet to reach its ending. As Falcons also, again, slowly leaving away from Milta. They're hearing these shots. They're thinking maybe a third party. There's a few buildings they can play across the road. Maybe they want to try and get himself in a decent position for the late game, but this fight between Enigma Galaxy and Gangsters, I truly believe, John, is taking way, way, way too long. And Gangsters is trying to salvage something, but it is just too hard a position to hold on to.
Enigma Galaxy can't really push too far forwards because of the oversight the Falcons have, but that's been handled now with Coops. They can start to move up to this ridgeline. The Falcons no longer as big of a threat, and the shift is brilliant for this southwest side, Max. They are really going... Great guns for the position. All 4 of them alive. 5 eliminations. Enigma Galaxy with a real shot here.
You actually have a decent Harry Potter tower to play onto the more eastern edge of the circle. Regnum Kara going to send Wild to scout it. So the entirety of Regnum Kara could be once again repping Turkey, get himself a decent finish in this match. Fireflux also alive on the northern eastern edge. As, excuse me, going to get breached up. Gladiators want a piece of shelter, but excuse me, are so split all in the inner parts of Shelter itself, so not really ready to take a fight. They're just going to play the long game, I feel like here, John. Not take the fight head on and just try and waste time for Gladiators.
I mean, they're going to have to leave eventually. They're not in the zone. Black, white, spotted, flushed. Gladiators have lost 1 player in the midst of all this, and they are going to have to move further south as well, but where do you go?
I'm not too sure. I mean, the compound north is currently taken, so you have a few buildings, actually, that GK aren't currently looking at, so you could aim for that position. That would be fine. Enigma Galaxy just saw that fight happening. They saw Falcons get involved, trying to third party versus Gangsters. So they started taking control on the western side, which currently, except for next to Riyadh, no one can really take it away from them. So that passive approach from Enigma Galaxy is massive, though. Gangsters here, they didn't have the players. They need to go aggressive. Send it onto Falcons, and Falcons just not ready, not willing to take this engage.
Brute Force lose 1 on the hillside. Volt charges the toll. Lost 1 now, so down to 3 for Brute Force. They'll roll down this hillside trying to get past everybody, but their attention is drawn out their way. Mon gets the shot, gets the flush. Easily done there. 6 eliminations found for Volt. And they will look, sorry, for Brute Force, Vision even. And they'll be looking for a little bit more as well, as Volt on the inside with Prepod looking to push on in now on the ground floor, but holding the staircase with an auto shotgun. It's a devilish prospect. The fast reload on that shotgun as well, bringing all of the rounds back into the magazine, gives you a little bit of an advantage in a closer situation. There's backup here as Mon. Oh dear.
Great nade
Poor
from
timing on the team. On the team nade, and Volt goes very low. The flush is there for Prepod.
Oh, I think Fireflux are going to try and third party this. They're seeing Scythe right above from Vision. Vision's going to fully regroup right now, but Fireflux, it's all you go for this fight potentially, or you breach onto Regnum Karia, because right now they are being pushed away by the blue zone, and they are taking shots towards the compound. They know some fights are unfolding here, but the blue zone's right on top of them. Fireflux need to make a decision right now. The time is not going to be enough for them, unfortunately, to make like a slow rotation. They need to pull the trigger now.
They don't want to go to this position, though. It's not in the zone. They'll have to probably crash onto Regnum. Oh, a beautiful banked nade there for Prepod. With 2 eliminations, will carry the torch for the team moving forwards. For Brute Force, RTG, nade range of Falcons now on the southeast side.
Even more utility thrown their way. RTG, they need to leave this dip. It's just some nade bait. That's one instantly picked up. Kalaga couldn't do anything. Stolen away by Solus with a mini 14 again, John. The weapon of the day for sure.
4 eliminations now for Fireflux, 2 for Solus. Picked up on third-party engagements. Regnum Kaya down the hill, the main target that this team is looking for. The smokes to block out the angle from Falcons. Do they swing wide? Probably not with the circle as it sits.
Oh, that's huge onto Wild there. Can't do anything. It's going to have to go for the first aid, so relieving a bit of pressure away from the Fireflux squad.
Oh,
and actually confirms it. What?
A double knock found by Solus with a nade down the hill. How on earth did he get both of them there? They must have crawled away from each other, but now they can start to roll in. This should be easy pickings against this Regnum Kaya hold. 1 up, 1 down. They need to handle them one at a time. Isolate, conquer, and Tron goes down first. Loxy on the upstairs position with the DBS will be a little bit more of a threat. There is a knock sent back over towards Solus in the meantime, but Loxy not going to be able to get this flush just yet. And the nade into the high ground there. That should seal the deal. Loxy behind the desk.
Nice.
Not going to be able to hide from that one.
Such a good play, especially because they keep Sulky on the high ground, so they have a low angle. They can't peek from those windows anymore, John. Good execution and good timing after they get those 2 opening nade knocks from Solus. Now teams are starting to fall down like flies. RTG is going to be the next one picked up. 7 teams still up and about, trying to secure themselves the 3rd chicken dinner of the day. Gangsters wrapping around, trying to get involved onto Falcons to secure themselves this building. But Solke still has everything in sight.
The ammo,
just gets
though,
all the info.
Ammo, though, not so much. Has to swap out to the UMP to try and get this flush onto Kevin. Will be able to find that. Very low on the ammo. Will need to regroup with his team to try and pick some more up. Gangsters will be eliminated. 5 teams remain, 17 players. Fireflux, Lutz spotted. Eaten by the Mini 14.
That was the breach that's going to potentially secure the game for Fireflux here. They could look for a chicken dinner again. Though the thing is, they might be slow on resources. We did see that their resources weren't looking too good. They were able to loot up, though, a little bit on the fallen team of Regnum Kaya, so that's definitely going to help them out. But GK slowly going to start getting involved. Not too sure how many limbs they currently have. They currently have 4. So definitely a slow start, but should be able to take this fight at the end pretty nicely. M6 also with the Mini 14. Gets Ralph looking for Lord 2.
Looking for more?
What?
Wow, wow, wow. This Mini 14 starting to have a real bite in this lobby. With no qualification spots from this tournament, it is just for bragging rights and that prize pool. Players are starting to pull out the tester weapons. They are looking to try and get proficient in a tournament setting with these guns. They're going to be seeing a lot more of them. You got the DP coming back into action. It's good to see some more variety in these backpacks.
This is amazing from Falcons because they're just not second-guessing themselves like we saw in PMWI. They're just fully committing to a play the moment they make that decision. They couldn't do it last game, unfortunately, because the cars were not in working condition, but here that breach south was absolutely amazing. But now the circle's not coming their way. How are they going to fight their way out of that one? I'm not too sure. But Nigma Galaxy having to cross that road, unfortunately, was a good idea to try and hold the west side of the road, but the circle not favorable. Coops, the anchor point lost. Nigma Galaxy might be living their final moments here as Falcons push their way up to Fireflux.
But who's going to take dominant control of this circle? Because it's not certain just yet. Solke goes down. Falcons on the hunt there. And Fireflux left with 1. Solus on the inside. Mini 14 at that range. Not going to help you, son. And the Falcons are able to take them down. 3 eliminations on the game, but Fireflux have got 14 points this match. That is going to keep them right at the top of those tables, nice and firmly. Nigma Galaxy with 80 limbs. They're looking across.
Yeah, they're going to be able to build Fireflux a little bit of a dip in that 1st and 2nd place position on the rankings, though. Nigma Galaxy crossing over. They do make it to a ridge. They are safe for now. Freak, though. Oh, okay, you're done. See you later. That's not going to happen, Freak, unfortunately.
Runs out of tires on the buggy. And runs out of health in the bar. Will fall down. GK now, the only team with 4.
Yeah, and Satan's angle actually so strong, sending it over to the eastern edge. Could get some extra intel because it is a little bit more elevated than where the rest of GK currently stand in their compound. It's low ground, flat terrain. Enigma trying to play the long game, but they're getting pushed in by the blue zone here, John. I'm not sure who's going to be able to get himself that 2nd place, because GK currently are not involved in fights. If they get themselves that split, those off angles in the late game, I feel like we are witnessing the start of a GK chicken dinner.
3 teams have occupied the tower that currently Falcons are in. First, Regnum Kaya. They were swept aside by the Fireflux push. And now Falcons. They have taken up that mantle. It seems to be a little bit cursed, though. I think you might be right with that GK call. Unless something special happens from these off angles.
That could be the case. Oh, nice roof play from Gaith. Actually, almost out of ammo. He had 28 bullets in the clip and 6 extra bullets on top. So they're also slowly out of resources, out of actual ammo itself. It's going to make it a bit rough. Also playing the Scar, which is nice to see. Played a little bit. And 372 bullets. Okay, he's fine. He's not getting out of bullets anytime soon.
I was just about to say, players seem to be starting to optimize more for carrying as many smokes and as much utility as possible in terms of their ammo count, but then we swapped over to that view. It's like, yeah, just like 600 ammo. No problem.
I have yet to find someone who can outsmart bullets.
I mean, it's true. It's very difficult to do anything when you find 3 bullets in your chest.
I think that hurts quite a bit. I won't speak from experience, but definitely not something you want for yourself. Though Marth currently angled in the circle itself. Nice position. I believe he's got a car, so... And also, that crate for Satan is actually great as a transition point. He just looted it up, I feel like.
That is the slowest rollout I've ever seen. Under the watch of 6 as well from Falcons. Doesn't manage to tag any on. GK are just establishing this line. They aren't going bold, they aren't going brash, but they are effective.
This is a fight for second place, John. I mean, we already touched upon it. It's Nigma versus Falcons to see which of these two teams gets himself that second place, get themselves these 6 points for this match.
The curse of the tower strikes again as a second Falcon falls. The third, not far behind. Nigma Galaxy up into second place with 2 players alive. It is Lord and Ralph. No Coops to be seen. The MVP from their PMPL season. Can Lord step up? No, he's knocked. Ralph now, the last player to have a chance. The nade over the top, and it's goodbye to Nigma Galaxy. They stand in the fire, and the GK team will be able to hold it down, slowly choke the life from the lobby. 20 points on the match. A great result for GK.
Yeah, good stuff on the side of Nigma Galaxy, denying those points away, because you know there is no way in hell you're going to be securing yourself extra eliminations or potentially the win. So they take it away. But man, GK, finally, an MEA chicken dinner here, John. The winners of the MEA Championship. Ragnar looking great, but Satan's angle in particular, going for those 2-2 splits, having the high ground information and lower ground angle set up by Marth was really the game-winning play to make sure that win is not going to escape your grasp. And really, we said it, we called it on the first circle, should I say. Those 2 compounds in the center that were held down by GK in particular was so strong, and no one was able to snatch it away from them the entire game.
You say we, Max. That was all you. You pulled that one out.
It's a teamwork.
You're being gracious, but that was all you, and I'll give you credit there. You nailed it absolutely, just like GK did. Fireflux also a massive elimination count on that game, pulling up 14 points despite going out, what was it, in 5th or 6th, something around that sort of area. So really solid result coming through from Fireflux. Still very happy with their position at the top of the table.
I mean, clearly the playstyle of Turkey, which is being really aggressive and going for those third parties, which is what they've done here, has been working out absolute wonders for the Turkish squad. But look at that. Guy, looking good. Happy with the performance as you would normally expect after a chicken dinner. Hoping to feel good after it. But yeah, a few quick replays. And especially, we didn't even talk about it too much this game, John, but those roof plays that you can easily access in that compound were just so pivotal because you're taking no real risk because no teams are north of you, right? You only had Gladiators. The moment they went down, you could play those roof positions, get free information with that third-person perspective, and no team had a chance to fight back.
There really was no respite for anybody else on this battlefield. It was quite spectacularly controlled by GK. I feel like we haven't had any massive burst-out chicken dinners over the course of these first matches, but we have seen demonstrations of skill time and time again. The most recent, GK Esports with the chicken dinner from the north side. Carefully calculating, they take it home.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
To the top, we will feed it up, we will feed it up, we will feed it up, max, no, we don't quit, we won't stop, no, ride us all to the top, we will feed it up, max, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sam Augustin. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash between MEA and EU. I'm your host Jason Kaplan, as I have Blink and Clark joining me on the desk as I try to suffer through some hiccups because GK have put up the first victory for MEA, and that's important.
It's super important. It's been a little while coming, 2 games, but they made it happen. They did basically have the strongest compound though, which was great for them.
Yeah, GK so good. Slay.
No, fire.
What? No?
No,
what
let's
was
not
that?
do that.
Yeah, I'll put some popcorn on some
trainers
and it'll be fine.
Yeah. It's okay.
That's my analysis.
We're
What
all,
did I miss?
We're all AIs on the desk now. It's all good.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I thought AIs are supposed to be smart.
Look, there's
20
match
points
rankings.
for GK.
Wow.
10 eliminations
No,
coming
you-
for the Enigma Galaxy getting 14. I'm going to keep talking so
No,
Clark
no,
doesn't
wait.
jump in.
No.
Fireflux getting 14 as well. I can see Team Falcons getting 8. Vision.
Yep.
Not in prison this time. Getting 6. G Gladiators getting 5. Go ahead, Clark.
You're right. I mean, GK. What Blag was saying is correct. They did have the strongest compound, and actually, I did think that maybe some teams would try and challenge that location because it was one of the best spots for them to just haphazardly walk into having decent eliminations and decent placement points off the back of this. But not much challenge really presented itself as
What
you
is
bang on the
happening
table.
to Nexus, man? 2 points.
I can't stand for this, Jason. You're right.
For the
my
strength that we
God.
talked about, to going into Sandhuck,
Yeah.
losing right away, getting 2 points on match 2, and now 0 yet again.
Yeah.
I just censor myself. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm bleeping myself
It's
out.
really good. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised, but also kind of not surprised, considering this is their first LAN event together.
Yeah. So let's take a look at those GK stats right now and just see exactly how well they did.
Why are you moving on?
Look,
Okay.
check the screen out. Look.
Talk about them.
Hello, Satan. 734 damage.
Hi.
Very nice. Eliminations 4 and knockouts 4. That is basically all on his lonesome. But again, really strong compound. I think Satan definitely popped off there. It's not surprising to me that Ragnar's only got 260 damage. That guy only touches the DPS.
True.
And no one even got close to that compound.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at this compound, how it plays things out as well. Obviously, with it shifting south of this, obviously they had to flex out from there. But by the time that they'd had to, most of the teams had been wounded coming in from the east side, and obviously Enigma Galaxy, who played a great game, by the way, still wounded coming in on that south side. Trying to cross that road was never going to work out if you were taking it slow, and they kind of were taking it slow. So I wasn't a big fan of the slow, you know.
Do you know what I actually really like that GK did is that they kind of accepted Nextruya into that position on their northeast side. And they just kept them out as much as possible from the main compound they knew would be very, very strong, right? Which is quite important. And then ended up Nextruya having to leave and double back on themselves towards a compound that they already cleared out. And by that time, GK just had a really strong hold. And I think if they flexed too much, you might have had a problem there.
Maybe.
Okay, well, let's actually delve back to Fireflux really quickly, because yet again, another strong performance from this team from Turkey.
What?
Oh,
wait.
So take a look at their stats on the day. This is on the day so far.
Yeah.
And you were saying that Ketch, you know, he's going to be the MVP at the end of this day, but you did say while we're watching the game, Kalaris, that Solus actually might be that player now.
Yeah, so obviously in the previous game, he got himself, I think it was 5 eliminations, and it was quite a lot of damage as well. I think 900 and some off the back of OP dip. And again, you know, they're just continuing to look great. They were playing down from Lumberyard Hill and didn't really have compounds along the way, but we're still taking names here, Blank, and it's just showing how versatile this team is, and they don't need OP dip, they don't need a compound, they're still going to get themselves plenty of points on the board.
Yeah, so sorry, just consulting them. They're telling me what I need to say next, which is that Fireflux, they were so confident actually that they were leaving Solk in the back and taking these 4v4s, but with Solk basically just holding on the border a lot of times. And I think that when you can do that and be confident for your backstop to be able to, well, basically back you up, right? It's really, really good to have that going on. So I think they're just feeling very confident now off the back of their really strong wins, right? So I think that Fireflux is only going to get better because it's sort of the opposite problem that we saw Nexus have, which is that 0 points every time. It's not good. But for Fireflux,
this woke me up.
Their confidence has just skyrocketed, whereas Nexus, I think their confidence was massively hurt by their first game.
Did you really look at your notes to see?
To see hurt?
Yeah. I need to
just one word.
Yeah.
And if he bangs on the desk hard enough, maybe he'll scare your hiccups out.
I'm just going to keep...
That's not a hiccup.
That's not my voice.
Wait, was that a hiccup?
Are we really an AI?
Did the hiccup do that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm a little scared.
Whoa, you got to stop hiccuping, man. It's really doing something weird to your voice.
Well, let's talk about Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
Because as we were watching, we were praising Coops for the plays he was making, wrapping into blue, moving across the road early. I want to see their stats, their player stats over the whole event as well, just to see if Coops really is being that dominating player for his team. And I mean, look, the damage alone is insane.
I feel bad for you, Jason. But
this is not fun.
I don't feel bad for Coops, though. I mean, looking at how he's playing things out so far, I mean, you pointed out when he kind of moved into the blue, right, Blank?
Yeah,
and just able to just dunk on someone and then move back in. And he's kind of leading the charge in a lot of their engagements.
Yeah, so the notes that I have for the Blank notes today is he's the Cooperang. You know? Because he's like a boomerang, you send him out, and then he comes back again to the team.
Can we get Max back?
Yeah, I think he could have did better.
But he's Cooperang.
Cooperang.
Give me those notes.
No, take the notes.
I've let them go for a little second. But yeah, 1970 damage overall is really strong. Really worried right now. But it's really, really strong. And I think that genuinely he is making some of these plays that the rest of the team really do need to do well. And it is sort of weird seeing those two regions collide almost, because I think Coops obviously just playing outside of the MEA quite often, but now he's back into it. It's really necessary for him to make that first move and the rest of the team to follow on with that.
So, Investigator Clarus, what have you found in the Blink notes?
He did write Cooperang. What?
Hello? Why?
Those hiccups, man, they're really getting
Production's having too much fun.
Voice.
Just really messed up right now. Oh.
So he did write Cooperang, but he also wrote GK polite.
Yeah.
Why were they polite exactly?
Like I said, they let Nextruya in, and then they didn't flex out.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay,
they were patient with their play.
Let's bring it back and be more serious here, right? Because I did bring up a question while we were watching.
Yeah.
Is Coops too good for Enigma Galaxy? Because the
Yeah.
question is that he is giving them the aggressiveness that they maybe need within the team. Like you were pointing out, he just crossed the road right away towards one of the final zones, and he made the push for the team.
Yeah.
Boris, you had your hand up. You answer first.
I did. Thank you, teacher. Yes.
Wow.
That's very loud. Okay, I'll try and formulate my thoughts. No, I don't think he's too good for Enigma Galaxy. I think that he is good, but I think what happens in a lot of these instances where you have a Koops going out and doing what he's doing, it's not just an individual performance that this usually happens with. It's normally 3 players enabling and allowing a player to act as a turret. We often refer to a turret role as someone who's just allowed to shoot at everything and get away with it. Yes.
Back on Mad Bulls before they split up.
Yeah.
Like, Zerich doesn't look half as good anymore when he wasn't being able to set up effect a lot of times. I think this is a great place for Koops to currently be and, you know, hone his skill set as the contract eliminator.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Contract eliminator?
Yeah.
He did put that.
Yeah, he did. Well, then that leads me to ask another question. Does this playstyle work in a CCT that he's doing? Because we talked so many times now about how you can't just have that 1-star player. You can't just have Koops put on 1900 damage. He puts up 3s all day long. But you have to have other people who can do so. And if the whole team has to play around him to enable him, that for me would not be a CCT.
Yeah, well, Koopalicious in this role, I think obviously like it's a position where he can
Delicious
look
gum,
good.
my favorite flavor actually.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's podium worthy for a tournament like this right now. Don't know if it's going to be CCT caliber, as you say, taking that #1 spot, championship caliber team, but podium for the Cooper man.
This is the thing. I think Enigma Galaxy right now is an excellent whetstone for Koops to sharpen his blade at this point in time, you know?
But the thing is he only that good if he's being supported by 3 teammates? Or is he this good if you put him on a different roster?
I think he'd still be good on a different roster. I think right now it's working out for him.
I see 7 nodding.
I think the fact that he does make these plays a lot of times on his own, mate, the guy sent out into the circle so quick once Gangster started running away. It was almost scary.
That is true. He's very good about snap decisions.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Obviously, we saw him try and go across the road first to kind of as the spearhead to try and make something work. He did get knocked, but at least we're being proactive here. For me, for my money, I wouldn't have minded Enigma Galaxy in I think maybe they had 2 vehicles or something like that. But just trying to go north and trying to dislodge GK where they were, but they were kind of playing for the salvage game of the position because they knew that their position was always going to be difficult. So you go south and they played for the placement.
Is he playing proactive in a region that typically plays reactive, as you mentioned before, playing very defensive out of MEA?
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you there because I think that aggressive nature...
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know.
You're looking for approval.
I'm looking for a little bit of approval.
Daddy, can I have some approval?
Please, sir. But yeah, so did I say a right thing? Is that okay?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. I will continue now. But yeah, I think it's really good for him. But I think the rest of the team is really benefiting from the fact that he goes, wow, this has killed you.
I don't know
This has absolutely murdered you. I'm so sorry.
Can we see overalls?
Yes.
I don't want to see my face right now.
If you want to, yeah.
Can we see overalls, actually? Get an idea where the teams do stand? Because that would be really interesting to see, because I'm pretty sure Fireflux is...
Yeah.
My makeup's running.
Did you see any of the PGM just then?
No.
No, you didn't. Okay, never mind.
Good. Yeah.
It's fine. Don't worry about
But what I will say is that, you know, you asked a great question about the CCT. I think you did really well there. I like that.
Did Colors give approval of that?
I think he did. Thumbs up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Not doing that again.
Are the hiccups gone?
They actually are gone, but now I have
Wonderful.
tears in my eyes, so it's proven another problem. But we can see here, Fireflux has proved to be a problem at 45 points here, as we have GK actually going to be in second at 36.
That's surprising.
Is
That
it?
GK's in second?
Yeah, I would say so. I didn't expect that one coming through. 36 points for GK. I think they've done fairly decently through most of the matches, but I didn't think they'd done this well.
Well, they got a win on the board, and that was 20 of the points.
Yeah.
So that's going to help for sure, especially when it's only 3 games down.
Okay, calm down.
I am calm.
Excuse me. On the other side of things, with 25 points. Now, that's surprising.
Which one?
Excuse me? Jinx.
Sorry, what? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, this is one of the teams that we didn't really talk about that much at the beginning. In fact, we didn't talk about them at all in the pre-show. But honestly, through the EU championships, they actually gained traction a lot as a team. In the first stages, they didn't really look that great, but as time went on, they really built a lot of synergy. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor.
Yeah, I think that they really do have a very strong roster now. Not like
massively strong, maybe a first place finish here, strong roster, but I think they are building up to it at this point in time. And I think that there are some names on that squad that I wouldn't say will completely stand out, but as a group of players, they present a very different idea than what Enigma Galaxy has, which is that one really strong player. And Excuse Me, on the other hand, have a group of 4 players that are playing very well synergistically. Thank you.
He's got the thumbs up of approval from Kalaris.
We did well.
We should make that into a picture.
Yeah.
A player to watch, though. Typically, we do this at the start of the day, and I think we probably would have went with this player at the start of the day. Now, Blink, who did we choose?
He doesn't remember.
Coops, yes.
Oh, he does remember.
Yeah. I was going to say Ketch for a second then, but then a ghostly voice whispered to me.
Did it?
Yeah, but I don't have Coops on my notes, but yeah, it's Coops. This is our player to watch.
For good reason.
And we have been watching him.
Yeah, and we've been enjoying watching him,
very
to be fair.
closely.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the few times I've actually seen you just be like amazed at the play he made, wrapping around in blue with the Cooper ring.
Yeah, it was one of my, actually probably my favorite play of the tournament so far.
We've only had 3 games.
It's actually kind of rare. You know, when players like the Koopasaurus are able to make this work, it's sometimes a little bit kind of out there. You don't really expect this play. When you're in the blue, sometimes you're expecting, okay, maybe I'm in a bit of a defensive posture. Maybe, I'm going to be able to eventually wrap in. But when somebody comes out of the play zone into the blue to take you out, knowing that they want to cover their back, that's heads up
It's not the
play.
first time he's done this as well. I think that was on Sandhawk. He was playing from the blue too, trying to catch some teams off guard.
Yeah, I mean, Coops has been dunking on the hoops at the moment, and realistically, there's not much we can do about it from our point of things. And I think teams just need to be aware that there is just this monstrous player going around that is going to hunt you down. And I think that he is making these plays that are MVP caliber at this point in time. It's a bit easier for him as well because the rest of the team is supporting him, just buffing him up, essentially. And he's getting a lot of these eliminations and damage on board. But he deserves it because it is quite difficult to play that role where there is a lot depending on you, because we've had several teams in the past where they have that one extremely strong player, they go down at minute 10, the rest of the game is ruined. So far, I would say, after 3 games, after 3 games, he has been very reliable.
It's kind of rare. We talk about the idea of who's going to be the MVP after 3 games, and we're already in a situation where Coops is looking great, Solus is looking great. Yep. Usually it will be Ketch on Fireflux, but maybe that will change in the next couple of games. But yeah, right now, those 2 are looking like the front runners.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of matches left to go, 21 to be in fact. And you guys at home who are watching, make sure you pay attention to chat as well, because we have a survey link for you to give us feedback about the show. Maybe you want to kick these 2 off the desk and bring them over to the casting desk.
Probably.
Which actually might happen one of these days. Who knows? It could potentially happen. But obviously, let us know your feedback here. And again, if you take screenshots of you filling it out, send the picture over to 7 Worlds Gaming. He's going to send you some UC.
Yeah, your feedback is important and will be rewarded by 7.
Good job,
so much, 7. Thanks, 7. What a good guy.
Such a giving guy.
Thumb of approval.
Yeah. the Kale thumb of approval.
Maybe thumbs up of approval.
Yeah, it's
Probably
a bit difficult to say, actually.
The thumb of approval.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like that either, actually.
Okay.
No.
You know what I don't like? Gladiators so far. I hate to keep hammering on them, but I don't like their play so far.
Yeah, I mean, Kale actually has some really good points that game, just about where they could have gone.
I always do.
And, we were talking about they went to that northern side, and perhaps there was somewhere else they could have gone.
Yeah, so they ended up, so they're along Snake Road, kind of northwest of the compounds that became very important, right?
Yeah.
They actually, I think, you said it well in terms of, I think they're overthinking something slightly.
Yeah.
Technically, yes, you could play from where they went in terms of shelter and then move south and try and go for that, but they got embroiled in a fight that just didn't really conclude for a long time, and it kind of hurt both teams respectively in that position. So I was hoping that they would take the overlook over the compound where Next Ruya was, and then eventually move down that western side. Maybe that could have been actually a winning play, or at least getting themselves towards where the Enigma Galaxy situation occurred and taking that fight. But instead they look for a heavier wrap, and I would love to ask them why they chose that specifically, because I think that they could have gone elsewhere.
You can see here, this is their player stats on the day.
Okay,
don't jump the gun. Don't worry, I'm gonna help you out here.
Thank you.
Kitsune leading the charge here on damage and eliminations. What surprised me a little bit, not surprising me anymore, I don't know. And I'm not trying to bash on him as a player or a person or anything, but Matic, 0 eliminations, 361 damage, Tixie, I mean, he's kind of doing what Tixie normally does in events, but Matic has been underwhelming so far in these 3 games.
It scores on the early doors, right? But I think when you look at Matic in terms of... Why are you looking at me like that?
What? I've never heard that phrase
Scores
before.
on the early doors, yeah, 100%.
Scores on the doors. It's a reference to British TV. Anyway, Matic usually takes the off angle.
I didn't know England was part of the EU.
That's nice. No, it's not actually. And so it was weird that Barney was defending EU at the beginning. But the fact that Matic used to be the off angle and actually making that work was great. In the past couple of days, we've seen it take the off angle and it not work, and now they're sticking together. It is early days. I do think he can do more than this in terms of having 0 eliminations right now. And again, in some of these fights that they're finding themselves in, it's just kind of stagnating the battle. And I don't think that's where Matic thrives. I think he thrives on those shock and awe tactics a little bit more.
I mean, we saw back in PMPL just a single game where, you know, he sat inside the little shack, the Gitung, and he did really, really well from that position, honestly. And he was by himself for the majority of the game. I think it was like 15 minutes. He got himself a 2nd place, and he was hitting some unbelievable shots on Miramar. And that's the thing, he can do it. So I do wonder what's happening here. 3 games in, still quite underwhelming. But he has more in him. He's got more to give, I think.
See, you say that, right? But I feel like he's been underwhelming even in PMWI. And I'm not meaning to like harsh him. It's because I know how good of a player he can be. But I feel like how many times in a row are you going to be underwhelming where you just start thinking that this is your new normal play? Like thinking back to EU Regionals, or not even EU Regionals, PMPL EU. Yeah. Can you imagine him, or did you see him being a much stronger player than we're currently seeing here?
I think the difficulty comes in the fact that they're trying something very different at the moment. I think that from PMWI, it has changed up where the cogs are in the machine, and I think that one of the biggest cogs that have had to be moved is Matic. So I think he may be struggling a little bit because his playstyle's had to completely change from playing that off angle to having him a lot more with the team now, and he's got to refigure out what he wants to do. He's a good player, and I think if we give him some time, perhaps he'll feel more comfortable in this role, or maybe just in terms of this event, maybe they go back to something similar in the past just for this event.
And in all 3 games we've seen so far, they're playing heavy edge and really kind of having to scramble in a lot of the fights that they're in, which isn't really conducive to a fight that's going to look great. It's not conducive to numbers that are going to look great. And ultimately, when you see it's Kitsune that's leading the damage and the elims overall, that's not usually the thing. He is the leader, kind of the IGL being able to push these guys forwards, and kind of, it's not normally that guy that's going to be taking all the frags, etc., and things like that. So I think 3 games worth of edge play and scrambled fights, I don't think it's symptomatic of where we're going to see Gladiators at the end of this tournament.
Symptomatic. I like what you did there.
Thank you.
I wonder if this is actually maybe a training ground for them to test and try to adapt and figure out, like you said, like figure out where the new cogs are and try to work them out, because this is maybe the perfect opportunity to do so. Speaking of opportunities, we actually had the chance to sit down with Gladiators, have a chat with them. I believe it's with Kitsune, because let's be honest, it's always Kitsune. It's
true.
So we'll take a listen in. When we come back, hopefully we have our next match of the day ready to go.
Я считаю, что это будет прикольный экспириенс для 2 регионов, потому что это единственный лан между регионов, который у нас будет. И это опыт для СНГ команд, Турции, Африки и всех остальных регионов. Я считаю, что европейский регион сильнее, европейский турецкий регион сильнее Африки. В раза 2, мне кажется. И думаю, победит команда из Европы. Ну, и в Африке, и в Европе есть несколько команд, которые играют агрессивно, но я думаю, больше всего команд агрессивно играют в Европе, а в Африке, мне кажется, в Африке и Арабии играют более пассивно и залетают в центр. Думаю, что это команда Falcon, потому что это единственная команда, кто прошла из своего региона на PMWI. Пожелать им удачи, но победа будет на стороне европейских команд.
I think Kitsune just got tired of doing all the interviews. It's nice to see Tixie there actually getting a little bit of a chat, and also saying that Team Falcons is the only team he thinks that's really going to put up a good challenge from the MEA teams. Interesting. We've seen them do well so far.
Yeah, I think, again, you're discounting teams like Nigma Galaxy in that when you kind of make that statement here. I do think
Galaxy.
There you go. Coop's Galaxy.
It's Coop's world.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
But also, I think GK as well here is also a team that's going to be able to try and put up numbers along with it. I mean, yes, okay, they had a good compound, but still, even without a good compound, I do think GK can still do something as well.
Okay. What about Mad Bulls, though? Mad Bulls, to me, always carries that kind of, they are going to just do insanely well in events. The first time we got him back with like Zerich, Effect on the team, they were like an unstoppable combo. Obviously, Effect not there anymore. And then we see them go up against Excuse Me, and they just get slaughtered at Shelter here. And I want to take a look at their stats throughout this entire event so far, because they've been, almost to me, equal to Nexus in terms of a letdown so far.
You know, it's weird for me because I think the way I always have seen Mad Bulls is an initial slow rotate into the most impatient crashes we have seen, because they will slowly get into the circle, make some fairly decent rotations, in fact, and then just throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks a lot of times. And I just don't think they have that same strength in a gunfight anymore that they used to in the past. And it's weird now that Tulika is leading the charge in terms of damage, because he really wasn't at the top at the start. It was more towards Zerich and Flique. And I think that, you know what, all respect to Tulika. He has done fantastically well here to prop the team up. But these guys on the right are not playing to their own standard. And I think something needs to change in terms of the rotations. There has to be adaptation.
Yeah, so you're saying that sometimes maybe their gunplay doesn't stick. But I think their gunplay is still good. And like being able to take a fight is good. As you say, I think it's the decision-making that goes into leading onto where are we going next? How are we getting there? Might be the thing that is currently their
messing up those
Achilles
fights.
heel almost.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point, though, right? Because we've talked a lot during PMWI that you can't just be good gunslingers anymore. You can't just be good fraggers. You have to have a complete package, which is why we look at Vampire and how quick and how smart they execute all the rotations were.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what Mad Bulls is lacking then, in your guys' opinion? Like, yeah, they might have the gun skill, but they don't have the in-game leading to make the rotations properly, as you already mentioned before. Slow on the rotate and then just...
decent rotates. Honestly, the initial rotations are good, and I feel like they make a lot of rotations that I would like to see from like top 5 teams. It's just that strange decision of when to push and when not to push that comes into play towards the end game that is really throwing them off kilter. And it's happened a few times. It happened over in the championships versus Major Pride and Painan, is that they would approach Painan very slowly. I think they would get good scouting done, and then all of a sudden just put the foot on the gas and then send across the bridge instantaneously, in which case Major Pride just sent a whole hail of bullets their way, taking them down. And that's happened several times. But you're frowning, and I'd love to know your thoughts on this.
It's difficult for me to determine just based on like what we've seen so far in this tournament. Obviously, you could draw kind of what's going on in EU champs and kind of infer from that, but things could have changed from then. My opinion about this kind of thing is I'd always be interested to see what they believe to be their current weakness. Go and ask them what they currently think their weakness is. A lot of teams fall back onto the kind of crutch of, oh, it's our communication, it's not good right now.
Yeah.
But like, if I was to ask them beyond that, what do you think? Do you think maybe your, kind of decisions on where to go and when to take those spots, if that is a thing, could be a factor? Yeah, I would like to ask them at least.
Yeah. For me, it feels like timing. But you're right, we can't know, and it's still...
Not entirely, you can't know entirely.
Too little data. Yeah. So it's not super clean cut. But yeah, if we can get these guys on an interview, or one of us can message them, let's find out.
Possible.
Right,
I mean, obviously the thing is, we've only had 3...
No.
I would never want to see him calm down.
Yeah, true.
But we only have 3 matches to go from, and that's the problem, is we can only make so many assumptions just seeing such a small sample size here in this event. Obviously, I'm going to change your style slightly depending on the teams you're against, more importantly, the region you're against. But look on the other side, though. Brute Force. I mean, this is a team that I kind of had high hopes for. I think they're kind of living up to their expectations so far. They came into this in 4th. They got 3rd in their own PMPL, respectively. I think they're a decent team, but I want to know, where do you see their strengths potentially? Like, what are we going to look at? What are you going to think of when you think Brute Force?
They're a little bit lacking for me, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they have taken some decent compounds, but from the few games we've seen so far, those compounds have been fairly close to the initial drop spots as well. And I think that they have taken decent fights. We looked at that engagement 3 times already on the clips versus Nexus.
Well, luckily you mentioned that.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. But yeah, so I think that for them, that's maybe not super conducive to what we want to show from them, because it's like that is a pretty weak team at this point in time of the tournament. But I just think that maybe
they're a middling team for me. They're a middling team, essentially.
On Erangel so far for me, they've been kind of invisible.
Yeah, exactly.
I've not really been able to
not notice them too much.
Yeah, there's not been things that have been too noticeable. I think game 2, they eventually fell up in the north side of the battleground as the circles came down towards OP dip and things like that.
Yeah.
And I think, if I recall correctly, they lost to gangsters up there who were making these wide rotates. So maybe there's a world where they got caught unawares by a very heavy wide rotate, which sometimes you can't predict, as Gangsters has been exhibiting that.
Well, you can see here next Rhea coming up as well, and I wanted to talk about them because, again, for me, it's Frozen. Like, he's not necessarily the Coops of the team, but he was the star player, and I was curious to see, is he even living up to those expectations right now? And it's Wolf at the moment, who's currently leading the charge and damage.
Well, they made actually, in this last Erangel, actually a very good decision, which was one of the strongest compounds on the entire circle for quite a long time, which was just across the road, kind of the neighbors, of where we saw GK eventually get their victory from. If that circle actually goes the other side of the road during some of these transitions, they could have potentially been in the winning spot, unless, of course, somebody holds that high ground that I wanted Gladiators to be able to hold, and then kind of work from there. The only thing that I was questioning was they rotated north of that. They went to a Wizard Tower very close to GK, which could, in theory, be a good launching pad to assault GK, but then they went back across the road. And I had question marks about that.
Indecisiveness?
Maybe.
Missed call?
Maybe. Almost certainly a missed call.
Yeah, it was a weird play, and I think the idea is, look, let's try and find space over on the western side, and we have information over there. We were just in that compound, so they pick it up, but I think that they could have easily stayed, and it just came to a problem where essentially Nigma Galaxy just held them out, which was a great play from Nigma Galaxy to hold the entirety of that southwest side on the ridge.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your input in that last match. In the meantime, we do need to head to a short break here where we fix a couple of technical issues going on currently within our event. But when we do come back, we'll be hopping into our next match of the day with a brand new caster pairing of Seven Worlds Gaming and Hot Jukes.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
today. We're going to go on a little backstage tour. Me and Blank, we're going to show you what is going on, where these players have been hanging out, and making sure that they've got the best shots ready for those B-roll big moments.
100%. You need the big roll big moments to make the A moments look just that much better.
True.
And if we're talking about looking better, we have the makeup team over here who is currently doing a fantastic job at making the players look as pretty as possible, John. And they're doing a good job of it. I've seen a couple of players.
They've been working their magic on us as well this morning. We have been put into the limelight for this one, so we're very grateful for their services.
Yeah, we need it 100%. But we're going to head over right now to the hero shots, because we certainly do have some heroes on board with us in our game so far. We have PUBG Mobile going on. That's what we're currently covering here. PMRC, MEA versus Europe, but plenty more games here over in Gamers8.
Getting through the door.
Going on, but right now, obviously, oh my goodness, we've got a session already taking place right here.
Okay, this looks like we got brute force on the stage. They are taking their shots. Very good. Hello. thank you for stepping in. We're just doing some backstage filming. Good luck in the tournament, guys.
Yeah, just ignore us. Just ignore us, 100%. We are irrelevant, unfortunately.
Yeah. We've had a couple of booths as well going. I think we've been scanning a couple of the players. They did it in a couple of the games.
Yeah,
maybe
they did.
Maybe we'll see that for PUBG Mobile.
We
We'll
may,
have to wait and see.
But in the meantime, let's go take a look at where they're taking all those headshots as well, because you can't just have the hero shots with the teams. We've got to have those one-on-one moments. So let's go over there right now.
Let's take a look. We're going to go back past.
We're making players run away. It's very bad.
Yeah, people scatter in the face of a microphone, I've found. We find it hard to corner them, but hopefully...
Whoa. We're not trying to corner anybody, unless
yeah,
it's in the game.
Do you think?
Yes, 100%.
Well, they're probably better at it than me, so I don't think I'd be able to corner any of these guys.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, we have a really, really good amount of teams coming through to MEA versus Europe. Some of the teams already playing in the PMWI had a massive amount of warm-up. Right now, we do have a player shots taking place with our wonderful photographer as well.
We've got some of the other talent as well, hanging out in the middle.
I'm just doing my best to avoid tables right now.
They're stealing the snacks.
They're my death trap.
I've seen Max snaffling away those granola bars.
Oh, really? It's very evil.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's infiltrate.
Let's see if who we can get.
Kitsune.
Can we talk to you,
You're sat
please?
down already. Let's stay sat down. Let's stay sat down. Let's have a chill little time. Can I grab you for an interview? Is that okay, dude?
Yeah, but like 5 minutes, guys, okay?
Oh, two. 5 minutes is fine. In fact, we need less than that. Okay. Dude, 100%. Talk to you before PMWI finish on the main tournament. Grab it. I said,
it's mine now. I can do some interviews though.
Oh, 100%. You could interview me if you wanted.
Okay, how do you enjoy the Riyadh?
I love it so far, man.
Really?
I loved even more the fact that you guys top 3
Yeah. Oh, no.
on the last day.
No, that's impossible.
No, it's not. It's not impossible for the last-minute men.
Okay.
100%. Dude, I have one really quick question for you before we head on over towards the rest of the thing, because I didn't want to take up too much of your time.
Okay.
Now, your team has been together a long, long time throughout many different orgs. How have you guys stayed together for so long? That synergy really does look like it's there.
I mean, basically we are just friends, you know. We have the same mentality, we have the same vision of the team building, and we have like, you know what I feel is being the engine like of our team is that me and Matic, we have like very different vision of the gameplay, and we're always in the discussion, you know. And that's how we manage to always find a ways to become better every time. And that's why we always like keep growing, getting better and stuff like that. Yeah.
Last question then,
Okay,
before we go, after coming in 3rd place in the PMWI main tournament, probably the most difficult tournament this entire year, I would say. Do you think you're going to win PMRC?
I mean, man, we will try hard.
Sorry.
We will try hard, of course, because like the prize pool is high, and we need this. We need this top one for the prestige as well.
For
sure. I mean, we need to show them who is the boss in here, and it's definitely us.
It's definitely you guys. MEA versus Europe. It's you.
Us. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much, Kitsune, for the interview.
No
Take
problem.
care. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Give me
and
that
we shall
back.
see you on the main stage.
Cheers, man. We're going to head on through. I think we're going to take a look backstage at some of the editors doing their magic. So we're going to hop on over and see what they've got going on.
For sure, dude. I think that so far we have had a very quick turnaround on a lot of things, which has been amazing. Everyone's working as hard as possible, John.
And you know what? I'm excited to see everything that comes out from the back of Gamers8 because it has been a wonderful journey so far. As you can already see, just walking around this place, it looks marvelous. It looks amazing.
The hotel's great.
It's great, yeah.
Yeah. Great lunches as well. Great catering. That's what I've noticed.
This guy's hungry right now. You can tell.
Look, I went to lunch. I didn't have a lot of time. We had a cool time to get to. So I just had to scran a coffee and get gone.
Well, 100% it has to be done sometimes, for sure. Especially before our days start for PMRC, which is very, very shortly.
Oh, yeah.
Only a couple of days, man. Only a couple of days. And then we'll get right down to it because that is our main event at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, question to you,
Go
John.
in here.
Ooh.
That's where we're going, but it's got a sign on the door. That's quite ominous.
That's an ominous sign.
That is a very ominous sign.
I think what we'll do, John.
Yeah.
I think what we'll do is we will please keep the door closed as always. Are you opening the door?
Is it a pull? I don't know. There's a door handle. I
There's
don't
a
know
door.
how to operate doors.
Oh, okay. We better be quiet here.
Quiet.
Let's creep in. All right. As slowly as possible. Okay. I don't think you can even hear me right now.
And here we see the editors in their natural habitat, working their magic in ways unknown to the common man. I don't even know what's going on half the time. I feel like I should understand these things, but I don't. I just understand PUBG Mobile. It is, however, freezing in here, and I don't know how they're doing it. They're all wearing t-shirts. So I think that we should leave these guys to it, work in their magic for the main stage, get out there, and let's promote PMRC. All right, let's head over to outside where we can speak properly.
Okay.
So we're going to head out.
I think we can escape. I'm out of here. Out. Quickly. Please keep the door closed, as always.
That was the loudest
Make the loudest noise possible, but we will also make the loudest noise possible over on the commentary at PMRC, which is just right around the corner, John.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, exciting. We've heard from Kitsune. They think they're going to take it home, but plenty of other teams are going to be waiting to bite at those heels to try and take that top spot. We'll see them on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash between MEA and EU. We are moments away from getting into our fourth match of the day. We still have 3 more to come in total today, but we have more time, luckily, to chat with Blank, 100%, and Kalaris.
The guy.
200%. It wasn't good, was it?
Now, the trick is, actually, we've been running a competition that you guys didn't know about.
Yeah.
It's for the viewers. If you can catch how many times Blank has said 100% on the show today, you win a special prize.
We could have a little counter up in the top corner with his little face, just like
100%.
There's been a lot.
Just like a
That
ding.
has been,
Just add a new tally to it.
Yeah.
I counted about 8 so far.
Damn.
Got 8 from 7. Pretty
He
good.
thinks 8.
I would think 7 would probably have said 7 to stay on brand.
Yeah.
But that would
28.
mean
28.
That
You've
would
done
mean
goofed.
that I've increased the amount of times I've said 100% by 800% during the show, which is pretty good, to be fair.
Amazing.
Oh, man.
Amazing.
Quality content here.
I'm just seeing the cringe in the green room while watching that video from you. Every time you said 100%, that gives me life.
Physically buckled in there. I felt myself drain of life. It was, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
That's my new one.
And so, please, no. I don't think Kalaris approves of that.
I've not done anything this death segment. I'm just listening
Yeah.
to you two go back and forth about 100%. That's it. Can we talk about the game?
You want to talk about the game?
What do you think?
What do you want to talk about in the game?
What would you like to speak about, sir?
I can hear the guys laughing in the back.
We've had 10 minutes.
I've got tons of teams to talk
We've
about.
had 10 minutes. Crack on.
Crack on.
Yeah.
Enigma Galaxy are not bad, eh?
That is true.
That is true.
You know, they got a player on the team named Coops.
All right.
And he sometimes plays in the blue like a Kooparang.
The Kooparang.
Koopasaurus, the Koopa Trooper.
You send him
I can't
out.
say that one, I suppose.
He's coming right back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Send him out. He's a maverick.
He is a maverick. You know,
He is.
he goes out in the blue when he's already in the circle.
Yeah.
He goes against the status quo. I like it.
He's the virtuoso of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. He's making changes that not even we understand.
We've said nothing in this last 5 minutes.
I know.
We've said absolutely nothing.
It's 5 minutes. It's actually been about 30 seconds.
Oh, no.
I know it feels a lot longer.
No,
Let's actually see our overalls one more time if you guys missed out before we did head to the break. Yeah, we're just going to sit on this for a little bit, just kind of talk about some teams maybe we didn't touch on. Regnum Karya, we did see them have a strong match too where they got themselves a chicken dinny, but they haven't really done much since.
Excuse me?
There's no way
Chicken dinny.
No way you hit was the chicken dinny.
Yeah. That's
Is
like a
that
common
like-
thing in the States.
Is that like a Happy Meal of...
That is next level.
A win.
7 is looking well confused. That's not an American thing. That's a you
Well,
thing.
It's not, is it?
Yeah, I can't say what I want to say.
You pulled a chicken dinny out of nowhere.
I guarantee
You're
you,
grasping.
chicken dinny is for sure
You're
a phrase.
grasping at this point.
You're grasping.
Well, I
It's a
feel like we're
chicken
grasping
nugget
on this
with a
desk
winner
right
and a
now, let's
chicken
be
dinner.
honest. But they have 24 points so far, currently in 4th place.
Yeah, I think Regnum Karya, you know what? I wish Max was here because...
I don't.
We can summon him if you'd like.
No. Don't say that. That's really awful.
Yeah, I heard if you say his name 3 times fast, he'll actually just appear on the desk.
Stop. Let me... Cease!
I can hear him running over here.
Oh my god, he's
You're
here!
running.
Can he come back?
That wasn't very nice, Max.
Aw, I wanted him to talk about Regnum Karya for a second.
Why?
He has some big opinions.
Oh, actually, he does believe that they're
Yeah.
a better team than...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're in 4th place, so that's pretty respectable.
Shall we resummon
Out of
him?
their 24 points, like 10 of those, I don't remember how many limbs they got in that on match 2, but 10 of those placement points were all from that match. So they've gone no placements, no decent finishes since then.
But 14 limbs.
Yeah.
It's not terrible.
Limbs. There are teams with 0 points. This
I mean,
team
they're-
has 24.
We're trying to extrapolate off 3 games here.
Yeah.
We haven't even seen Miramar at all. Some could be
You're-
specialists.
Oh, they got 11 in that.
Yeah.
So they got 3 points outside of that match.
Yeah, because you're shutting us down right now. I don't like
I'm
it.
just waiting for you to continue on 100%.
Okay, 100%. Let's do this.
He's operating at a high level.
I am. I'm operating at a speed that you cannot quite quantify at this point in time.
I can.
Probably 100%. Regnum Karya, though, I do think they've done decently well. In terms of picking compounds and picking compounds up, it's not been bad.
Yeah.
I don't think I can genuinely do analysis at this point because we have...
What do you mean?
We have gone down such a dark tunnel. There is no light at the end for
I'm
me
going to be
right
honest,
now.
there's not much to take away from the 3 games that we've already watched and
Yeah.
talked about for quite a while.
Yeah.
We've
I mean,
expended.
in that tunnel, the light probably is about 0%.
Yeah.
Darkness is probably about up to 100%.
It is real dim in here.
Yeah, real dim.
Yeah.
All right, well, we can see on the second page here, hopefully, and talk about a couple other teams, because we did touch on quite a few of those so far. This is why I
Who's
can't
suffering?
have blank on the desk when we have to fill, because it just does not work out
How
well.
has Gangsters got 13 points? There's no shot. That is crazy.
They're actually not bad when it comes
They're
to
not
some placement
bad.
points.
Yeah,
I mean, the
placement
wide
points.
wraps are leaving them in a position where they're actually just able to scramble a few together.
Yeah.
On every battleground. Or, sorry,
Yeah, but
every map so far.
Look at
Actually.
Vision. 13 eliminations, 1 placement. So they're
Yeah.
kind of like the DRS at this lobby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, I think Gangster's weird rap has been really cool. I've not exactly enjoyed it at a pro perspective, but in terms of what they're doing and the points they're gaining off the back of it, it is a little strange.
I mean, the only problem is it can work, but it will only work as so far as to get yourself in the middle of the table right now when it comes to these wide wraps and not being able to take the fights as aggressively as may be the case. There's a headset on my left.
Well, I remember I said earlier, I heard if we say his name 3 times fast, it'll just summon him, even though he puts the microphone on the wrong side.
Did we say it 3
and
times
he
fast?
should probably change where the microphone is on his face, because if he's been in esports long enough, he knows that it does not go to the side where the camera is. Maxman, Maxman, Maxman.
Maxman.
It is me!
This guy.
That was terrifying.
The PPP's on
He
the
just appeared next to me. I
I'm
don't
on
like
the box
this.
too. Look at this.
Wow.
Can he get off my box, please?
He's tall.
I'm just completely. I'm just here. I'm off
That's
the box.
perfect.
no, you
no,
need
no,
to-
that's good.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
stay there.
All right,
believe you didn't want me on desk.
Can you please tell us about Regnum Karya?
They're a good team.
They're a pretty good team. Thank you very much. See you later. Okay.
Is that it?
So compared to a lot of the Turkish teams, we know the Turkish teams they're good fragging teams, right? They like to be aggressive.
Yeah.
I took the Kalaris voice. I don't know why. That's my imitation of Kalaris.
How's that my
That's
voice?
really weird. It's
not
pretty
like
good.
my
Thank
voice.
you, Hot Juice. But no, really strong, aggressive teams, right? We saw that especially from.
Yeah.
That's what I bring to the desk, okay? Hand movements, that's my thing.
Yeah,
Don't take
sorry.
it away.
Apologies.
They're very good at being aggressive. Menu looking at Loxy.
Carry on.
Let him talk.
Okay.
I know.
Looking at Loxy, looking at Wild in particular, but one thing that makes them stand out from a lot of the Turkish squads, I'd say, is their splits that they do early on in the game, 2-2 splits in particular, and they regroup really quickly, like that.
Yes.
Which has been actually really successful. 2 games in a row, looking at mainly Game 2 and Game 3 on both angles, and that's something that sets them apart from a lot of the teams from Turkey, because when they get in those central positions, they're really good at zoning. One thing that's been the issue, though, is that they don't have those resources in the late game, so if they could finally start looting teams they eliminate, I feel like they could get more wins. They already got one, they could have maybe got a second.
You know what? This is why you're on the desk, because that was actually pretty decent. I will give him
What
that.
do you think I'm here for? What? You think I just got lost one day? Oh, I'm on desk.
No, but
pretty decent.
The fact that you
know.
can just slide in and just hit us with that is.
See, but you know what?
that's
I like the
impressive.
confidence he has, not have to ask Daddy for approval if
That's
he did
true.
something good.
That's true.
Who's
yeah.
this guy?
I mean,
Who is he?
To be fair, he does look to me quite a lot when we're not on the camera. So,
No.
You don't think so?
100%.
No, he was looking. That's right. He was looking directly at the camera. He had full confidence.
But we're not on. Never mind.
What do you mean?
I mean, off the camera, in the green room, when we're talking about strats. We're kind of used to discussing the game with one another, truth be told.
Oh,
in
It's
EU.
very serious right now.
Putting himself on a
It's
box
true.
even in the green room.
Is it true?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
That was very ominous. I don't
It was.
I didn't like that.
Agree with me.
Can I leave? I know.
I think
You can leave, but I'm just going to say
leave.
your name 3 times quickly and you'll magically appear
No.
back again.
I can't use that.
You can't summon
You could
Max
really
Man
ruin
twice in a
somebody
row.
like that.
Yeah.
John Allen, John Allen, John Allen.
Noah, please.
no,
we don't need
please.
that. No.
Actually.
I don't think we have a fit headset.
I don't need
so I
5
think
people.
he gets lucky.
I don't need 5 people on this desk.
He can
Let me
swap
fit
with
my
Max.
microphone.
You can swap with Max and you can.
Are you about to do an impression of John Allen?
Talk
No,
about Team
no,
Falcons.
it's not. You want to do it? Go for it.
It's me, John Allen. I'm here.
I loved it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading down to the stage with an interview with gangsters, and we'll be back shortly.
Oh.
Like a region perspective right now. Yeah, MEA is only slightly behind of Europe right now. You know, we're creating this story here on the main stage. You know how it is. But I just wanted to ask you, what are you guys going to plan on changing or adapting to make sure that you get some more chicken dinners on the board?
Okay, so I think right now we'll try to play more aggressive. I don't really see the teams fighting in the end. We'll try to push more in the end, and yeah, we will just play the game.
سألنا اللاعب جعفر صحيح ان مستوى الفريق الحين برضو جدا ممتاز، لكن حتى ايش الاشياء اللي تنقصهم عشان يقدرون ياخذون التشيكن دينرز، خصوصا ان عندنا الريجن الاوروبي متقدم شوي في النقاط، فايش الشيء اللي ينقص فريق جانجسترز عشان يقدرون يرجعوا مره ثانيه ياخذون النقاط بشكل اكبر. فذكر اللاعب قال ان بيحاولون يركزون لعبهم بشكل اجريسيف اكثر عشان يقدرون ياخذون النقاط، وحتى برضو في المراحل الاخيره بيحاولون ما يترددون انهم يطبون في اي فايت وانهم فعلا يقدرون ياخذونها ويتفوقون فيه. هذا اللي راح يجمع لهم في النقاط، وباذن الله راح نشوفهم بشكل افضل في المباريات الجايه.
Jafar, before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you what it's like, you know, competing here. So what was it like, first of all, when you first got here and you saw the main stage, but also when you're up there and you're competing, is it difficult to block out all of the like external factors like the lights, the cameras, us? Like, how does it feel?
Okay, so when I first got here, I was so nervous. I mean, it's my first LAN tournament, like an offline tournament, and like all of us, we never played an offline tournament. So at first, like even like playing on the phone, we saw it like as a new phone. We don't really know what to do. But now, as the 3 matches went, we're getting used to it, and I think by the next days we will do better. For sure.
سألنا اللاعب إنه كيف شعوركم الحين في مشاركتكم هنا على المسرح، هل هي برضو تجربة مختلفة؟ وذكر اللاعب جعفر صحيح إنه برضو إنه تجربة مختلفة، هو أول مشاركة لهم، مو بس هو اللاعب، حتى برضو الفريق كامل فريق جانجستر أول مشاركة لهم على المسرح، يقول تجربة جدا مختلفة، وأول مباريات حسوا بضغط وحسوا بتوتر في هذه المنافسة، لكن يقول بعد ما عدد الثلاث مباريات هذه قدروا يتأقلمون معها، قدروا إنهم يتعودون، وبإذن الله المباريات الجاية بتكون متأقلمين فيها بشكل أكثر، والتواصل بيصير فيها، حتى برضو روح الفريق راح تصير معنويات أكبر.
Well, you guys have been doing extremely well so far. I'm sure that you will adapt and you'll get used to the feeling of performing on the main stage. And best of luck with the rest of your first day of competition. And with that, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We're going to throw it back over to the desk so that we can continue day 1.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما أخذنا المقابلة مع اللاعب جعفر، خلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين أو المحللين نكمل فيها باقي المباريات.
He was ready to go, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He's literally want to play the game now.
Yeah, that's he brings up a good point, to be fair. You're given a new device to play on. You got to get used to it. You got to adapt to it. It's his first LAN event as well. You can see, I mean, a lot of nerves coming into this, and that's a really important factor when you're playing in these events.
What
a nice interview.
He was so genuine that I don't think I can say anything bad about Gangsters anymore.
Yeah.
That is probably...
How does that make you feel, Blake?
It makes me feel really horrible, actually. That's probably the nicest
speaking
interview
of
I've ever
horrible,
heard.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. John Allen, welcome to the desk. Nice
Thank
to
you very
summon
much.
you.
Good to be here. Yeah,
So,
I mean, you summoned me.
Entertain us.
Honestly, I was in the loo. It was a big problem when you summoned me, but we've sorted it out now. You're using your powers for evil, Jason.
Maxman.
Like me.
No, don't run in front of the camera.
Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
We need
John,
smoke bombs.
what's been your impression so far? Obviously, you got to work on EU as a region for PMPL, the EU regionals as well. We are seeing a lot of strength out of these EU teams, and I'm curious, maybe, what's your thoughts? And do you think MEA can step up a bit?
I think that coming into this, we all kind of expected EU to be a little bit stronger coming through. That's a double thumbs up from Blank. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the approval.
That means 100%.
That's it's
100%
true.
thumbs
That is
up.
true. That is 100% of Blank's thumbs up. But yeah, we definitely expected them to be a lot stronger coming through. And with the passivity, is that the opposite of aggressivity? Coming in for the MEA region. Max is gesticulating wildly, he agrees. I think it was kind of expected that EU would be able to take it a little bit more by storm. But as we've said a lot on the desk, it has been... only 3 games, right? So you can't really base a lot of analysis on how the dynamics between these two regions are going to play out. But from what we've seen, it kind of plays into what we expected.
I think that's fair. And I think going into tomorrow, that's where we'll start to see the adaptations, or we should see the adaptations. You get that 6 matches under your belt. Again, go home, review things. I'll even talk to, I can't remember his name.
Is that what you do?
Alter Ego coach.
Yes. Defy.
We talked to him at breakfast, right? And I asked him the question, like, what did you do when you were done with the games of that day? And he was saying that, you know, on some of the days, he would sit down with the team, talk about what happened and, like, what they can improve on. Some of the days that were longer, he's like, okay, you guys just go to bed, you know, go rest, and we'll talk tomorrow. But for me, it's really important to see the teams here who have not been on LAN before or who haven't been at this kind of level of play yet. How do they come into day 2 prepared? What do they do over the night to get ready to go to improve on themselves?
I think this is something, obviously, John mentioned, you know, we see that difference in the regions and stuff like that. And if we were able to identify it as analysts and casters and stuff like that, we heard from Tixie, who was able to identify it as well. It's fine. You're keen. I understand. It's your first time on a desk. We've got... It's not his first time on the desk. It's got a situation where teams that are very experienced on LAN will be able to exploit those style differences a whole lot more than teams that don't quite have that LAN experience. We just heard from Gangsters who are probably, you know, a little bit, as we already heard, a little bit nervous on the idea of playing on LAN to start things off, but they think that they'll gain some steady pace as time goes on. But they're just defaulting to their wide rotates and hoping it works out. And when you make those wide rotates, you don't really have that much information. Let's go back to Jason for a moment.
I just got some news. That's why I was staring down the camera at the producer.
Ooh.
Sausage.
Good news. Is it good news?
That was the end of the point.
It's news.
It's news. Oh, for sure. I'm ready to read
I think that is one thing that we have definitely overlooked over the last 2-3 years with COVID, right? We didn't really have any offline events. The only offline events we'd ever have were PMGC.
That's true.
And even those kind of weren't really offline, depending on what happened in that year.
He's right.
That teams kind of lacked that experience. And teams who got to go to PMGCs, teams who got to come here last year to PMWI, I feel like they got to step up ahead of every other team out there who just didn't normally get to go to the lands that would have been there without COVID.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider
philosophical.
What we've talked about for quite a while, is that this last year and a half has been a massive period of development in terms of the skill level for PUBG Mobile, and being able to deliver that in a LAN environment, that improvement is something that those teams will have.
Well, honestly, I think our region, as I said, would have stagnated if it wasn't for the incorporation of some of the other teams that came along and actually allowed the region to level up. If we had not had the Gladiators coming along, the Mad Bulls coming along in their previous iteration and things like that, I honestly think EU probably would have had a lot worse a time against MEA. And definitely would have, our West Europe would have had a way worse time against Turkey. But that's not the case anymore.
Turkey must have loved it as well, because they got to go against some very strong teams before they actually went even into the PMGC.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
In which case, S2G must have benefited from that massively. Not as hungry anymore, but I do still see that hunger in Fireflux.
Yeah, I mean, obviously trying to be the best team in Turkey is a very difficult thing to do when you have such high caliber teams, such known teams as well, come into the region. I'm just kind of wondering, when is this going to rub off in NA?
Probably never.
I don't know if you heard that over the microphone, but that was something that left.
Oh, yeah.
It was like the problem, right?
Behave.
If you have people leaving NA like Coops to go to other regions, like you're losing a lot of these star players. The Knights, Pittsburgh Knights, like they were the best team, and then it was kind of they're gone.
Poached.
And now it's like, who's going to rise up to be the best team in NA, and who's going to take NA to the next level? And
Best
I always
team in
bash
NA.
on them.
7 and Hot Jukes.
It is.
Tag them in.
Dude, it's so hard for the NA region right now because they're never going to get better at this, right? Because every time there's a good team that comes around in NA, it gets poached. So there is never that competition in that region because you're just constantly cycling in new players.
It's like moving up from bottom set maths to get a post from NA.
You wouldn't know about that.
Maxwell.
I've never been in bottom set maths.
That's right.
This also leads me to think about Africa as a region, right? We have a PMPL Africa for the last year. Like we have a lot of experienced teams come into that region as well. Yep. And that, like, I'm curious to see where Africa will be in like maybe half a year from now, if they're going to be one of the new like hot regions coming in.
Nah,
probably not.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Sorry to say it, yeah, but it's probably not going to happen.
It's unlikely. Let's put it that way.
It's no. Not right now.
If you want my real answer, apart from just nah, it's generally a region that has been less developed in esports overall. So it will take them a little while to gain some traction. You're going up against really heavily established.
Yeah.
Like if you look at Southeast Asia, if you look at now South Korea, if you look at Europe, and if you look at kind
There's
of
a
NA.
bug on the desk.
There's a little ant on the desk.
I've been watching it get closer to your hand movements.
Yeah, but you are right.
It's harder for them to gain traction. It's harder for them to have that kind of practice regimen in place, great scrims in place. You then have to kind of look further afield from your region and hope that you're going to be able to incorporate. We actually have seen some players come into the region from outside and do okay.
It's scared. Every time you put your hand on the desk, I think you're going to squish it.
I'm not going to hurt him.
But it might be like some kind of beastie.
What?
Some pernicious beastie.
Some pernicious beastie.
I'm here making a serious point about
the
scrims.
got
Yeah,
quite
I'm
a,
just joking.
It's got
wings.
It's got wings.
Oh no.
Oh,
You've got
wings.
You've got a tissue or something over there, don't you? Just
No, don't do that.
No, I don't want to squish it.
Let it go. What's wrong with you guys?
Leave him be.
He's fine.
I didn't mean it.
He's just causing me mild
He's coming closer to
problems.
He's going to you, Jason.
I mean,
He senses weakness.
I think there's an interview ready, Jason.
there is an interview ready, actually. We're going to go take a look at an interview with Nick from Galaxy. And we'll come back shortly.
Hello, my name is Rashar, and my in-game name is Freak. I'm 21 years old, from Iraq. I'm actually really excited to play this tournament because it's just a really good mood. This is the first time that we play an offline tournament with most of the teams from our region, and we didn't make it to PMWI, so it's very cool to play a LAN tournament now. I mean, playing against the teams from our region is usual, since we play against them a lot, but like the name of the tournament is Regional Clash, so we definitely want to take back the title, you know. There's definitely different styles of playing between MENA and Europe. Europe, I think, would be playing more aggressive, and a lot of times blind aggressive as well, but MENA is known for its passive playstyle, but since they changed the point system, even MENA is playing very aggressive now. So we're trying to apply like more in between. I mean, all of them are pretty good, I believe, since they qualified to this. They're very high level, but one name that if they pop off is GG definitely. They've been around for a long time and they're very good. I just wish them luck, and they definitely should watch out for us, and I hope they have fun.
Yeah, so obviously different styles in regions, but they have high hopes and high expectations for what they can bring, and obviously take the title back over to MEA. But I want to bring us into a new topic here, my magical powers that I've seemed to have developed over the course of the last 10 minutes. That I can just summon random people by saying their name 3 times. Should I give it a go again?
I think that would be a great idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hot jukes, hot jukes, hot jukes.
It didn't work.
Oh, dear.
That's mean.
Or we could go with, I don't know, who else? Who else we got?
I don't know any other people.
Yeah, I don't know any other.
777. Oh, good
Now you get to see his real height.
Wait, so
was
Blank's
terrifying.
magic now? I thought it was
Yeah.
just Jason.
No, it's 100% magic.
Oh, 100%.
100% magic right there.
He looks so small.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of him. Yeah, take him
Oh,
away.
yeah.
Do you want to do the other one?
No, I think we should test Colaris, who looks thrilled.
Oh, I'm enthralled by this. This is great stuff.
That was
That could have been any cleaner. I'm just saying.
that was the most horrible exchange of microphones I've ever experienced.
That was some extreme rustling.
How are your quads, Max?
I don't.
Your legs hurt.
Let's just leave him there.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
He looks good.
No.
He's gone.
He's
And
giving
he's
up.
gone. He gave
He
up.
was suffering for quite some time.
What's up, Hot Jukes?
What's up, brother? How you doing? You called me.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go.
Now.
To a break.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. Not yet. I know.
Aw.
You know, the best
You
part
hate to
about
hear it.
this, though, is that, we got to share in the pain. You guys got to experience what it's like to fill for a very long time, like we did at PMWI. And we all got
Yes.
to, experience this together and come out stronger people together.
It's all about the brotherhood.
I feel weaker.
We could play a game.
Okay.
If it's that game where they show us the pictures of
That's
the map.
not the game.
Let's not do that game.
Oh, what's this going to be?
Oh. The crowd.
This is
So-
pre-recorded.
This means we're going to game soon.
It's the Koopser egg.
No, that's Vision.
That's
Oh.
Vision in the prison.
That's, that is true.
You never know.
Yeah.
Koopser ring has a way of coming back.
The Cooperang.
Well, hopefully we can mute your microphone here, Hot Jukes, because we
Please
got
and
a
thank you.
cast to go soon. And it looks like we're about to head into game here. That's what I'm hearing. Look.
Okay, bye.
Even though they muted his microphone, I'm pretty sure you heard him saying, let's go, through our microphones. So it looks like we're about to get underway with our game. We do have Erangel come up yet again. Just a reminder, we had GK win the last match. We had Fireflux win match 1, Regnum Karya win match 2.
Why is there whistling?
I know, it's just about to say the same thing. It's
Why
so,
not?
It's so taunting.
Hey!
And here we go. Match number 4. Hello, everybody. It is Hot Jukes here with the 7 Worlds Gaming. Man, I must be good luck here because what my name was called, the game has begun.
I just, they finally showed my real height. That was crazy, man.
No. They definitely shortened you.
Right?
For sure. I think it was the camera angle.
I feel like that was some Lord of the Rings stuff right there.
That's some movie magic,
Yeah.
for sure. I think Jason was standing much closer to the camera than you were.
I think that's what it was.
That's what it was.
By
That's
the
what
way,
it was.
Something I actually want to talk about real quick. Satan. We've seen him being able to put up good performances. We heard this talk about Coops. We heard this talk about Soulless too. I mean, 6, we saw what he was able to do as well, but I was actually impressed by what Satan was able to do. We saw him being able to get some great angles there in Erangel, which I really enjoyed. And something to point out at a Geek is that Marth, I guess their youngest player now, he was eliminated earlier on in the first 2 matches, but in the 3rd match, he was able to pretty much outlast what he was able to do in the previous 2 matches, and I think it really helped him out in a big way.
I think so too. Let's take a look as we got in zone number 1 coming up. Nice tried and true, right dead center in the middle. Honestly, when it comes to Satan, I think it was that pan he had in match number 2.
Oh.
Right, when he panned Mad Bulls, I think that's what hyped him up.
That's what gave him the confidence to just be able to pop off and get those angles. But the way something that we are seeing different here, guess what?
What's that?
We might get some hot drops.
Oh, baby. And you know what? It looks like we're going to see a nice little GK and Mad Bulls rematch here in Roshawk. So I'm interested to see that. Oh, look at this. Vision Esports all riding together.
They are, and from what we were able to tell there from the map as well, G Gladiators now going back to George, which is definitely interesting. It's going to be causing some issues here as they're able to convert that.
McHugh with the Bison getting a nice elimination there on the rotation. Yeah, and that is interesting to see Gladiators go back to George Pool because we saw in the last couple matches, that is their normal drop location.
Yeah.
We saw them head over to Primorsk, and another team that likes to land in Primorsk.
Back in PMWI,
Oh,
Vampire Esports.
That's correct. And we did get a chance to talk to Kitsune together before the matches today, and he did say that he was looking to try something different. So,
yeah, we've seen them being able to try out different stuff. I think we in the first 2 matches, especially in the first 2 matches of Erangel, that we're kind of being a lot more patient towards the outside of the of the zones. They were still spread out a little bit too much for what I like. And I mean, even when we were talking to him, he was saying, right, that I was telling him, please, don't be too spread out. He's like, I don't think we're going to be able to change that.
Yeah, they like to definitely play with those splits. But you know what? Sometimes you got to learn the hard way. You know what I'm saying? And maybe with the past couple matches that they've been playing, them going back to North George, maybe they're looking to mix it up and kind of go back to what they're used to. We'll see here in a minute. Now we're watching, of course, Geek Esports here at the north side of Rozhok, looking to be a little bit more, I think, lenient with Mad Bulls in this area. So they're just trying to get looted up and most likely going to head over to their next.
Did I see that stat right, too? Geek 7 ilms per match? That is ridiculous, too.
Insane. 36 points on the board right there, right below Fireflux. Fireflux has had one heck of a start to this tournament. No way. They actually going to be pushing Mad Bulls. Here they go.
They did the fake. They thought that we're going to be going away. You can say, yeah, we're going to be coming back for that. Where's Satan, though? I'm currently not able to see him. They're going to need his help.
Oh, they definitely are. Maybe he's possibly going off without an off angle. Yep, he's going right there on the top of Rozhok. So he's going to have sight lines on everybody, and his teammates are going to definitely need that information as we're going to start seeing that utility get thrown out on the side of EK. One nade is all it takes to open this, and I guarantee you if they do open it up with that knock, they're coming in hard.
Need to be careful, though. This name might hit right here from Mad Bulls, and it is going to hit, and this is going to be the opening. Now it's going to come down to Satan. If he does have a scope, he's going to be able to relay that info that you were talking about.
Ragnar is detracting and going on top of the hill for an off angle, so he is going to be leaving his teammate, and he is going to get knocked on in the process. So, and Ragnar gets beat up. So looks like it's going to be Mad Bulls getting the last laugh here. That's Satan in a 1v1 situation. Can't lose this. He does. So it is a full squad wipe on the side of Mad Bulls. That's sweet revenge right there.
EK going from that side, making it seem like they weren't even want to engage with Mad Bulls. And Mad Bulls say, you know what, if you guys are going to come back, we're definitely going to send you back to the lobby. I did not like how Satan was so far away from his squad, too. And with that angle that you were talking about, pretty much that school mountain, if you want to call it, by Rozhok, he needed some scopes. And I don't think this early on, I mean, you have to get so lucky to get some good scopes to be even relay any kind of info to your teammates.
It was definitely a bold split, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, when you see Satan take that hill, then not to mention they were like, oh, we were so confident. Let's get Ragnar to take another off angle on top of it. Then boom. Once one got naded, it was the perfect timing for Mad Bulls, and they capitalized it, which was good. I think that's going to help their confidence a lot going into these future matches.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we heard the Des mention it too. I mean, in the last Erangel, I think it's the last one too, they were able to push into a team and got absolutely destroyed. So this is definitely going to be a confidence booster for them. We'll see if it'll actually reflect in as the game continues on. And something that I'm enjoying here out of some of these teams is that they are being a little bit more patient. We've been seeing a bit of a difference, right? Their pacing of the game. Fireflux, I feel like that they have showcased that so well today, whether it was controlling that OP dip that we saw at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Picking and choosing those fights, I feel like that style that they were able to see out of Vampire Esports during PMWI, they're trying to mimic that here in PMRC.
I'll tell you one thing I'm seeing in familiar is Solus picking up that mini. All right, I talked to a lot of the players out here after watching Vampire just put on a clinic with that mini before, and we're seeing it here now. And I mean, Solus has been dominating with it, and he's definitely the elimination leader here in this match, and I think that is a big reason why.
And it comes down to how confident the players are with that mini, right? I mean, when we were talking to Kitsune as well, he said that he didn't even want to get close to it because if he got into a close engagement, it was going to completely backfire on him. So it comes down to how confident the player is going to be with the mini. And I mean, if they are confident, if they are willing to carry it throughout the whole match, we've seen what they've been able to do.
I think you have to look at the numbers, and if you start to see teams and players just really dominate with it, no matter who you are, you have to take it into consideration. I mean, we saw the big shift with the DBS, and obviously that's been huge. Coming up soon, though, that's not, the DBS isn't going to be as strong as it once was, and with seeing how dominant the mini has been from long range, especially not just from taking out teams, players, but even stealing eliminations. It's just been so huge.
Jukes, are you excited that the DBS is not going to be that strong as we wait here for the circle to kind of close down and teams to set themselves up?
Man, I'm excited the day the bolt action comes out heavy. So I'm still waiting on that day. When that day comes, you're going to see me jumping for joy. My wrists on fire from doing cartwheels all day long.
Are you gonna get throwback to like 2018 when you were a pro?
Oh,
getting those headshots? Best sniper in A, right? 2018.
Oh, I just wanna see some bolt action 360 no scope headshots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know about them 360.
Well, you know what? Even without it, look at this. That plane in the sky, that's a sign right there. That's a sign right there. We're going to see something happen. As this next zone about to pop on over, where is it headed? Is it going to be nice and centered up? Looks like that is most likely. Meanwhile, we see Gladiators still up in North George. This is what they like to do, just kind of do those nice little late rotations. But this zone, we might even get a pachinki finish.
I hope we do. I hope we do, and I'm looking towards the east of the map because Nexus, I mean, this is a team that definitely needs a good match, but right now it's not looking good for them as they are currently stuck in the blue zone, and it's going to be a tough push into this circle as you see everybody now is starting to get inside.
What has been happening with Nexus here today so far? They have not had the start, and hopefully they can kind of turn it around, but with their position right now, it ain't looking too good because all of these POIs are getting taken up instantly as we start to see some teams take on each other in the rotation. Team GQ, oh wow, what a nice shot there.
Regnum Karya, a team that's currently within the top 4 on the overall. Being able to showcase their skills, but I mean, they currently are down 1 player, 1 knocked. Enigma, this is your chance to push. If there was ever a chance to push, this is your chance to push as GQ is starting to back off. They're getting one of their players, third party. Actually, you know what, Enigma? I take it back. Don't try to push that. Just back off. There's so many third parties happening here.
It could be worth it, but you're going to have to time it perfectly because you're right. There are so many teams in rotation, and if you get caught slipping, it's going to definitely make things interesting. You can see Coops on that backline. I think they are going to retreat. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya trying to get these eliminations, and it looks like they definitely are. So they are going to get those double. Beautifully done. They're going to use a nade to get it there. And meanwhile, we're going to see Wild get looted up, and I think we're going to see a little bit of a lull from now.
You can see there on the screen, Coops being the lone man as the... as Blank was saying, what was it? The Coops array?
The Coops array.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. And I mean, we're kind of used to seeing Coops play like this, right? He's usually away from his team. He likes the team to kind of back him up with the angles, and it's something that I wonder if they're, even though they have done that for a long time, I wonder if they need to go back and actually look at some of the stuff that Vampire Esports was doing in regards to like Tony K, because Tony K was supported with some great angles by his teammates. Maybe that's what they need to do. They need to, and I mean, at one point, you know what? Let me back it up a little bit as we're waiting here for some more teams to end up engaging.
Okay.
Maybe instead of Coops moving to a better team, maybe they just need to get certain players that will play those off angles a little bit better in Enigma Galaxy.
I just think it's all about synergy at this point. You know, just kind of understanding each player's play style, figuring out what works best. Look at that. Ooh. Here comes the mini, right?
I said Nexus was going to have a tough.
I'm telling you, it's just been ridiculous as we see a member of the Falcons go down. Now, this is a really good spot on this ridgeline here, and it's obvious why I think we're going to see Nexus make that push. Next zone is going to pop on over. Where will it head to? Will we get that north and central Pachinki finish? Meanwhile, it's completely not taken. I understand why, because this zone is going to go in that direction, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a team like Vision head that way and just kind of hold it down for now.
You know who's currently happy? Enigma Galaxy currently holding that Pachinki Hill. They're going to be able to overlook at so much stuff, and if Coops is able to actually position himself in a good place, he might be able to start picking up some Illims, and you can see Nexus now going for the push of Falcon. Falcons does not want this.
Take a look at this replay here. As we're going to see AZ spin out. Oh, wow. Make some shots and pop in a player right off the buggy. Some nice trades going back and forth as well. I mean, this is a really big location, especially for this circle.
Yep.
And I'm not surprised to see it in such contention. Meanwhile, we're looking at Mad Bulls taking down Matic. Matic going down, Tixie going down as well. Glad MECU, it's going to go down to the blue zone as well, most likely. Oh, barely getting out those first aids. Those bandages, actually.
Bandages and also those boosts that he had help him out in a big way. And now for Mad Bulls is like, do you want to disengage here or see if you can maybe get that extra Illim? Because they know, they're going to be seeing that buggy, and if they can shoot just one tire, it's going to make his life pretty much hell.
Well, I mean, he's done for already. I mean, because the entire team is gone. It is just MECU trying to get some points for his team. Meanwhile, Mad Bulls starting off so strong, 7 eliminations. Their whole entire squad is up. This could be the game that they have been waiting for. See there at the bottom right, we looked at that trophy. These teams definitely want to put their hands on that. Nexus Gaming is a squad that we expected a lot from here. And starting off first 3 matches, look at them, all the way at the bottom with only 2 points.
As we're seeing some of this stuff here, by the way, you were talking about Mad Bulls starting off hot with those 7 elims. Well, guess what? Today, after 3 matches, they only had 9 points. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a great push for them in the leaderboard. Once it's done, whether they get eliminated now or whatever happens, this is exactly what they need to just build up some confidence too.
Wild with the mini, trying to get some shots downrange up Pachinki. And let's see exactly where the rest of these teams are holding it down. They're all going to be surrounding that Pachinki hill. Slaughterhouse taken as well.
It's just going to be a bunch of patience here.
Oh, yeah. Stage 3, this is where things start to get interesting. This is that planning phase. You want to definitely get set up as we're starting to see some trades go back and forth. Volt about to get knocked here. Does lay down to avoid that shot from Wild. I'm telling you, for just destroying your helmet and vest, this mini is just ridiculous. I cannot stress it enough.
Yeah, Wild's just currently keeping Vision there in check, and it's gonna be interesting, right? Because we're gonna have a new circle popping up, and if they're gonna have to push out and they're taking all those shots, it's gonna diminish that armor. It's gonna make it a lot more difficult to get into that circle.
Let's take a look at where the circle is gonna go, as it is about to pop. Will we get that crazy hard shift north and a Pachinki urban finish? That'll make things interesting. And it's still in play, baby. So it's still a chance. Meanwhile, Pachinki Hill is the place to be. Enigma Galaxy holding the south side of it right now. You know, Coops is ready to shoot at anybody that comes his way. There's going to be a lot of teams stressing, especially here on this west side.
Yeah, and I wish Coops would switch positions with Lore. I feel like he would be able to excel a little bit more, get better vision on a lot of the teams that are going to be driving by.
Well, Lore just goes down right now. The Falcon Pushki right there, beautifully done. So as we see, Nexus Gaming, they're barely outside of the circle, and this is a tough hill right here because the next zone does head towards Pachinki Hill, so they're gonna have to cross that road. There's not a lot of cover in that direction. They may have to make a send towards that hill in general. Meanwhile, yeah, we're gonna see Gladiators go out early. So one of their rough performances here, maybe they gotta go back to Primors.
If I'm Dan, and I'm probably going to be thinking about it because remember, even though they didn't have to fight anybody in George, it kind of ended up backfiring for them as they try to make it in through the north.
Meanwhile, seeing Brute Force on the rotation. Brand new squad. Here's their first time here at LAN. Meanwhile, we're going to have to see the Falcons try to defend Pachinki Hill. This is a tough spot because you could definitely get shot from that backside. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy are going to hold this valley here. And it looks like they're going to rock a split in the meantime. There is that little bit of a tailpipe there that can be a little bit additional cover. Meanwhile, we're just starting to see those shots come from long range from across the field. So it is going to be Team Falcons controlling this side of Pachinki Hill.
Yeah, we saw Team Falcons do some great things in the earlier matches too. I mean, this is a team that's currently sitting in 6th place with 20 points. And guess what? They're trying to do what Enigma Galaxy wasn't able to do earlier, which is take advantage of this high ground, take advantage of the people that are going to be moving in and see if you can get some easy elims, the easy points to add to your tally.
Here's Coops, keeping an eye up on that high ground. He's in a very important position here. Yep. He cannot get knocked at all, because if he does, they're going to be able to control that hill completely, and his team is going to be done for. So we'll see how that ends up playing out in just a minute. Meanwhile, we're going to look at Kevin inside of the church near Pachinki. This is going to be a great location to get a lot of vision for his squad. Gangsters currently right now sitting in 11th place with only 13 points. So if the zone goes north for them, they could be in a good position.
They could be, but I think I really don't see it going north for them. I'm currently happy with when we were looking there at Gangsters, I was happy with the Mad Bulls location. They had a nice 2-2 split as well as GQ gets eliminated. You can see Brute Force. Oh, please take the shot.
Oh, the nade. The shot's coming out, but just a little bit too late. Meanwhile, we're going to watch De Muerte. Elementrix trying to find a way of getting his team out of this position, but the nades are coming in hot. And this one's going to punish him as well. Oh, shots coming from all over. How is he going to get out of this one?
Not the position that Muerte wanted to be in, especially when they're trying to throw that nade, and he ended up backfiring for them. But you know, Brute Force, we've been able to see what they did earlier in regards to being able to push on some teams.
Brute Force First time here at LAN, looking to make a name for themselves here. Got to be able to hold them angles, though. Excuse me, coming into the mix now. They hear the shots. This is all the way on the west side of the map, so they definitely want to control this side and then get an opportunity to third party. That's great, but it's only black-white up. So you can see him just trying to poke out some nades and possibly pick up some eliminations for his team.
And excuse me, he's going to decide to back off. He didn't see an option there to third party, so this is the smart thing. But guess what? If you're going to be rotating, you see Fireflux in the horizon, and that's a team you don't even want to get close to, considering what they've been able to do in the previous matches. And now the Muerte, a team that definitely needed a good match here after the bad 3 games at the start. Karia trying to see if he's going to be able to respond to somebody. You don't. Oh, here we go. DBS, we're talking about it. Easy.
Beautifully done there. So nice job from Brute Force, recognizing the heads-up play of being able to take these players out here on the edge. Great job gatekeeping indeed. Now they have to find a way to get into this next circle because the zone is starting to close. This is on the thick side, so it is going to close pretty quickly, but Black-White looking to pick up those eliminations. Goes for the double, isn't able to do it. So, but that knock is going to force a Brute Force player out of the game most likely. Yeah, they're going to leave him, try to hop in this UAZ and find a spot in the zone.
I wonder if they just might have enough time to be able to pick him up. Enigma Galaxy, remember, they were pushed off this Pochinki hill. Now they're going to have to battle this cars. Great shot there by Raouf. Being able to blow up the car and help that other player get knocked.
Beautifully done here. Now, when does Enigma Galaxy decide to pull the trigger and push this spot? Because if they're able to control this side of the hill, it's good for them. But it's difficult because there are going to be teams right behind them as well. So meanwhile, we're going to watch the Muerte try to get the last laugh on Brute Force, trying to drive into the zone, but gets knocked in the process. And I don't think he's going to be able to pick him up.
If I was him, just sacrifice him. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He's not.
Indecision.
He's going to be going for it. He's going to get spotted. He's going to get shot. No! The Muerte showcasing why they're currently towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Indecision, that's what I'm saying. You know, one little slip up, one little hesitation is all it takes. And Brute Force take advantage of it. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy in that valley on the Pochinki side, not able to hold it down. Definitely a tough spot to defend. Meanwhile, we're back at Pochinki, baby. Here comes Vision, Esports Mon, trying to get it done with the DBS. Gets bopped right out the window.
We're talking about Gainstars earlier. If they were going to have to take on Mabbles, guess what? They say, you know what? We'll take on Vision first. Are they going to be able to clear him out there with that Molly? Great stuff out of Gainstars.
Beautifully done from them. So they are going to be able to hold Pochinki. Next zone is about to pop. So meanwhile, we're seeing a ton of congestion. So many teams on that southwest side. And it is going to be an all-out war there.
A team that's been quiet, Fireflux, guess what? They just got one of their players eliminated, and they're currently sitting with 0 ilms. But now we're going to be starting seeing here some knocks from Fireflux. This is when they start picking it up. Remember, I was talking about their pacing. So far, they wait to actually take onto a fight. This is exactly what they're doing now. Now they see the option to take onto a fight, and they're going to go for it, taking on Ragnam Karia.
Here they go. Fireflux with this little valley here is such a great spot in this zone. They do have the defense of it, and lucky for them, there isn't any team on either side of them yet. So they're not having to worry about it. Meanwhile, we're going to see the Falcons. Next zone does pop out. It does go south, so we're not going to get that Pochinki finish, but it is going to be on the hillside of Pochinki as we watch Next Ruya try to climb the mountain.
They are going to be trying to climb it, and you know, one team that's currently kicking themselves watching this is going to be Enigma Galaxy, as they pretty much had control of that. They just decided to do a 2-2 split that ended up backfiring. Next Ruya now back to the blue zone. What are they going to do here? At one point, you're going to have to make the push before Fireflux gets too close. Gangsters, one of the players ends up getting knocked. No, man, what are you doing?
Oh, you hate to see that, but Fireflux are in the mix, and here they come. It's going to be a big push on to Next Ruya as the zone is going to start closing in the next 8 seconds. They don't want to push just yet, so Solke is waiting, most likely trying to hope for a third-party situation, and that's exactly what just might happen here because Falcon is going into it with Next Ruya.
Next Ruya trying to take control over that high ground, trying to see if they can at least rotate around, but all these teams need to be careful. We saw what Fireflux was planning on doing. You can see there, Next Ruya being able to knock another player from Falcons.
Next Ruya definitely with the advantage, but now here comes Fireflux, and they're having to force them into looking in too many different directions. Axer not able to get it done there at the end, and Seawolf is going to be alive now. Fireflux may have waited a little bit too long. Next Ruya are going to have full eyes locked in this direction.
And I think they were forced to wait a little bit too long as that brute force player was pretty much gatekeeping them. He wasn't allowing them to make that push, and he ended up backfiring because nobody ended up getting knocked there from Next Ruya anyways.
That delay, that little slight delay could cost them big time. Meanwhile, we're looking at Gangsters holding that pipeline I was talking about a little bit earlier. This is the spot that I kind of expected Enigma Galaxy to kind of hold on, but they tried to hold the Valley to themselves, bit off a little bit more than they could chew. And we'll see how Gangsters look to handle it. Meanwhile, Fireflux, top of the leaderboards with a nice knock onto Next Ruya. Solke, wow, dancing back and forth, avoiding all the shots, except here comes the DBS. There's back and forth. Meanwhile, oh, that is going to be, yeah, Fireflux eliminated.
Guess what? Some of the other teams currently that were trying to chase that first place are going to be happy because they only ended up getting one Illim, which is... It's great if you're trying to catch up to them at the moment. One team we really haven't got any chance to talk about, Random Karya. Guess what? They've been super patient, and they were starting to make a push there. I think they were able to collect some Illims. They currently have 3, but only 2 players standing. Next, Ruya has been able to play this hill so well, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they have, but you know what? We're looking at road to glory here. This nade could be huge. Next, Ruya so close to them. Road to glory definitely have the advantage positionally. They just got to be able to spot exactly where they are, and Rio has no clue that there's 2 people right next to this vehicle.
And I think it has to do with Frozen using all those smokes, trying to get that distraction out of them. And remember, we heard that Des talk about Frozen. We heard that we wanted to see more out of him. Well, he might be able to showcase it here as Nexus ends up getting eliminated there with just 3 Illims. Look at Next Ruya. So close to me.
Taking his time. Playing it very quietly right now. Next Ruya is not trying to give up their position at all. Oh, actually, he does end up going down, and he tries to drive off, and it looks like he is able to make it to safety just at the last second.
At the worst timing possible, too, when Frozen wasn't even nowhere near being able to get an angle there. If he would have been able to get that angle, something different might have happened there for Next Ruya, but now they need to be careful because Rangnam Karya is going to have to start pushing out of this. Also, Mad Bulls is going to be keeping an eye on them. And guess what? We forgot about the Brute Force player.
He's still in the game. 8 eliminations for Brute Force. Man, this squad is keeping true to their name, just surviving by just that. Let's see. Repod?
Repod. We heard him talk about it.
We did.
The nerves don't get to him. So far, he's not seeming like it.
Oh, but I'll tell you what, Ragnar Karya is about to be coming right into this direction. He knows it. So here goes the laydown. He does have that ghillie suit. And I think right now he's just trying to buy as much time as he can. He has a beautiful little spot there with just enough cover. He might be able to get under the action. Meanwhile, Frozen holding the shack is going to get evicted from it as we see Ragnar Karya push into this position.
And that's what we want to see out of Regnum Karya, right? They were in that building for such a long time that they needed to make a push, and now Gangsters is going to be able to help them out as well, as they're currently taking some shots here on Mad Bulls. Mad Bulls not where they want to be. I think they took a little bit too long to exit Pochinki.
And Gangsters are still holding the spot so well and picking up every single point they can see from these teams and players just trying to get to safety from Pochinki. Oh, Regnum Karya in the shack just getting absolutely abused. It's going to be tough for them to be able to get it done. Meanwhile, we're going to see Mad Bulls eliminated. 4 squads remaining here in match number 4.
But for Mad Bulls, I mean, you got to be happy, right? A team that was coming into this game with 9 points, being able to come out with so many amount of Willems, that's going to be a confidence booster. Hopefully, even though we're not going to be playing Enrigel in the next match, we're going to be going to Miramar. We'll see what they can do there. But let's keep an eye on Gangsters. Currently a good spot. Can he finesse this? Nade.
Thread the needle. Oh! Got him! Beautifully done there from Gangsters. They have this entire side of the map to themselves. This is definitely their game to win. All they have to do is finish strong. Meanwhile, we still have 1 member up from Next Ruya, but it's Road to Glory, the only team that can stop them now. And Jafar is overextended from his team. They realize it. Road to Glory is trying to capitalize on this position.
And if there was ever a chance for Road to Glory to make the balance go to him, this is it. Jafar overextended way too much. You know his team is currently screaming at him.
That is tough. He tried to go for an off angle, but it was just a little bit too off the beaten path, and Road to Glory capitalized on it immediately. So they do have some interesting angles. Honestly, it could go either way. It's really up to this next knock. Groza, from this position, can do a lot of damage to Gangsters. He needs to go and finish Jafar and eliminate that intel from them as well.
Meanwhile, while we're seeing those 2 teams, guess what? Next Ruya, only 1 player waiting patiently. We've seen what 1 player was able to do earlier from Brute Force. Can he play that spoiler role? Is he gonna wait for the right moment to third-party this fight? Meanwhile, Road to Glory Right now, they do have some good angles, but they got to watch out for that circle because once that closes in, that blue zone is going to start pushing them forward, and they need to make sure they start planning something as we see Gangsters just waiting and seeing what's going to happen.
Yekta 10K has been so patient here. He has not shot a shot. He is just waiting for his time to strike. Yeah, Road to Glory are looking for a different angle here to get into this next circle. Now, this is zone number 8. The zone's not going anywhere from here. It is going to close down to nothing after this. Groza does get a couple hit markers here as he tries to get some finishes. He's going to go a little bit further down and use that broken vehicle to give him a little bit more sight lines. Meanwhile, I mean, this is going to be an all-out battle. Oh, Yekta finally pulls the trigger, but that gets turned on by Kevin.
Kevin said, "You gonna shoot at me? Guess what? I'm gonna send you to the lobby. I'm not even gonna allow you to third party later on." And meanwhile, that allowed Road to Glory to set themselves up for this fight and see if they can get some angles.
Both of these teams getting really close to being in utility range of each other, so that's going to definitely make things more difficult. Road to Glory hopping in the vehicle, trying to get that extra third-party perspective and try to get a little bit more sight line. So they're gonna drive up a little bit here. Actually, they're gonna full send it up on the hill, and if they're able to take out Kevin, they got this game in the bag.
They should be able to get him because remember, they do have one player that was looking at the 2 players from Gangstars that was going to be holding them off. They need to make sure they clear Kevin, and they need to make sure they clear him quick. Here we go.
Rio's going to run him over. Oh my gosh, Rio running over the off angle, and now Road to Glory is literally doing what their name is, but it's just down to 2 players.
It is a 2v2. Road to Glory. You got to be able to win this one.
Rio pushing up. A little bit off the beaten path, though. They cannot get caught in a 1v1 situation. They have to group up. He's got the DBS. He could definitely do this if they make a mistake. He comes in with the vehicle as a distraction. He gets one. He goes for the second. Oh, so close. But Rio clutching it up for his squad. Beautifully executed right there at the end. That was so close.
That was beautiful there from Road to Glory. I really thought he was about to snap on that other player and be able to get him.
That was anybody's game. That was anybody's game. That one shot with that DBS, man, my hands would have been shaking. But Road to Glory clutch up a must-needed win for them. Hopefully this is that one that really fires up the squad. We can see the hype of the players right here, and anything can happen. There's a lot of matches left to be played.
And this is great, right? When you have teams like Fireflex going now with not that many points for the teams that do need it, like Road to Glory, going into this match in 14th place, only having 5 points. This is going to be such a huge push for them. This is the confidence booster that they need. And the solos, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah.
The solos, I feel like, were the difference maker in this past match, being able to third-party stuff, because I thought we were going to have a stalemate there for a second, but the next Rio player was like, you know what, I think I'll start this fight a little bit faster.
I can't believe he got turned on, though. That was pretty nuts right there towards the end. I mean, Pachiki Hill finishes are always interesting because, you know, you definitely want to be able to secure that high ground, but, you know, when it's such a heavily trafficked POI, you're going to see players coming in from each direction. If you get to that spot a little bit too early, like we saw Nigma Galaxy do, right? They tried to control too much. Yep. Too many teams came by, mowed them down. And honestly, Gangsters took that tailpipe, held it on for a little bit longer. Zone came to them, and they took the chicken.
And for next Rio, that's going to be a big learning lesson because we have seen that 3-1 split that they've been working on. Maybe at that point, you know what, just back it up a little bit, play a little bit more compact, especially if you do have that high ground advantage, and it would have worked out wonders for them here, but having that 2-2 split completely backfire. But the way with this one, oh, look at this. Wash almost getting it.
Oh, so close. Honestly, got to give a big heads up, though, to Road to Glory for clutching it up and using that vehicle to their advantage. I mean, it was a really bold play to be able to take it early on, get that knock. And again, a nice chicken dinner for Road to Glory Esports. Let's take it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
Paradise through dirt and
Road to Glory pick up a big win here, putting MEA on 2-2 now overall when it comes to our leaderboards between these two regions, and they look to get themselves up the leaderboard even farther now as they have that victory. I'm just Captain, joined by Blank and Clarus here on the desk. We're going to break this one down here, and Blank, another set of notes, another set of phrases. What do you got for us?
Oh, yes.
I've got...
Let's go.
Bowles good read. Scouters.
Bowles good read?
Bowles.
Who's
the Mad Bulls?
Oh, the Mad Bulls.
I had to abbreviate because their name was too long.
No,
for the
it's
notes.
not.
It's literally 3 extra letters.
That's way too much, mate.
Bowles good read. What else?
Yeah, Bowles good read.
Bowles. Okay, I gotcha.
But I think that the Mad Bulls actually had a good initial start to that game, followed by a very bad push in the end game.
Okay.
I would say.
Well,
in fact, Frozen was decent.
Let's take a look at the match rankings.
You didn't like that?
No, I didn't like it.
I did put also...
Let me talk about the game.
Fireflux better rotates. Super cool.
Okay.
Super cool.
Well, Road to Glory get themselves 19 points. Gangsters get themselves 15 points. And Xperia get themselves 12. Mad Bulls, like, finally, they got past the initial stages of the game here, Clarus. And
Yeah.
they actually got to play.
Yeah, it was nice to see. Of course, they had a good start to the game. And then... they sent, and that wasn't so good. Although, that being said, they did get into the shack, which was nice. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you what my favorite moment of this game was, though, Jason. The fact that Road to Glory decided to send the car forwards, and then if they didn't pull the handbrake, if Rio didn't pull the handbrake on that car, he wouldn't have got the run over, which was awesome, because that shows some really cool control.
Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
I liked that a lot.
Rio did exactly what Clarus did to me earlier and gave him the boo.
Yeah, that's true. Rear-wheel
true.
drive, let's go.
Okay.
Like it a lot.
You're not wrong. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here in this last match. And Gangsters, we were rooting for them after hearing Jafar on the interview as well, saying they're adapting to the phones. Obviously,
Yeah.
first time at LAN. It was close. Obviously, getting a bunch of points that they desperately needed. But I think one thing we do kind of question is still some of these rotations that they're doing.
They're a little slow on the uptake for some of these situations, but I do think that the commentators hit the nail on the head. Lil Jafar went a little bit too far at the very end here. And
so you're saying he needed to play more Janir?
I'm going to go...
You could say...
That was good. That was all right.
I think John said that, actually.
Oh, no.
No, and you just said it was good then, so...
No, it's not
You got that,
good.
John.
No.
Yeah.
Debated.
Wow. Anyway, wherever you are.
Wherever you are.
Jafar.
Let's talk about Road to Glory, obviously closing out the game.
So
I want to see
sorry.
their player stats in a second because we haven't been able to focus too much on them as a team. And again, it would be a good idea to get an idea of the team.
Okay.
I think it's literally like went like this.
Wow. That's a real...
Who's really standing out?
Do you have just like
Normally
a
we do
spider
the-
diagram in your head?
Well, normally we do the shows, a little bit early in the day.
Yeah.
And I am a little bit sick, so...
Okay.
That paracetamol.
Like wicked sick.
Wicked sick, though, yeah.
Yeah.
You went straight to the kickflip. You skipped the ollie.
I give it
Wicked
that V
sick, man.
sign. Let's say Road to Glory's player stats here in this match as we're going to try to focus up here because these are team stats.
Thank you. They're pretty decent. Not amazing by any stretch.
Is this your analysis?
No, I'm beginning.
Oh,
the
okay.
analysis.
Keep on.
Goodness me. Yeah, they're not amazing by any stretch of the word, but I think 1800 damage is still pretty decent. 9 eliminations, most of those towards the end of the game.
Yeah.
I think that they were kind of gifted, though, towards the end, as a lot of the teams above them faced the brunt of Fireflux, as well as the ending, basically, of Prepod's raid on that side of the map.
There we go, Blank.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Brilliant. That's what we want to see. Either way.
Nice.
Nice one, Jason. But yeah, I think that they were kind of protected by a lot of what was going on towards their northern side, and ended up it was just a meeting between Gangsters and Road to Glory, who had both taken pretty slow rotations towards that spot.
I'm going to give them a little bit more credit than that. I think
I agree with you,
the
James.
way they were able to eventually deal with the Pachinki Hill situation, where there is a lot of teams kind of in here, kind of mishmash, a lot of fights going on and stuff like that. They persevered. They held on and they were kind of selective about when they were going to take fights on that hill. And that kind of wins them out of the situation. I think it was pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will still say there was protection for quite a while, but I will agree in the sense that they did look a lot cleaner in that end game.
It's not easy to come out of that situation unscathed.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
100%.
There it is.
100% of the time he agrees, 100%. Let's take a look at Gangster's stats, though, of their player stats. See how well Jafar did for his team. So 2 eliminations, not bad. But again, a decent spread across the team, one of the more important parts. But I think maybe one of the downfalls of Gangster Esports was Jafar going down. I think that was to Groza for R2G. He got knocked away from his team. They were able to take that position away and really close in a lot of the angles that obviously they couldn't fight out from.
I think they just overwhelmed them, honestly, at that end game. I think it's clear that Road to Glory were a lot better than them when it came to that setup in the end game. As soon as that first knock went through, it felt like the rest of Gangsters were a bit fumbling at that point, in which case Road to Glory just immediately took control of the situation. Once they got rid of Yetka, who I think could have maybe taken a little bit more time on next Ruya side. I mean, we didn't 100% see it. Like you were saying, Kayla, we weren't sure if he'd been spotted or he'd given away his position. But either way, they'd really controlled that endgame.
Yeah, a few things. If you do have the trigger discipline and you don't fire, if you feel like you've still not been spotted, you could potentially find yourself in a scenario where everybody's kind of knocked, there's one player left up and good to go, and then you can maybe try and snipe that down. I will say, though, that for Gangsters, losing someone early makes the utilization of a 4v3, makes the utilization of a car play all the more effective because you have that man advantage. You can try and go for these a bit more wild plays with a vehicle like that then really opens up the battlefield
Panic
for you.
mode.
So
yeah,
losing Jafar that early, it really comes back to bite them here.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame, but you know what? At least this is something that maybe Gangsters can learn from. Obviously, it's their highest placing so far. Could take it into the next matches. They still have 2 left to go today. But you guys at home, we still have the Dragon Ball Super collaboration happening with PUBG Mobile. And we're so excited to actually see this. We're actually able to play a bunch of games on it as well. Make sure you guys check it out because we have sweet little vehicles in game you can use, some items you can play as your favorite characters as well. So make sure you guys get into the game and check it out. And honestly, we had so much more to talk about, but I'm hearing we're about to get into our next match here. So I have to actually bench this for now. Come back to it later on. I'll throw it over to our commentators, Hot Jukes and 7-Year-Olds Gaming, to kick us in.
Here we go into Miramar. First Miramar of the match. Of the day, actually, here. It is Hot Jukes here with the 7 Worlds Gaming. So, look at this playing path. Right down the center.
Could they ask for anything better?
I don't think they could. I mean, this is going to be as good as a playing path as it gets. We're going to see teams, you know, that can drop towards El Pozo. They have a little bit of a stretch, but nothing really too crazy. Everywhere else on the map is wide open, so it's good to see some teams kind of have a nice, easy playing path here in this Miramar.
I want to see if we're going to be possibly getting any hot drops. That's what I'm interested in.
Ooh.
You know I like those hot drops. Imagine, in Picado. Come on, go to the stadium. That's what I want to see.
Sin City, baby. Come on. Just like old time's sake. I would love to see that as well, meanwhile. But, oh, man, the chances of it at this stage is just so risky. You know, you definitely want to avoid a hot drop situation as much as you possibly can. But you never know. We could see...
We might be getting one actually with next Riyadh.
Yeah, might land right dead center. And the nice, this southern circle always makes things interesting here.
I'll tell you exactly which team I'm going to be looking at with this circle. I'm going to be looking at De Muerte. I want to see how fast they're going to be rotating in, or if they're going to decide to wait it out. But guess what? I was talking about Picado. We are going to be getting a hot drop here.
Oh, revolver! Revolver! Knock right off the rip. That is what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, we're going to see GK get into it with Regnum Karya. Oh, it hits the reload and gets the finish. So, wow. Actually, that's going to be 2 knocked from GK. They are getting ripped apart and macheted in half.
Back-to-back games for GK where they just pretty much it ends up backfiring for them, and it comes down to Satan. What is he going to be able to do here? I don't think he's going to be able to hold them off. So you know what? Just try to back off. Try to see if you can maybe rotate out of this fight and find a spot where you can just lay down. Can he get to that car in time? Because you see Regnum Karya currently hunting him down.
Yes, sir. He traveled through the casino, and he is definitely being hunted. You can see him kind of just traveling down that broken wall, trying to find a way to that roadster, and now. Yep. Oh, no, never mind. Second thoughts. Getting beat up and shot. He's done for.
They got to him on time. Jukes, this is what I was afraid of.
The toes.
Are they going to be seeing the toes?
The nade comes out. Oh, he does get a knock. So, I mean, he definitely went out in style, but, man. That is 2 back-to-back early defeats for GK.
For a team that was starting off hot, this is one way to get just eyes down. Not what they wanted to happen, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be thinking about this going into the next Miramar. You're like, you know what? I don't think we want to make it 3 games in a row where they get eliminated first.
Especially dropping in apartments together. I mean, that is so risky. I mean, Picado is such a big area, so many different spots where they can land, but I mean, they look like they had something to prove, so it's crazy to see them go out so early. But yeah, once you go out like this, it's hard to really put your flag down in that spot. So I'm interested to see if they're going to just re-drop in Picado or decide for a different location.
You know what? I'm going to be looking at Brute Force. This is a team that during their championship, they were actually able to take advantage of Miramar and put up some good numbers in regards to eliminations. I want to see if they can do the same thing again, put up some good numbers for elimination. As we see, oh, look at that car. That's one of my favorite cars in the game.
Oh,
hands down.
The Golden Marauder. Yeah, let's see this here. Nice finish there with that R45. Beautifully done. And then just... Chop City. Ugh, get out of here.
Back to the lobby, and then, oh man, that was such a beautiful nade too there by Cell 9. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. But man, you know what? Speaking of some of these teams that we're looking at here.
Which teams are you thinking about?
One of them you talked about was Brute Force. You know what? And I really like the squad. I got a chance to talk to some of their players. I got a chance to talk to their owner as well. You know, they obviously said that they are here for the first time ever at a LAN, and that they were looking to use this tournament as a stepping stone. You know, they wanted to try some different stuff, see how they reacted inside of a LAN for the first time, how they dealt with the nerves. And I gotta say, I mean, we saw this team, you know, get a nice squad wipe to start this tournament off. And they've seemed to be running it, running with it ever since. We saw them also take on, I believe it was Mad Bulls early on.
Yep.
In Erangel. So now I think they have the confidence. It's all about just how you finish.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to what we were talking about with Prepo when we got a chance to talk to him was, I mean, were they actually going to take this serious? And I think they told us that we're going to use this as a scrimmage in a way, being able to gain a lot of experience. But I think after day one, they're going to be like, you know what? I think we want to change that. I think we want to go for that win. And I'll be surprised if their competitiveness doesn't kick in and they actually want to go for that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. They have a good game right here. We see them sitting in third place at least, right? Possibly even in second. So it's the door is wide open for these teams.
You know what I'm currently looking at on this screen, Jukes?
Who's that?
GK, third place, out again. Oh, man, that just hurts to see. And guess what? Who's below them? Brute Force, who we're talking about. Out of Brute Force, since we do have a chance here to kind of talk about some of these teams, Prepo, currently performing really well for his team, has been able to rack up 8 elims with the nice amount of damage to 1,222. But there is one big question mark at the moment for me for this team.
What's that?
And that's going to be Neos. After 4 games, he's only been able to get 1 elim. But you know what? We'll put that to the side as Meku ends up getting knocked here by GQ.
Wow, GQ getting a nice elimination to start things off. Evo Station is knocked, but they are driving to him, so he will get picked up in this situation here. So Gladiators losing another player early on due to these splits. They just keep getting punished by it over and over again.
Yeah, and I honestly, I feel like this is such a stubborn team that they're not going to be changing anytime soon, and they need to be careful here.
Speaking of stubborn, I think they're going straight for Evo Station, so they want to get their get back. And I think it might just happen here as Tixie's got that nade locked and loaded. AZ is going to have to get it done here. They are in a bowl, but that is the wrong place you want to be when you got nades flying at you. Meanwhile, we got Matic with the M24 up close and personal.
And something that you need to be careful is there is just 2 of them. It's just Tixie, and I don't actually see the other third player. I have no idea where he's currently at. They do not want to take on this fight right now. As you can see, Matin laying down, trying to relay the information there to Tixie. And you know what? GQ is going to want to back off from this fight. The smart play, give themselves some grounds between them and GG, and this is the right play, being able to control themselves. And I was wondering where the other player was. Guess what? Kitsune was spotted by Korka as he's now starting to get shot.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. If I'm GQ, I'm full sending Kitsune here on the other side. Oh, especially with that knock. That's 100% full send. I was surprised to even see them back off in that situation because Gladiators took so long to try and get and gave the opportunity to them, but we are seeing some knocks back and forth. As a matter of fact, we see 2 members from Fireflux down as well, so they are getting in the mix as we're going to see this circle pop on over, and it is going to go ahead, and we couldn't even see a Los Leones finish.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. By the way, Fireflux getting 2 players knocked this early on. That's actually surprising, considering this team has been able to wait to engage on this fight. But guess what? Now Soulcase seeing a car. He's going to try to take some shots, and they need to be careful because Regnum Cario with this nade, can he hit? Soulless is able to hit with the Mini 14.
Mini, I mean, he is just disgusting with this Mini. We've seen him hit some crazy shots so far, and he has the off angle. He has the gun to do it. Regnum Cario's in big trouble, especially once that smoke goes out. And Solus realizes it, but he also has to watch out for this remaining member. It's a battle of the off angles here. Whoever wins this, gets shot from a third party. That is going to be brutal for Fireflux.
It is, but Soulcase being able to get that angle of the van, and he's going to go for it, even though he's currently getting shot up. He wants to be able to confirm some elims here, considering that they have lost players. It's just 2 of them. They need to be careful, though. Those third parties are going to start popping up. And guess what? I just saw a Brute Force player coming in.
Soulcase, full sending it on in. He does that. He overthrows the molly just a little bit, but he's going into the smokes. Full force with every advantage completely taken away from him. And he is going down. So it is going to be just catch up for Fireflux. He does have an off angle, but it is not looking good for Fireflux. So they losing 3 members early on. And that's no bueno.
No bueno at all. And I love how aggressive Catch is. Instead of just backing off right away, he's like, you know what? I'm going to take some shots at you guys.
He's like, you hurt my friends. You hurt my friends. And he's out of here. So he's going to go ahead and try to be on the hunt for some some spare points here and there, maybe a possible couple elimination steals. We'll see what he ends up getting into it towards the end of the match.
Which, if any player out of Fireflux, you would want them to be left alive. The last one standing, you would kind of want Catch to be that player. As now we're starting to see Brute Force third party in Random Karya, as Random Karya is still trying to recover there from that fight with Fireflux.
Well, I'll tell you what, Brute Force are starting to hear that door open, right? Seeing Fireflux get beat up and taken out, they know that this is a big chance for them to catch up to the leaders here in this tournament. So Random Karya have 6 eliminations, but they are down to 2 players, and you could start to see Brute Force start to wrap their claws around Wild because they realize that he's separated from the rest of his team, and that is going to be Prepod getting that knock and his teammate getting the finish. So another point on the board for Brute Force.
And if there was ever a time to make a push there to the Regnum Karya player, it is now. That is the last one standing. I'm pretty sure they've been keeping track there of the Ilums, and this is the time to do it. You want to do it before you end up getting third party like they were able to third party that fight.
Do it quick. Full send on it. You know you have the man advantage. It's an easy point from there. Let's see what this next zone does go on to. All right. Looks like it's going to be a La Bendita finish. We are seeing Excuse Me in the center of it on that mountainside. That's going to be a good location if they can hold it for now. Meanwhile, we see Gangsters up in the north. Team Falcons going to have to travel through Los Leones from the south side, and they're going to have to deal with some of that edge play. Mad Bull's in that same position, but tell you what, Gladiators, Tixie, Kitsune, looks like this could be a good match for them as well.
I'm glad you mentioned them, and I also wanted to mention Nexus because guess what? Nexus is currently put in a good position here. They were pretty much struggling, right, getting into that last game, getting into the circle. They don't even have to worry about it here. Now they just have to worry about being able to defend this, and if they are able, cause some damage with that Mini 14. See if you can actually defend this because Vision is going to be hearing those shots, and they're going to be coming straight at you and also shooting at you.
Kabahal switched into the AK, but he does end up hitting that windmill a little bit. That does allow Vision to push up for free, and here they come. Here comes Volt from down south. He's going to go ahead and throw that Molotov in, and he does. He has landed onto Doran as he is getting beat up big time, but they're not going to know that just yet. Oh, it's a mock it up with the M249 4X. Spraying it up, but oh, look who's Road to Glory up, but it's third party Central.
I love the decisiveness out of Vision there. They were like, you're going to shoot at us. We're going to come crashing into your compound, and we're going to make sure we send you to that lobby. Nexus, I was talking about how this team wasn't going to have to worry about getting into the circle. They were just going to have to worry about defending. Well, guess what? They're truly not doing a great job at it with one player standing. He's going to be able to get a knock. Now, can he convert this other knock as well? He needs to be careful, though. Oh, he's not able to. Vision. Quick with it, though.
Quick with it indeed, and they have to be because they know Road to Glory is going to be coming for them up on the north side. And yup, here they come. They smelt blood in the water. But, man, I think Team Falcons could be in the direction of them as well. So Vision need to get a reset as fast as possible. But now you got Mad Bulls on the other side. So here comes the Mad Bulls joining the party in the same direction that Vision just came from. Here comes Frozen with some nades. He actually got tapped up a little bit here. So he's going to say, you know what? I want to throw a smoke. And let's get a little bit of a reset going on. Maybe even an ejection.
Yeah, they are saying, you know what? We get a chance to pick which cars we want to take here. Let's see if we can maybe line them up so we can heal up and get out of here. Because Vision was able to recover from the fight they had earlier with Nexus. And now they're ready to defend. And this team, I feel like they do have it down. As they get a knock there on Frozen.
Mon, what a nade. So Mad Bull's getting punished. Now you got Xeric on that off angle. Does get a knock on to Vision. That does kind of even up the fight a little bit. Kintuli get a nade off. He needs it. Meanwhile, Saif does have that off angle. He does have the high ground. He has to push with the squad. He cannot hesitate here. Talik is down to 1 HP, but still fighting with that UMP. Volt with the off angle. Sprays through the smoke. Gets one.
Vision having trouble here getting rid of Mad Bulls, as you were mentioning. They do have a player currently with an off angle. And guess what? Zerich is going to be pushing for it. That's a little bit far. He's going to get the knock. It's going to be one player standing. Can they get it? As Bolt is trying to heal up, but he's not going to be able to in time. This is third-party Central here. They need to be able to get rid of them quick. And guess what? Road to Glory, if they're still waiting around, they're probably going to be looking to push this as Enigma Galaxy. Coops, the opportunist, the man, trying to get some Ilums as well.
He knows when there's an opportunity and the door is opening, and he is coming to shut that door on Mad Bulls. They're only down to 2 players. Enigma Galaxy has the whole squad. Here comes Lord coming off the top rope. Down and does land safely. Zurich saw that and say, I don't know if we want any of this, boys. We're in big trouble. And next, Rhea. I mean, this is the spot to be, folks.
Ooh.
Every single team, every single player is trying to take it. And Coops shuts down Zurich, trying to climb up into the building.
And now Mad Bulls only having 1 player left. This turn from being such a great location to being such a bad location. As you were mentioning, next Ruya, Road to Glory, oldest teams. And guess what? Mad Bulls, see you in the next one. And right now, if I'm Enigma Galaxy, I'm kind of debating whether I want to be here or not with how many teams have gotten eliminated from this position.
That is the building you do not want to be in because, I mean, it has been absolute craziness right there. Nice little heads-up play from Doka Machine to be able to get that elimination. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the rest of the map. This is still only circle number 4?
We forgot what was happening there with so much action in just that little area of the map. I'm not used to seeing this much action in Miramar so early on. Usually people like to take their time, pace themselves. That's not happening here.
The top 3 teams are gone. They're out of the lobby. Brute Force is still here. Enigma Galaxy is still in the business, so they could definitely have a nice jump up if they can pop off and finish off this match. Brute Force starting off with 6 eliminations. The whole squad up. They are definitely poised to do so. They know that Yusuf is out of position here. Now, do they realize that this is only 1 player? That's the question. You have GQ on the other side of the map shooting and assisting this remaining player from Gangsters.
And I think that's what's going to be able to save Yusuf here, right? The players are going to be able to back him up. Guess what? Brute Force is going to have to wait it out. They're going to have to be patient because if I'm Brute Force right now, even though they don't know in a way that the top 3 teams are eliminated, I'm trying to play it safe a little bit. I'm trying to win until the end and set myself up. Considering that they currently have their 4 players alive.
Wow.
And no, the player I was talking about earlier, Neos, maybe he got a little bit too cocky, too overconfident. And guess what? YDO is going to say, I'll finish what you started, Neos.
Man, if they lose a player early on because of that, that's going to hurt. But, I mean, they still have 7 eliminations. Regardless, this is a solid game for Brute Force.
This is what happened, Hot Juice. When you are a player after 3 matches that you don't have any elims, you're going to end up overextending. You're going to end up thinking about things, considering that this is also their first LAN event. He's like, oh, I got to send it. I got to get at least 1 on the mark.
Well, I'll tell you what, if this is, PMGC, 1 little mistake like that could be $1 million mistake. Literally. I mean, you got to make sure you don't get caught in 1v1 situations when you have such an advantage and the circle is still here early on. Speaking of circle, it does go up towards La Bendita. A lot of hillsides here to be played, and you can see that high ground currently taken by Road to Glory.
And we saw on the map as well, G Gladiators still chilling. They're not having to go anywhere. They're being patient, which is something that Kitsune wanted to do. So we'll see if this ends up favoring them. And talking about what you were saying there with Neos, yeah, you don't want to see that kind of stuff when we get to PMGC, but I think this is why they were so excited to be here, as we're seeing a fight there with Road to Glory almost getting that Falcons player. He laid down real quick, but this is the beauty about PMRC, right? Some of these teams that never had LAN experience, they're going to be able to take this with them, and they're going to be able to experience that different adrenaline that it takes whenever they're in front of a live crowd, too.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you what, being at a LAN's a whole nother monster. That's a big fact right now. You can see that live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Teams trying to add more money to their pockets, go home with that cheddar, baby. And we're going to see Freak here with the rest of Enigma Galaxy. But you know what? Before we take a look at that, let's take a look at this replay from Mad Bulls.
Such a great off angle there from Sarich. And you know what? He said, I'm going to use this DBS as a sniper. And then on top of that, I'm going to use it on Vault too.
Wow. Beautifully done. How you like me now? Meanwhile, let's take a look at Team Falcons on the southern side of the circle. Now, they are looking to take this ridge away from Road to Glory. Now, it isn't that important of a location for now because this zone most likely is going to center up here in this position, but we'll see where it decides to head. Enigma Galaxy are controlling the bottom of this hill, just poking at players right now. They just want to annoy these teams, make it difficult for them to rotate.
And I'm glad that they're currently readjusting. It's not a crazy 2-2 split, although Coops currently nowhere to be seen here with his 3 teammates. He needs to be careful. that he doesn't get caught. But guess what? Coops is going to be doing Coops things as he decides to knock out some players there from Falcons and create an opening for his team. If Nick McGalaxy want to take over this hill, now is the chance to kind of make a bit of a push here as Falcons has one player down, but Road to Glory as well, being able to get those angles.
It's going to be a little bit tough, though. There's so many teams in this direction. You got Falcons on one side, you got Road to Glory on the other. So that is 8 players here. And Enigma Galaxy is going to have to choose which team they want to take on first. Meanwhile, you got 6 holding the bottom of the hill. Galago's about to go ahead and take these shots. He sees them, goes for the shots, knocks them out. Beautifully done. Goes for TQ as well. Ooh. Tries to get the turn, not going to be able to do it. That's an easy 2 eliminations there for Road to Glory. Wow. Taking some shots on the Coops as well. Meanwhile, YDO gets a nice knock in return. Brute Force holding the south side down.
Being patient, waiting for those third-party options, and that's exactly what they're doing. We saw Coops being able to hop into the buggy there, also taking some shots on Road to Glory and kind of calming them down, and let's see what kind of rotation we're going to be seeing here at the Coops. He's going to try to get an off angle to allow his teammates to maybe go a little bit higher, but guess what? In the position they're currently on, they are so exposed that next Ruya is going to make him back off even more. So whatever plan that Coops had has just it pretty much backfired, and they were like, okay, let's go to plan B.
Yeah, you get the next zone coming up right just north of them, so we'll most likely see them get in some vehicles and try to circle around Road to Glory. But we're seeing Brute Force be the first team to take off, and they were able to do it while Road to Glory was distracted with Nigma Galaxy. So Brute Force does get the priority in this position. They have this entire ledge to themselves. They got to watch their backs, though.
They got to set up those cars in the right way if you're Brute Force there, as they decided to disengage super early on. Freak getting shot, trolling from the players of Road to Glory. And now at some point here, we're going to have to start seeing G Gladiators as they're going to have to push out. I believe Tixie just ended up getting knocked too as Road to Glory. Now getting to the vehicles and trying to see which way they're going to be rotating out of this and setting themselves up.
Meanwhile, Excuse Me has been big chilling in the center of the circle, not having to move a muscle. So you know that they are hyped up for the rest of this match. We haven't even seen them yet, but I'm sure we will switch to them eventually here as we watch Enigma Galaxy try to maneuver their way into this zone. Now, they do have that entire side of the circle to themselves. I think Freak is going to go ahead and take that buggy and try to just barely edge his way on in. So we'll see them survive for a little bit longer, but they're going to have a big battle with Brute Force here the next few minutes.
They are, and while they have that battle, they need to be careful with Road to Glory, because Road to Glory is still being that annoying team, right? And I think this is why we're seeing Freak still take some shots and them, making them back off, saying, okay, it's time for you guys to end up rotating. Something that I'm currently seeing out of G Gladiators is they're not deciding to push out of the building that they're currently on, and if I saw that right, that building is not within the circle. They're taking a little bit too long. They're being a little bit too passive for the GG that I'm used to seeing.
Well, let's see right now as we're going to see Enigma Galaxy try to be able to hold down Road to Glory, as they did move up a little bit quicker than them, so they're in a position to gatekeep. Road to Glory have to find a way into this next circle. It looks like they're deciding to push right towards the side where Gladiators are. Actually, they're trying to push right down the middle, and it looks like they are going to be able to get away with it since Brute Force smoked themselves out.
And if they're able to set themselves up here, it's going to be great. They're just going to have to worry about Enigma Galaxy because they are fighting. I think they were fighting there with Brute Force, and Brute Force currently trying to recover themselves quickly too. And Sakaria, I think I saw a grenade there. Now it's time to start throwing those to make sure they make Road to Glory back off. As some of these teams do start slowing down a little bit. Enigma Galaxy is still trying to figure out what they're going to be doing here.
Oh, what a nade from Groza. Yeah, Brute Force is completely sandwiched in this little valley here between Road to Glory and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy isn't quite looking at them just yet, so they're trying to get revive a little bit, but with that nade, you know Road to Glory is going to throw everything they have. They want to control this side of the hill to themselves.
They definitely do, and guess what? Freak right now, Enigma Galaxy making the push there with those nades. Coops able to connect with one. They're going to be letting it rain down. Raouf gets knocked. The Sakaria gets knocked as well. There it is. Brute 4 gets eliminated. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy going to be able to recover themselves here, still with 4 alive. I would not want to go with Brute Force win, because right now that we're getting also pinned of the side of your screen, that we're getting pinned by Next Ruya, and that's what we saw so many smokes truly put towards where Next Ruya's angle was.
We'll see where next, where they decide to go in this position, because Enigma Galaxy are in an interesting spot. The position that we just saw Brute Force in, like you said, is being covered from a lot of different angles, but they may not have a choice at this time. Instead, they decide to wrap completely around, most likely heading towards Gladiators. And instead, yeah, just forced to do a little ring around the rosy here because they are getting shot all the way from across the map by GQ. Nice shots from Freak, though.
Freak there being able to cause some damage, making sure that whichever teams have any idea of maybe shooting at them, don't even think about it. Just back off. Road to Glory, though, decides to take over where Brute Force was and spread out a little bit more so they're not so tight. And meanwhile, GG making a push out. This is going to be scary for them as they're currently super exposed. Kitsune, can you get behind the hay bale? He's still alive. There you go. He ends up getting knocked as they are in the open. Tixie trying to stay alive. Freak trying to see if he can get that angle so he can get those knocks. And guess what? GG taking too long to exit that compound, and they're currently paying for it.
Man, you can just see as Matic laying down is going to get eliminated by GQ. Yeah, they were stuck wide out in the open and unable to convert here. But we're starting to see teams still alive. Nigma Galaxy, the only team up in the top 5, still up in this game. Oh, from the bush! They have no idea where he is. And these nades aren't going to give away his position. He's hit this nade 100%.
There it is. He was able to hit that nade, and that player's probably like, wait, hold on. Where did that come from?
It came from out of nowhere. And you know what? There's going to be more to come from that spot as well as we look at Beck from Excuse Me, looking to finish off next Ruya. Can he hit this nade? Doka Machine.
Excuse Me needs to make this push, though. This
so
is the
close.
time to do it. Dokun's currently low on health.
You got to finish him off now. Beck with the push. Here he goes. And next Ruya does get eliminated. Meanwhile, here we go. Here's the battle we were waiting for. As Nigma Galaxy is starting to push on. Oh, they have the high ground. This should be easy pickings. Beautiful nade there onto Groza. Hoops does get knocked. That does buy Road to Glory a little bit of time here. But I think it's only a matter of time before we see Nigma Galaxy really, really bring the pressure onto them.
It is, and guess what? A team that also needed to have a good performance that's still alive with 3 players. De Muerte, I'm looking at them. We haven't even mentioned them at all. And they're currently in a high position area where they might be able to get some shots there.
I'll tell you what, Calico, though, he has the MG3. That's the weapon you want in this position. Nigma Galaxy has to be careful because they are taking a long time to reset. Meanwhile, you got Excuse Me from across the way waiting. Lord does open the nade onto Groza. Here comes another one. Barely off the mark, but this one is going to be tough to miss. Yep, he is locking it and loading it. Road to Glory in big trouble. Is Rio going to survive that nade? He does.
How are they surviving all these nades? They're just missing them, Jukes. There you go. Lord being able to... oh, no, he didn't. He's 1 HP.
And that's the nade to do it. And Road to Glory, yes, they have been doing a great job of being able to secure this position, but the high ground from Nexus is just too strong for them. Here comes Nigma Galaxy trying to get the finish. Oh, through the bush. Road to Glory, Rio with the DPS. Switches guns. Oh, it gets taken out the last second.
Road to Glory, Rio not being able to clutch it up, but guess what? Nigma Galaxy was able to use those vehicles to get a different angle, to get a different rotation, and De Muerte somehow they ended up losing 2 players.
Well, this is Nigma Galaxy's game to win. 12 eliminations so far, absolutely crushing it. Aces with the laydown, catches Freak slipping. Freak, what are you doing? Trying to take this angle all to himself. Meanwhile, Coops still alive. 3 members remaining, 4. Nigma Galaxy, here come the buggies. Lord, gonna be pushing it through the smoke, trying to catch a player slipping. Does able to eject in time. And meanwhile, Coops opening it up. Getting a nice shot onto Wreck. One more.
That was a beautiful play there from Nigma Galaxy, driving that buggy through the smoke, forcing the players out, and Coops and the squad being able to pick them apart. And De Muerte Aces right now, the only player alive going up against 3 players from Nigma Galaxy. Can he clutch it up? It's going to be a tough one. But you know what? His team is going to be appreciating this extra points because, man, do they need him?
It ain't going to even be a tough one. It's almost an impossible one here. It's a 1v3 situation between a fully loaded Nigma Galaxy. Aces needs to pull off a miracle here. Now, he does have the high ground, okay? It worked for Anakin. I don't know if it's going to work for Aces.
He's going to get pushed out of the zone, though. And he's still going to be able to. He's going to want to challenge this. Look at this. Usually we see them concede the point. Okay, there you go. Now he's going to concede the point. Once he saw that 2 players were just aiming at him and gets. That's going to be a GG. Enigma Galaxy getting their first win of the day. And this is a big start out of this team, because I was talking to the coach last time. They were saying that during their championship, they started super slow day 1. This is how you want to be able to start right here, and how to be able to bounce back after that bad match that they had in Erangel.
Huge chicken dinner. Not to mention, especially, every team above them went out relatively early there, except, of course, for Brute Force. Brute Force did put some nice elimination points on the board, but overall, this is going to be a massive win for this team. They have been waiting for it. They got the angles, they had the sight lines, and it's another huge chicken dinner for EU.
And I love that we were able to see all the players perform there from Enigma Galaxy. It wasn't just Scoops. I think Freak ended up with 6 Ilum, which is great too, right? We've been talking about how we don't want to see just one star player. They have multiple star players.
Yes, they do. We'll take it to a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Enigma Galaxy have taken the lead here for MEA, putting them up 3-2 up against EU, but can they shut it out in a 4-2 at the end of the day? Well, we'll find out in a little bit of time, but one thing we can discuss is Coops, man. The Coops clutch, putting out some serious work here and helping carry Enigma Galaxy to a victory.
It's normally you first, go.
I'm looking at you, hence
Yes.
you talk first.
Okay, that's acceptable. Yeah, Coops, absolutely amazing player overall. I think that again, it's those split-second decisions we talked about earlier that he's making on the fly and also just executing upon, which is really good in that end game. Very much necessary in that end game when they're playing up against that smoke. When Coops just starts going forward, takes advantage of the fact that Lord is rolling around in the vehicle as well, so it is that coordinated push as well, Jason. That's the important thing there, and I think that, again, he is just that spearhead that is allowing them to push into situations that they wouldn't normally be allowed to get into.
Yeah, Black-White didn't have a chance there, unfortunately. And I mean, just the sheer confidence I think Coops is exerting on this lobby is making it very difficult for anyone to fight against him.
Honestly, the entirety of their campaign in this game was pretty fantastic. Coming in from the south side, entering from Los Leones is not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Being able to get over the road is not easy, and then they're able to take some extremely good fights constantly throughout all of that as well. What was it, 15 limbs during it?
15 limbs total. It was literally an uphill battle the entire time.
Well, sort of downhill for some of it, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, the fact that they were able to take these fights constantly over and over again and look like, honestly, kind of an all-star team in some of these scenarios makes them absolutely a CCT for this tournament. And I think that for a lot of people, okay, they were probably looking at them as a contender for the top, but considering we just saw Fireflux and Gladiators do pretty decently over in PMWI, people were probably giving them more favor, right?
But what about, excuse me's position they had? Because I know, Blink, we were discussing this quite heavily. You had De Muerte to like their north-northwest, depending obviously what stage you're watching. You had Nextria to like their east-southeast. Do you think, excuse me, fought on their own terms in that situation, or were they just being reactive against the push out of Coops in this squad?
It's really difficult. I think the first thing I said to Kale in that situation is the case of, like, honestly, what they have right there is a very difficult circle to play and difficult to make the decisions off, because there is a world where, excuse me, moves up towards that north side, fights it out against versus De Muerte, and then pushes back in, and they close out that angle on the northern edge of Labadita. Equally, they could play over towards that central arena, you know, hope to spread out, as Klaus was saying, to make sure they didn't get naded out too easily, and then just wait for that end game. You're not playing for a huge chicken dinner at that point. You're playing for some pretty decent points, though. But I think that it ultimately was that case of, well, we've got this good spot in the circle. Let's not give it up so easily, and we'll just wait this game out.
Sort of felt like they weren't warm in that spot, right? I mean, obviously, yes, as you say, like they could have potentially flexed out from there and tried to control some more of that ground, but they were a little bit cautious about doing that. And when the fights really came to them, didn't feel like it was super confident.
I mean, in that fight against Nextria, I think it was Furia had like an off angle with the grenade, and Max was clearly just saying, excuse me, you're just so good with your utility. Then he fluffs like 2 grenades in a row, and then Nextria was able to push like off the back of that, which was a little bit concerning.
I mean, that's typical Max, right? He's wrong about something. I digress.
No, it was a difficult situation for them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, well, he was in the bush, right? He was hiding. They didn't know he was there, and Nextria rocked up. It was Nextria, right? They rocked up, and then he just misses the nade.
That terrain, it's not that easy to throw those grenades. But yeah, looking at the overall rankings, 100% deserve to be in first place there, with 52 points total, 33 eliminations. That just speaks towards Coops' dominance in this lobby so far. I think we were taking a quick look at the amount of damage he was doing just in the game, and it was around about, I think, 1,000, 1,042, 1,100 towards the end side, which is, that requires a Kale sound moment.
I mean, yeah, we would get an ooh if we were showing it, but I mean, it was about 1,143 when we saw it, and then he was able to finish somebody off. Yeah, I'm pretty good with my numbers. One surprise to me so far is Gladiators, honestly. They were towards the bottom of the rankings so far. They have always said, though, and Kitsune even said to you, slow starters, so maybe it picks up.
Slow starters every event, it seems. We're going to head over to Hot Jukes and Seven Worlds Gaming to close out the day here with our final Miramar. Last Miramar of the day, last match here of the day, and my eyes are fixated right in the center of the map. Becalo, will we see GK get spanked for a 3rd time in a row?
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope
they started
as well.
off so good that I was really hoping this team would continue that kind of performance in the way that they were able to just fall off. I mean, with those awful last 2 matches, they need to be able to bounce back. I really hope that they don't try to go for any hot drops. By the way, highest damage, Coops, 3,628.
Wow. I mean, this guy has had a day. I mean, the second Miramar match we saw, well, we're about to see right now, is going to be interesting. Now, one thing is for sure, right? Pecado's a little bit too far offline here, so I don't expect to see a crazy hot drop scenario here. But you know what? The way we see, Coops playing, the way we see some of these monsters playing, maybe we might just see a little bit of action here off the rip.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. I mean, we see currently where Enigma Galaxy is dropping. I'm fixated. Like while you were mentioning Hot Jukes, I want to see what's going to happen there in Picado, and I don't think we're going to be getting a hot drop this time. I think GK might have decided to just back off, which is the smart play.
Smart play, but I do hear some shots, so we definitely hear a couple players getting into it. Oh, it's going to be Regnum Karia.
Never mind.
Yeah, and they're going to lose a player early on, so that's going to be tough for them.
And guess who it was?
Ooh.
GK Esports.
Wow. GK cannot afford. It's in Picado, baby. Here we go. In the apartments. They want their revenge. They have the man advantage. Now, Regnum Karia does have a lot of shotguns. That can be very scary. Even though GK has the man advantage, they have to play it carefully. Oh! Satan got dominated, and Ragnar goes down. Regnum Karia. Oh, another shot here. Hey, clutching it up. Almost did. It's just wild. 1 HP. Marth has to hit this. Reload. Uzi.
Marth, the youngest player in the team, can he clutch it up? This is probably one of the biggest moments in his career, and they're deciding to back off.
No way.
No, and he decided to cancel the heal too.
Full reset? No, you have to push. You have to know Wild is lit. Instead, they let him get off the res, and we're going to see Marth barely get that finish off. Wild trying to hold it down with this shotgun. It's the over and under, so he's only got 2 shots in it at a time. But Marth doesn't have a vest. He's looking for one.
He doesn't.
And they lose Ragnar because of it.
And
I think
now
Marth should have pushed that.
I think Marth should have pushed that too, but I think he decided to back off because he did, like as you mentioned it, he didn't have that vest. Something that I do want to point out though out of GK that they were able to adjust from that last Miramar is that they decided to have Satan drop with them and make it a 4v4 fight. But guess what? Now they're going to be backing off, and I'll be shocked, honestly, if these teams decide to engage again, if they don't decide to just fully back off.
You can see them talking to each other. They are not happy. So, wow, Regnum Karia are going to be able to eject from this situation, at least for now. You see him looking at that Uzi, but instead he wants those shotguns straight in hand. Trying to look for some first aids, any kind of utility. These apartments seem to be picked dry pretty much. And we're going to see a full detraction from both of these squads. So both of them losing a member. It is a lose-lose situation, in all honesty.
Marth now wanting to take some shots, now wanting to get a little bit aggressive here.
A little too late, in my opinion.
Loxy just backing off. I think Regnum Karia, this is the smart play. Just back off because guess what? GK is currently out for blood. They're looking to make sure they even it out to 1-1, the scoreboard, when it comes to that Picado hot drop. And I think I was able to hear it. He backed up so quick.
He heard that nade pin pull, and he was like, nah, I'm not risking it right now, because if I get docked, he knows he's going to be in big trouble. Wild's holding the angles. He does have an AK. He found an M249, too. That's going to help out big time. So let's see how GK opts to do this. They are giving a little bit too much breathing room to Regnum Karia. They're going to have the advantage of being outside in this situation. Both of them holding just this side of the building. So GK, very hesitant here, losing Ragnar.
GK is being aggressive, and if they are going to be continuing to be this aggressive, they need to watch out for the player from Regnum Karia that's currently holding that off angle. I wasn't able to currently see his name, but they need to be careful. Slow it down a little bit. There you go, Loxy. That's the one currently holding the off angle in Gaith. This might benefit him because the bus is currently blocking Loxy's view.
I don't think they have the audio cues fully down yet because I still think that they think that they're in the building still. They don't realize that they're all completely just outside. As Satan is taking that high ground. Marth does know that he's got one across the street.
Oh, he's trying to bait him. He's trying to jump up and see if he'll take some shots so Satan can just peek up and get some shots on Loxy.
Your angles have to be perfect. It's going to be hard because I don't know if Satan does have an angle from this position. So yeah, that's a risky play.
Yeah, they would definitely have to push out in a big way. They have to commit to it. It's either 100% or not, right?
Yeah, well, you got Marth on that off angle just trying to find something. So that's interesting. And Satan, he has to know that these players are outside the building as well by now. Wild, okay, now jumping on in. Okay, so now they're inside.
Now they're wanting to switch it up, and I think that's the smart play considering that there was somebody from GK going to the stadium and trying to get another angle. You can see Marth there getting spotted, being able to lay down just in time as he got super low on health. Satan needs to be careful. Needs to make sure he doesn't overextend here because Loxy is still holding those angles, and when he decides to push on, oh no, Satan, the timing there,
Wow,
not in his favor, Jukes.
Yeah, literally throws the nade right when he crosses. You know, that's the worst case scenario. Marth has no first aids, nothing. So he's just stuck on the roof with 1 HP and gets bopped. That is terrible for GK. And okay, Haith does even the fight a little bit. Satan gets beat up in the process. No helmet, no vest. And not to mention, Regnum Karya are on the other side. They're going to be able to get a lot of loot from this scenario too. GK's in big trouble.
They will be able to, and I think GK is going to be looking to pick up Marth, and after this one, they're going to see if maybe they can fully send it. Meanwhile, Gaith trying to get some different angles, continuing to push onto Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya needs to be careful.
Oh, he gave up his position.
He exposed himself, and I don't think his teammates are ready just yet. Yeah, I mean, Marth still doesn't have any heals. This is not the right play here, as now Regnum Karya is going in for that push. They have the shotties ready, and it ended up working out. The bait worked. GK being able to even it out here on the Picado hot drop 1-1.
That was so sick. He did end up taking that rock there. It's a tried and true spot, and they thought they had the man advantage in a 2v1, but that off angle just came in so clutch. So GK does get the last laugh here. They do lose a player early on though, so that is gonna hinder them a little bit. But with 4 eliminations and getting the revenge on Regnum Karya, they gotta definitely feel good. But honestly, that was a little too close for comfort, in my opinion. That was scary.
You know what, while we have some time here, I'm going to be calling out a player. Marth, I didn't feel like he had confidence in that engagement. He was kind of doubting himself there, especially going back to when his teammates were knocked, when he was the last one alive. You could see him trying to go for the heal and then moving a little bit more and then going for the heal again, and he was debating in his head, do I want to make this push? Do I want to back off? And then on top of that, he decided to go on top of the roof, even though he didn't have any heals, and still try to engage on the fight, even if he had just 10 HP. Not what you want to see there out of your player.
Ooh, I'll tell you what you don't want to see. This next circle all the way down to the south, baby. We're going to go down, vamos a la playa. We're going to the beach, baby. And this is going to be a heck of a rotation. Imagine if you're gangsters all the way up near Campo Militar.
You know who's currently happy?
Who's that?
Mad Bulls.
Mad Bulls, big chillin'.
Re-rotation into the circle, and they're going to be able to set themselves up.
Goodness gracious, this is ridiculous. This zone is so toxic, and not to mention, like, the terrain in this area is terrible. You want a buggy because it's just so many hills, so many valleys, and we're starting to see squads full send it on down. Let's take a look at the replay here as we watch Gorka. Wow, get 1. How about 2?
Hit him with it.
Got him.
And on top of that, do the max man thing and just confirm it by running them over. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely.
10 points, baby.
Yeah, beautifully executed right there.
You were talking about gangsters. I mean, this is a team. Yeah, this zone does not favor them at all, considering how far away they are from the circle. And that team continues to rotate super, super slow as Enigma Galaxy trying to get rid of some of those vehicles there from Fireflux. They were able to get some shots. That vehicle is currently smoking. Oh, they were able to pop some tires too. Yeah, you better back out of that, Solus. And I think Solus realizes that. He's like, I think we'll stay in this little, tiny shack.
I think this shack is the play. That's for sure, and I can't blame him at all. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Enigma Galaxy, our previous match winners here. How are they opting to play this Miramar? They realize that they have an advantage in here with how many points they got in the last one, and the Kitsune popping Lord out, and Freak gets a revenge. He gets his get back right there, and so it's a nice back and forth between Enigma Galaxy and Gladiators from long range.
They do get a nice trade, though. Can Enigma Galaxy pick up Lord? That is going to be a tough ask, and Coops is just trying to send it. Coops doing Coops things. I think Raouf is going to be able to actually pick up Lord. Meanwhile, Freak getting shot out by Matic.
Let's take a look here as Raouf gets a... Wow, that was crazy. That was actually Coops getting a shot onto Tixie right there. So Enigma Galaxy, even though they're playing separate, they're getting some nice shots, but they're also getting traded in return. Matic up on top of the hill, trying to catch Coops as he's driving away, gets 1 hit marker, not able to get a second, but man, Coops is gonna have to leave his teammates out dry here. And Freak, I think, is going to be doing the same thing.
I think they're going to just try to group up, and they are going to end up leaving them. That is the smart play. Good to see out of here, Enigma Galaxy, even though you do end up losing players, good to see that they are willing to disengage, knowing that this is not a favorable fight, and knowing that this has taken too long, and they're kind of allowing themselves up there to get their party.
Yeah, well, this next circle is scary, right? This next circle is so interesting that, you know, even as 2 players, you could definitely find yourself a nice little cheeky spot and put some points on the board. Vision Esports does get eliminated in 15th, so that's 2 teams out of here already. 14 squads still remaining.
You're talking about the circle. I'm over here like, hold on, do I need my glasses? Because I couldn't even see the circle with how many teams are just all over the place. Freak, being able to knock somebody down from Road to Glory.
It's crazy to see that Enigma Galaxy is down to 2 players, but they're still being active, and they're still trying to hunt down some eliminations from long range. So Freak, not afraid to get into the action here, even though he's at a disadvantage. 20 seconds left on the clock for this next circle, and I can't wait to see where it goes. And it looks like we are going to have, it's going to be centering up on the island a little bit here. So that's going to be nice. And
the circle is going to start closing down too. Somehow Gangster still not within the circle. De Muerte still not in the circle, but you know who is? Brute Force getting some shots here on Excuse Me.
Yeah, they have the high ground advantage, so they have all the vision in the world onto Excuse Me. Now, they're just looking for that initial knock. Once they get that knock, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them push, because Brute Force has been playing like this all day long. Really aggressive playstyle. They really know when to turn on that aggression when needed.
Now, the team that we got a chance to see earlier, Satan exposed, going up against Easy. And this is not the place where you want to be.
Yeah, he knows it.
Move out of there.
He's like, I am way out of position. I'm wide out in the open. Let me throw a smoke down, try to get in my truck, and dip. So he does put a couple nice little pop shots. And with the zone closing, he's going to be able to get to safety. So let's see as AZ's in that buggy, trying to find his squad. And, he does pass up Satan in the meanwhile. And Satan's forced to run out in the open. Yeah, I don't think... that buggy's smoking. He has no way to get to it. He has to run.
Honestly, I'm surprised that Satan was able to survive that. How did he get away with that, considering that he was sandwiched? I think it might have been his player, Gaid, being able to hold those angles on GQ and forcing them to not even engage there with Satan.
It's beautiful done.
And talking about it, guess what? They were able to get a different angle and actually knock him. Yeah, there's no way he was going to survive that. If GQ wouldn't have punished him for it, I would have been scratching myself. But good to see GQ being able to readjust themselves and be able to get that extra ill and confirm that point.
Caught him off guard. Caught him off guard. And Satan, once he lost his buggy, he was just dead in the water. I mean, he was hoofing it, but not able to hoof it fast enough. Let's see as Evo Station tries to catch aces. Oh, he does pop out right onto his knees, getting knocked instantly.
De Muerte coming in so late. He had no idea where he was going to. He probably saw one player knock. He tried to make the most of it, but as soon as he's hopped out, it was all over. Now, Jukes, this is what you've been wanting to see, where this circle's going. I want to see northeast. Oh,
okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring it onto the east side here. All right, right next to that Chumacera little mountainside here. This is going to be that high ground. It is out of circle, though, so we're going to see Gangsters get into it with Brute Force. Wash, throwing some smokes down, trying to be able to reduce the off angles near him. Meanwhile, he got Axer all the way from across trying to pick up some points.
YDO from Brute Force being able to take on the fight, but he needs to be careful. Yeah, because the Team Falcon, they still had that angle.
Axer, you are disgusting. I mean, this man was trying to clutch it up, trying to pull off a miracle play, but Axer said, nah, not today.
Not today, and I'll take those easy elims as now Brute Force is kind of turning their way around and seeing if they can somehow continue the fight.
Jafar getting picked apart right here. Yeah, I believe Brute Force is down to just one player here, so we'll see if he's able to get some points later on. Meanwhile, Falcons from across holding on this edge, just stealing points little by little.
And this is what happens when you are Gangsters. This is what happens when you're De Muerte. 2 teams that have been rotating super, super late, especially Gangsters throughout the whole day. It ends up backfiring. You don't know where you're going to be rotating into. You don't know where you're going to be pushing into. And on top of that, it hurts them in a big, big way.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does indeed. So right now we're going to have Brute Force down to a single player just trying to heal up. Meanwhile, we're looking at this next circle. You got Nigma Galaxy Coops still alive with 2 players. Fireflux been real quiet since we've gotten on the cast here. Maybe it's their final time to shine here with a nice chicken dinner towards the end. Uh-oh.
Nope.
He does get popped right in the back. Instantly stands up, goes back to the lay down as he does have that coverage now as Neo is going to go out to pop a blue.
And honestly, I wouldn't really expect much out of Neo's. A player, too, that has been having issues today. We saw him being able to overextend earlier when he wanted to get at least his first Ilum. He was like, yeah, I'll die to the blue zone.
Yeah, and then deny the point. Deny the point while you can. That's the way to do it right there. Meanwhile, let's take a look here. We're looking at the zone. Fireflux. They are holding that east side, that edge style play. We've definitely seen teams start to pick up that since PMWI. Let's take a look at Gladiators as well. Finally, rocking a full squad towards an end game scenario. This is where they really thrive. You got Matic on top of a roof, applying some pressure. All they're trying to do is play keep away, force every single team away from them.
It is, and for Matt and for G Gladiators, what I want to be able to see is if the circle doesn't go in their favor, how they're going to be able to group up, how fast are they going to be able to group up and actually go into that zone. And another, GQ, you trying to take those tires off? We were talking about it earlier too when we were watching the games. Like, just try to get one tire off, man. You're gonna make their lives so much harder.
That's the way to do it. Yeah, I mean, especially here at Miramar, you want to be able to pop out those tires. You're able to get one, they're gonna spin out, and they're gonna be dead in the water. And a great example of that was Satan just a little bit earlier, right? I mean, even though the circle was so big, once he lost his buggy, he was screwed. Well, let's see who's going to get screwed in this next zone as it's about to pop on over. Who's about to get blessed? It'll definitely help because that road right down the center. Okay, yeah, it's going to stay right down the center as this next zone centers up nicely.
This couldn't have been any better for GG and GG. The big question mark, how fast are they going to be able to regroup? How fast are they going to be able to select different angles there on that compound and defend it? Because we know for sure at some point some teams might be crashing into it.
Everybody's going to be battling on the edge here. The center zone is not an option. That is a dead man walking area. So we're going to see an absolute battle on the edges here. We got teams completely surrounding this area. Gladiators are in a really good spot. They have that compound inside of the circle. And not to mention those roofs. So I can't wait to see how they decide to handle this circle.
I want to see how Team Falcons is going to be able to kind of breach any situation here as they do have eyes on Mad Bulls. We saw what happened earlier to Mad Bulls on the first Miramar. They third party, and after that, it was all over because they took a little bit too long. We also see Fireflux there in the high ground, which is great for this team considering the firepower that they do have and considering, I mean, if they can just get one knock, if they can cause some damage like they're causing right now there to next Riyadh, they're going to make some lives impossible, and that's exactly what Fireflux is looking to do.
Yes, sir, indeed. You got 2 EU Titans on either side of this map. You got Fireflux on the west. You got Gladiators on the east. Let's see if these 2 European squads can take the chicken dinner here. Meanwhile, let's see what Next Riyadh is looking to do. So Next Riyadh is trying to take that center line. It is very, very scary, though. They do take that little itty-bitty divot, but they're getting punished for it. As, excuse me, doing a great job of taking some nice suppressive fire onto Doku Machine, and they're going to be in full laydown, but they're most likely going to lose all their vehicles in this position.
Which for them, it's fine because they decided to position themselves straight down the middle of the circle, but if for some reason it ends up not going their favor, it's going to backfire in a big, big way, Hot Jukes.
They definitely took a huge bet here. Meanwhile, let's see Axer try to hit that big nade. Oh, overthrows it. This man has been eaten, and I'll tell you what, he's got an arm on him, so just overthrowing it just a little bit too much, but he's got the shots. Beautifully done. Opening things up on the Mad Bulls. Now knowing exactly where they're at, he's going to throw this nade. It looks good.
And Tulika said, you're going to throw one at us. Guess what? We're going to be throwing one at you, and he ends up getting knocked. Now, Team Falcons looking to push this, looking to get rid of Mad Bulls. Here come the nades. Here comes the shots. Team Falcons, the nade, is he going to hit him? Oh, he's gonna. Oh my
did!
God! He tried to run to it. He survived though.
TQ on the other side has to take out Zurich here. He gets him down to 1 HP though. He has to clutch it for a squad. He can't do it. Kabbalah takes him down from Nexus Gaming.
Nexus Gaming heard this fight going on for so long that they were like, you know what, it's time for us to get in there and take care of everybody, and that's exactly what they did, as Road to Glory now is looking to third-party Nexus Gaming.
It's about time, and Nexus Gaming finally starting to wake up here in the last match of the day. They have a long road ahead of them, though. They have not had the start to the tournament that they were looking for. Next circle does center up again. You got Next Ruya holding down that center line barely with that little itty-bitty divot, and they're getting beat up in the process. Only one player up left for them.
They are, and I think they try to use those vehicles to their advantage. They weren't able to set them up in time. They weren't able to set them up the way they wanted to. In another fight that we're seeing, it's Fireflux. They end up losing Soulless, and Soulless has been such a good player for them. It looks like that high ground has started to backfire on Fireflux.
And that's the player you want, too. You want Soulless with that mini, just absolutely abusing the rest of this lobby. You got Ketch, though. Ketch is a monster with the mini as well. He's no stranger to it. He's got that M4 and the high ground. You look down at Excuse Me, trying to catch him slipping. Oh, okay, we got a full send from Road to Glory. Coops holding it down, and for just a little while, but Road to Glory shutting down Nigma Galaxy.
Road to Glory realized that there was just probably two players in there, decided to go for that push, and now they're going to have to be careful because we saw Gladiators shooting at them, and now GQ going up against Fireflux, and they're going to be able to take care of Fireflux.
Wow.
Fireflux was able to get at least 5 Willems.
Yes, they did, but GQ has 10 eliminations to their name. They are our leaders right now in the lobby, so Team GQ with the high ground looking real good. Meanwhile, you got Gladiators on the other side of the map with 5 big chilling, but maybe not for long, as this next zone most likely will leave them hanging out to dry. Only one player up for Next Ruya. That center position, like I said earlier, is it's a tough one to hold.
It is a tough one with so many angles going towards them, and guess what? GG still causing some damage. They haven't had to had any close range fights. They're still gonna have a lot of utility when they do end up having to get out of here. One of the issues that they had in the last Miramar is that they were taking a little bit too long to reposition themselves. We'll see how they're gonna be able to use the utility that they do currently have to position themselves in a better way. As you can see, Nexus kind of setting themselves up, figuring out which way they're going to be rotating, and Road to Glory still close by as well.
Tell you what, this Mini 8X is the play. You can see him just popping shots, just single tapping in it, absolutely dominating with it, getting some nice shots here onto Nexus, beating up those helmets, beating up those vests, as they're going to be stuck by these hay bales here right on the southern tip of the zone. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Gladiators really look to try to take out their vehicles here and leave them stranded.
Yeah, if I'm Gladiators, I'm going to be shooting at some tires if I get a chance, or if not, making those vehicles smoke even more. Is that right? Nexus decided to start pushing out at least one player out of them. That's good to see. You can see Kapahala trying to get a different angle. At some point, they know that they're going to have to worry about Road to Glory. Those vehicles need to stay away from it. This silent solo being able to get some shots there, trying to confirm that elimination, but he's not going to be able to. And I wonder if GQ is going to be able to recover that player. It is going to be a tough one with Tixie currently taking shots.
Tixie for the 3X, single tapping the M4. You can see he doesn't have a lot of ammo left. He only has about 2 magazines, so he wants to preserve that as much as he can. Meanwhile, we got Nexus Gaming applying pressure to Road to Glory. Here we go with the drive-ins. This is what they're known for here. Can they push with that vehicle? Instead, using those nades. Groza getting a nice one on Ex Machina.
Road to Glory now using those utilities to their advantage. They're just going back and forth. Who's going to be able to get the most knocks here with the nades? Who's going to decide to make the push? And I think it's going to be Road to Glory as they're trying to make a push for it. But on top of that, they have to be careful because GG is still keeping an eye on them. And GG currently taking advantage of all these fights, trying to get as many eliminations as they can. They're currently sitting with 7, and they haven't had to move in a very, very long time, and they're going to have to make a push soon I think Kitsune is already thinking about it too as he decided to move a little bit closer towards where GQ was.
Yeah, Kitsune now having to press the action because the zone has left them completely. Meanwhile, Nexus need to take out Road to Glory as soon as possible. That nade is going to help start things off. And with this blue zone coming in, Rio's in big trouble and he's out of there. So there goes Road to Glory. Nexus Gaming finally showing up here in this tournament in the final match.
And in a big, big way there with 7 eliminations. And another team that's showing in a big, big way here in the final match of day 1 is GQ, currently sitting with 12 elims. And on top of that, they have the high ground. Now, G Gladiators being able to make a push here to this little cliffside, waiting to see if Frozen is going to end up engaging on this fight.
I'll tell you what, though, GQ have them surrounded. They have a nice spread here. They got to make sure not to get knocked, especially Korka in this position. Oh, what a shot. I'm telling you, these minis are coming out like crazy. And he's looking to get that finish. He might be able to do it, too, with that angle. Does he spot it? Oh, not able to get the confirm. And here comes the blue zone. That's going to force him out. But meanwhile, Matic gets knocked as Kapahala from the edge of the circle, making it happen here at the last second. And Tixie, it's really up to him to make a play.
GQ currently being able to use this high ground to their advantage. They're taking on fights with Nexus. They're taking on fights with GG. And guess what? GG finding themselves in a tough spot as Nexus is taking them down alongside there with GQ. Only 3 players down. Two players down from GG. Only 1 left standing, Jukes. This is not looking great for GG, but for GQ, how are they going to be able to move down from this hill? It's going to be a tough one.
It is going to be a tough one, but they have the man advantage and they have the gunpowder to do it with all the sight lines. All they got to do is to make sure to not make a mistake. If they work together, this should be an easy chicken dinner for them because every single team here has been dwindled down to nothing. You can see Evo Station trying to hit that cheeky nade onto Frozen. He does have health of him, so that is nice on hitting that front. But with this zone closing, it is starting to make that pressure applied to them. And man, Evo Station not able to take out Frozen. So that is another angle they're going to have to deal with here in endgame.
And Evo Station trying to get a little bit closer there to Frozen. Guess what? GG, that's going to be it. 8 elims. They won't be mad at that as Nexus
wide open.
Trin, 23, laying down, and somehow he's still surviving. Okay, there you go. Now he gets eliminated, and now GQ can turn their attention to that last player standing, which is going to be Frozen. We've been talking about him. We've been wanting to see what he's going to do, and he's not even going to be able to showcase it because he gets a nade to the face.
Wow, huge points there for GQ. Honestly, they got that high ground. They used it to their advantage, and they executed it perfectly right there. Beautifully done for them. You know, I give a nice little props there to Nextria for Frozen to be able to secure some nice placement points at least. He did take that center position early on, which was very risky, but he was able to snake his way to a nice little boost there on the leaderboards.
Yeah, you know what? If you can take some extra points and you have to snake it out, I think they wouldn't be mad, right? Especially if you're the last one standing, let everybody else take care of themselves, which was pretty much what was happening there. I was really happy to see, though, GG take advantage of their location, cause some damage, cause some havoc, third party a bunch of fights, and try to collect those elims without even having to have any close fights.
Yeah, Gladiators doing a great job of holding that position there. So, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. These last final zones always make things interesting. And not to mention that Miramar circle heading all the way to the south definitely mix things up. Let's take a look here at this nice little replay. Kapahala, man, making some nice shots. Did apply that pressure to Gladiators, and those couple of knocks was really the start of their downfall.
Yeah, and then it was Station being able to get those angles. I think this was the big change maker for them, and I love that GQ was actually willing to take on those different fights, right? They weren't able to just focus on one team. They decided to focus on everybody since they did have that high ground advantage and also the angles. Great stuff out of them.
نشوف تفاصيل نقاط باقي الفرق نختم لكم فيها اليوم.
Great to hear from Coops. Glad to have someone doing some interviews, actually, getting to hear about him and the team, and obviously getting to hear about how they're doing so far. But Enigma Galaxy still have some work ahead of them because this is only the first day of 4. We continue along here with the PMRC. I'm Jason Kappen as we have Blink and Claris here as well to break down this last match. But let's first just throw... Don't do that again. Don't ever do that again, Blink. Look, Daddy doesn't approve. Let's see the match rankings. Get an idea of the points the team's got. I'm so glad we don't have you on desk tomorrow.
That's really mean.
Oh, wait, he is. We got Team GQ. Big match out of them. Massive match. 27 points, our biggest point-scoring match we've had so far.
I hope you're ill tomorrow.
I'm ill now, so I probably will be ill tomorrow.
Yeah, a huge match from them. 17 elimination points is absolutely crazy. It's a really good result for them. But it was weird because I think that both me and you, Kalaris, were looking at this and like we were thinking, Fireflux, they have that spot over on that high ground. They should have had this entire game at the end of the day. So it is a little bit weird. Nexus, second place, getting 13 points. It's a big result.
They had 6 points before this match, Cloris. So doubling their points is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I do think that the first 5 games were actually Landjetters, looking at how they were performing. This team is far more capable. We were even thinking about, you know, the idea of Doran at the start of the day and thinking about how he was the MVP of our entire region when it came to how he was able to perform. So this is going to give them a bit more reassurance that on a LAN setting that they can do it tomorrow. So I think it is a very big boost for them coming into the next days.
Good way to end it off as well with, on a high note for them.
Yeah.
Looking on the list, though, some teams not ending on a high note, right? Karya. I don't know why we're still seeing them, GK. That was 2 Mir up against. Let me look at my notes, and maybe eventually someone here on the desk will help me out here. Mad Bulls twice.
Oh, yeah, okay.
As well, and Razak. I don't know. They did, the hot drops, I would imagine, if they want to have a good result here, they need to stop.
Yeah, I mean, they did it in the PMWI as well versus D plus Kia. This is not something that's just appeared during the PMRC. This is an ongoing problem, which is very odd. And I think when you're in a tournament where we got 4 days, only 4 days, I think it's just well worth it to send away, go somewhere else and figure it out. Same for Sandhawk tomorrow. I would hope that Nexus switches their drop spot away from that northern edge, just because you end the day quite well. And I think starting off the day really badly with a squad wipe, it just kills the confidence.
I think GK doesn't move away from any of the hot drops throughout the days, because the thing is that PMWI, very different prize pool to here PMRC, where for the most part you're not actually losing out on a massive amount if you keep doing it. And what you'll see from tournament to tournament is teams will prioritize trying to secure a Rozok, secure a Picardo, these kind of locations, because they know they're good central rotation paths for future tournaments, which could potentially have bigger knock-on effects down the line. We've seen it a lot throughout PUBG Mobile in the past, so I think it will continue.
Okay, well, it's good to know. I mean, obviously, GK...
It's bad to know. I don't want to see that
well,
for the next 3 days.
But all power to them. If they want to do that, that's their fate. If they want to keep doing it and potentially losing, because they haven't been winning every single time.
The interesting thing about the Rozak situation, actually, Jason, just to bring this back, is that they're actually approaching this hot drop scenario in a very different way to the other teams that I normally see them approaching it. They're going for big rotates around the north side of Rozak to try and get onto the high ground where the warehouses and those buildings are, but then they're losing people whilst doing it. In theory, I think it's actually a really good strategy, or potentially good strategy, if you can get there as 4, but they're not. So we'll see how it develops through the days.
Okay. Well, obviously, we do have quite a few days to come here as we continue to take a look at this one. Give me your quick little highlight. Positive notes, negative notes. What do you got, Blank?
Positive notes, I think Coop's done excellently well today. I think that we expected him to do well, and he has come out the gate swinging. I think that there's some other teams there which is slightly less positive notes, like Fireflux, and it's annoying because it's kind of a middle ground for me at the moment where I see Fireflux make some of the similar mistakes we've seen them make before, which is get towards that end game, and then they really have that chance to take it to just that next step, and they never take that next step in the end game. Like, the decision making seems good up until that point, and I think the pressure maybe gets to them a little bit at the end. Whereas I think if they just like relaxed a little bit in that end game and just made the same decisions they might make towards minute 1 to 20, they would end up winning it. Because there is a lot of times where there seems to be an obvious move, at least in our heads, which I would think that Fireflux would also see, because they are a competent team that they're just not doing right now.
I mean, on the other side of the coin, I'm really happy to see MEA playing the way they are. Not just Nigma Galaxy either, which I do think could buck the trend in terms of having Coops as kind of that spearhead to be able to make something happen. But you're seeing, you know, GQ here. You're seeing GK. There's lots of these, these names.
GG.
To be able to, you know, actually, okay, we've seen some moments where they've held compound and then they've flexed out of it and then they've won. And that's kind of the usual style of MEA. But so there's been some really proactive plays coming out from them that have maybe startled some of the European teams a little bit. That's a wide expression, but
I remember at the start of the day, I was talking about MEA, and I was boasting for him, and you two just laughed at me, and you were saying, no, EU is going to be stronger, but MEA came out with 4 out of the 6 total chicken dinners of the day.
I don't think that happened.
That didn't happen.
Well, you know what? We already clipped some stuff in the show at the start of the day. I can go back and clip this if you want.
I will say that, to be honest with you, although Enigma Galaxy is definitely a highlight for me, the biggest highlight has to be Jafar. What a nice guy.
This resonated with
you. It
you.
really hurt me as well because I'd been a bit mean to them. And honestly, I think that at the end of the day, objectively, their gameplay is not amazing. But what I do respect is the fact that they've come here. It's their first time at a LAN. They are definitely nervous, but he's come into it with a really good attitude. And that's kind of the attitude I want to see from more players because they have just taken this tournament head on and it doesn't feel like they've just given up along the way. They're still trying to get into those circles. And I think it's an admirable aspect.
Yeah, the funny thing is that actually usually I advocate for wide rotates. Actually, based on circle, based on playing path, based on how you would anticipate teams moving around, I am a big fan of wide rotates. There are some moments where they're going maybe a little too wide. But I think that there is the building blocks there to eventually make this work and become a good style.
Okay, well, it's time to move on to one of my favorite parts of the show. It's our Colonel's Choice by KFC. I'm not going to make you guys predict it. You know, Max and Seven, they're just used to me just dropping things on and having to predict stuff. We're just going to go and take a look at what it's going to be here. We have quite a few things to actually take. We're actually thinking about, Claris.
That's me. What do you want?
We're actually thinking about it. I thought you were going to guess.
Oh, well, it's there. It's going to be Regnum Carrier. And them holding off, there was a moment where we saw some shots straight through what was basically a double smoke almost. So like really understanding deeply where those players are going to be, which was really cool. But then Regnum Carrier was able to clean it up as they should have. I think that ultimately Fireflux could have taken the initiative on this about 30 seconds before this when they still had smoke coverage, but they didn't, and Regnum Carrier exploited it.
They are pretty much the bridesmaids of today, Fireflux. Okay. I think, again, reiterating the point, there are so many more games that they could have won today that it was one decision towards that late game that just ruins it. And they make the right moves, but they're just disconnected a lot of times. For instance, the smokes, and then the car play going through. No one pushes on top of that. Lutz taking the high ground. The rest of the team doesn't follow him on Miramar in that last game. It's odd.
Yeah,
it's really odd.
Yeah, just a little slow on the uptake in some moments. Yeah, as Blank's saying, there could have been, in theory, based on our analysis, probably 3 Fireflux chicken dinners today.
3? Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
In theory. I'm not going to argue against you because I already was on the other end of that once today and I didn't like it very much. But you know what I did like? The save of the day by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. I don't know what it's going to be. We're going to take a look. What's our save of the day?
Who's going to pick up who?
To be fair, this was a save of the day.
Oh, he stuck it. Yeah, he stuck it.
This was a save of the day. And they scatter right afterwards. Yes, it looks bad. And he still sticks it after taking the massive hit from the grenade.
You know what? You're
I
right.
agree.
That was a good save of the day.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Well, James, coming up next is our ride of the day here. And I know how much you love this call out. So I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away.
What, Abdul Latif Jamil, Motors.
Yeah, don't forget about that one.
There you go.
There you go. See,
I didn't do my jingle, I'm sorry.
This is why he's talented, and this is why I like having him here on the show.
You know.
This is
it's not even my job, and I know the name.
Yeah? It's because of the jingle you made. Makes it very easily rememberable.
That's how I remember everything.
Wait,
this was also the ride of the day.
This was the ride of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, the other one's
I wish I had some more of that.
But the first one was great. Awesome. I love it.
I don't know if Abdul Latif Jamil advocates for running people over in his motor vehicles.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No.
Probably not. You know what we did miss? We missed the handbrake.
Oh, yeah. That was really good. Actually, that was maybe a winning play of the game, to be honest.
I would say so.
That could have been our Colonel's choice.
Yeah.
You never know.
Could have been, yeah.
They were drifting. They were MEA drifting.
Maybe if KFC and Abdul Latif Jamil Motors actually did a crossover.
A Colonel's Choice ride of the day.
A chicken dinny ride of the day.
A chicken dinny
I like
ride
it.
of the day.
Yeah. Let's ship it. Let's go and take a look at our overalls and see how all the teams ended off at our first day of play here at the Regional Clash. We're going to have Fireflux ending out the day in first place, albeit by 1 point, with Enigma Galaxy in second.
It's annoying. It's annoying because they could be so much higher on the leaderboard. But I think they are doing kind of what we expected them to in this tournament. I do think that we had much higher hopes for Gladiators, who aren't even on this first page. I don't like the fact that they are so last minute in their scoring. But, you know, it's frustrating for me that, like, I know that day 3, they are going to be climbing the rankings.
Yeah.
But Nigma Galaxy and Geeky, both really good representatives here from MEA. And I would honestly go out on a limb and say that EU technically lost the day.
Well, looking at the rankings, they did.
Yeah.
So technically, you're right.
Thank you.
I didn't even think you needed to add technically there, because you were right.
Well, I mean, Fireflux are in first place.
Yeah.
So,
By 1 point.
By 1 point.
Yeah, it's a technicality.
Taking a look at the second page, next Riyadh and Gladiators going to be tied at 31 points apiece here as we move on down. Gangsters at 30. Mad Bulls, you know, questionable day at 29. And then, of course, Team Falcons, the best team ever, Claris.
Best team
13th
ever,
place.
but not really the best team on the day. I think that they can bump up a little bit as well. Likewise, I think Mad Bulls can bump up as well.
And Nexus Gaming can bump up.
They can absolutely bump up. I'm not beating any bones about that. That is rough to see them there where they are. It's
15th place, though. It's not 16th.
It's not 16th.
Yeah.
That's for Dumwerte.
But it's not first.
Is Dumwerte?
It's also not second.
Is Dumwerte a 16th place team? Well, at present, yes, unfortunately.
Oh, no, that brings back memories.
Does it?
It does.
Good memories?
Memories.
Okay.
Oh.
Memories. So we also do have our MVP of the day. Now, typically, I like to do a countdown like 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1, and we say it, right? But we're not going to do that because we know who it's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be Coops.
The Koopasaurus.
The Kooparang.
The Koopalicious.
The one and only.
There he is.
This is a crazy scorecard.
It's ridiculous. His damage is so big and mine is so small. I cannot believe how much Coops is. Ultimately, right, if you think about it, he's done probably, I think, about 1,600 or 700 damage more than second place.
Do you know what?
That's insane.
Do you know what's crazy about this, though?
So big.
It's so big. So big. But do you know what's crazy about it? Do you know Tony K ended the tournament with 11,000 damage?
Yeah.
He is almost halfway there. He's about a third in. He's about a third in. And now it would make me laugh if he can beat Tony K's damage record.
That would be amusing.
Yeah.
But also slightly different tournament.
And not for Vampire. They kind of felt like a PMRC for them. What can you say?
So big.
So big.
Huge.
Huge. Massive.
Massive damage. Ginormous.
What did I kick? It's a cable.
I don't know what you kicked, but hopefully it's not going to end the show, which is actually what I'm going to do right now, is that's going to wrap up our first day at the PMRC MEA versus EU. We'll be back tomorrow, though, for some more action. So make sure you guys tune back in. We'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, we're making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, through dirt in our eyes for us.